Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday on Friday, but we're also going to be on Saturday this week, so it's a double dose of your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. But tonight, we've got our first of two shows. Our next show, by the way, is going to be only a mere 12 or so hours after the one we're streaming tonight. That would be at 12 noon tomorrow, more or less. I'm thinking maybe 12:30. I might have updates for that. I'm waiting on Ultra 94T. He's going to be joining us for the show for tomorrow. And I'll also mention, actually, he might have just texted me. Let me just take a quick look at that. I'll give you a live update. 12:30 is fine by me. Okay, so you heard it here live on Twitch on Super Bowl Game Saturday. We'll start streaming at 12:30 p.m. tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time, with Ultra 94T for, well, I'll tell you later at the show we're going to be showing. But for now, we're coming back to the Legend of Zelda. It's been a long time since we touched this franchise as far as a full play. In fact, it's been about 4 years. We're getting to the next game in the franchise that I promised. One I said I wanted to do for its 30th anniversary a couple years ago. I couldn't do it. I also kind of was waiting on this one a little bit because I said you can kind of maybe get a sense of what it is on the screen based on what the first icon over there is. But it's something I said, okay, what version we're going to play, how I'm going to show it. Version I picked to play initially was a case where back in the day, Nintendo cracked down hard on people who streamed this game, slapping them with copyright strikes and content warnings and things. So I said, I got to get myself away of that. Can I actually show this? I did actually preview this game as far as a test for Switch 2 last year. In fact, we're recording this on June 5th of 2026. This is 1 year to the day of the launch of the Switch 2, and we're using the Switch 2 to play it. But I'm going to give a little bit of an idea of the multiple version of this, because we're not completely leaving those in the cold, except ironically, its original version. We're going to be playing The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Came out on the Game Boy first on June 6th of 1993, so actually we are coming up to its 33rd anniversary tomorrow, in Japan at least. In the US, it came out on August 6th of 1993, and in Europe, it came out on December 1st. It was on Game Boy. It was developed by Nintendo and Nintendo EAD. Now, this game, it's worth pointing out, it's kind of a complicated one because there's 3 different versions. As I mentioned, we're playing the Switch remake, and we are running on Switch 2 because it has an upgrade that makes it run a little better. But as far as the Game Boy one, I'm going on that briefly, because actually, I'm going to sort of show that, but not completely. Because I do have the Game Boy app set up as far as Switch Online for the Game Boy Color version, which is a bit different. That is The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX. It came out on December 12th, 1998 in Japan, and December 15th in the US of 1998. For Game Boy Color, and January of 1999 is when Europe and Australia got it. That's the version I played. It was the second Zelda game I ever played after The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and there is kind of some connective tissue between them, so I guess it fits as far as what this is. But as far as the game itself, it was directed by Takashi Tezuka. He directed The Legend of Zelda, the first one, as well as Super Mario Bros. 2, the Japanese version, Super Mario Bros. 3, Super Mario World, The Legend of Zelda, The Link to the Past, which is actually technically the prequel to this, again in a second, as well as Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. And he was assistant director on Super Mario Brothers, but his first job was doing staff work on Devil World for Famicom, which is on Switch Online, came out a couple years ago, its first US release. It began actually a bit as a side project, specifically from its co-programmer, that being Kazuaki Morita, who did programming on Ice Climber for NES, all the Mario and Zelda games on the NES of Super Mario Bros. 1, 2, 2 US, Super Mario Bros. 3, Legend of Zelda, and Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, as well as programming on The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, and he's the programming director on Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker, Skyward Sword, and Twilight Princess. And the idea of this one was that they were thinking, what do we want to do as far as this? It was a side project they were starting up, and it was not initially going to be a case of Zelda. It started actually with the early dev kits of Game Boy in 1989 when it launched. But then what happened was Takashi Tezuka got involved, and after making The Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past for Super Nintendo, he asked Nintendo, he said, can we do a portable Zelda now? Because at that point, we'd only had 3 games in the series. It was kind of early. So they said, okay, Nintendo said, all right, go ahead and do it. Where it originally started as a remake of Link to the Past, which we did a demo on the show a couple of months ago. Gemini 96 gave a preview to it in our 40th birthday, or my 40th anniversary celebration party at the beginning of the year. But it started as a sequel to that, but then it kind of went a little different. It kind of was more of a freeform development as far as freeform style in terms of its atmosphere, to the point where eventually it was kind of being worked on almost as a parody of a Zelda game, which I kind of understand. And honestly, some of the inspiration in this game, now that I looked up the notes as far as what the background of this is, it does kind of make some sense. Now, before we get to the Switch remake, we'll get into some stuff on that one. I'm going to boot up the Game Boy app here. I'm going to also hold the left analog stick to the left. When you do that, you get a boot up of your Game Boy screen, of which you select in here, as far as the settings. For original sake, I'm actually going to close this out. We're going to look at it the original way, but actually for this game, since it is only the DX version that is available here, not the original Game Boy version, we're not going to show it that way, but we'll just show the boot up. Why not? And then we're going to show the intro of that one to get us prepped for taking a look at the new way of it. There you go. This is how you would have seen it back in the day. And here is The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX. Even if you do have the option set for Game Boy or Game Boy Pocket look, it will default to Game Boy Color for anything that was on Game Boy Color. So in that case, it's not going to be a case of being able to see in black and white. I thought, oh, maybe I could show it that way, but alas not. And actually, believe it or not, I never played the original version of this game from 1993. But admittingly, a lot of the later versions, they do have a lot of extras that do make them interesting, but also make them worth showing off each of them. And that's why later I'll show off this one. And for the full play of this game, we're using the Switch remake. Let's take a look at the details on this one. As I mentioned, the idea is that you're washed ashore after you get shipwrecked, and you land on this place called Koholint Island. And you're told you have to find all the instruments of the sirens and awaken the windfish, and that'll be able to get him out of the way as far as getting Link going. But what's going on? As I mentioned, it does run the same way as it did as far as like a top-down Zelda case as far as it. This is a Game Boy Color version, as I mentioned, and we'll go into that a bit because it was not exactly the same people who made it. But it does have kind of a strangeness to itself and also a sense of humor to itself. Having said that, let's get a boot up on this. Also sort of flashlight warning on this because it's dark and stormy nights as far as how it is. Because after Link to the Past, Zelda set sail, or Link, I should say, set sail for home, or set sail off on another adventure. But he's caught in a squall, and since he run the ship on his own, he tried to climb up the mast to stop the wind going on, but unfortunately, lightning struck and he got knocked off. And he washed up on this island. Yeah, you're going to see as we go along, but this is a game that, even though it looks a lot like how Zelda is as far as the formula of how the game plays, it definitely has much more of a sense of humor to itself and much more of a weirdness to it. That, now that I know the story, if it makes sense, actually this game was heavily inspired by, I don't know if this is going to necessarily give away parts of the plot by saying this. I'm going to say no. Was a big inspiration of this game was Twin Peaks, the television series that the late great David Lynch was involved in. And actually, that show's creator, Mark Frost, he did go to Nintendo in 1990 and he did discuss the possibility of saying, can we do something with a game based on that? I always say, every time I mention something that's not a video game, like a TV show, a book or something, I always ask, is there a game based on that? Well, there could have been a game based on Twin Peaks officially. Nowadays, there's Deadly Premonition. And Deadly Premonition, the people who made that also openly said, this is absolutely a nod to Twin Peaks. And when we get to that game, you're going to absolutely understand why. But basically what happened is that Mark Frost and Takashi Tezuka kind of were talking about that, talking about Zelda. I guess that they were fans of Zelda as far as the people who made Twin Peaks, and Mark Frost in particular. But then they said, all right, let's try something different as far as what's going on. I'm going to let this go, but then what's going to happen is I'm going to go off to the Switch remake. But I just want to give a sense of like how we would have seen this in 1998 when I first saw it on Game Boy Color. And basically at that point, just turn off all the colors as far as this. Or I don't know if I could put like a filter when I edit this to say, let's just show this in black and white. I'll see what I can do. Maybe I can. But having said that, that's kind of the idea. And then it had a script which really leaned into that, which I think at this point it's worth talking the person who wrote this game. That being Yoshiaki Koizumi. He only wrote this game and Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX, which does have some differences in dialogue and also some extra lines that are not in the original Game Boy game. But most of his case was in illustrations and artwork, particularly his illustration on Super Mario World, character design of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. He did a lot of the 3D animation of Super Mario 64 that we played earlier this year, as well as design of the CG cutscenes of Yoshi's Island that we played. And he was the director of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time that we played, Super Mario Sunshine that we also played, and Donkey Kong Jungle Beat for GameCube and Wii. Also writing this was Kensuke Tanabe, who was script advisor on Super Mario RPG for Super Nintendo, one of my favorites of all time. And he also did the Japanese translation of Donkey Kong Country for Super Nintendo and Star Wars Shadows of the Empire for Nintendo 64. And did script writing on Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Link to the Past, and Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, the latter of which was actually his final game because he retired from industry back in January. But he had quite a run as far as it. A lot of games he worked on, and going back to the Link to the Past thing, a lot of the team worked on Link to the Past worked on this game. And so in that case, I think they felt a strong bond on what that game was and the experience they had and said, what can we do with this one? We kind of want to let our hair down, but also be something different as far as how the feel of it is. And in some ways, that's what makes this game really stand out for me. Even at the time, it stood out to me. Even loving Ocarina of Time, when I was playing that, I remember multiple car rides at the time when I got my Game Boy Color, just going along playing this game like crazy. I shared this game with everybody. I shared this with my brother inherent not. He kind of sort of got into it as well. One of my aunts, she was one who didn't necessarily play games a lot, but she was kind of curious, like, hey, you're playing this. She always has been curious about it, and she still is to this very day. Including when I told her about how the show that we do works. But she was kind of playing it, like making the walk down to the beach. She's like, oh, it's kind of exciting. So he was kind of interested as far as what it was as well. And to this day, this is the Zelda game I think I've memorized the most. Not 100% mind you, but definitely a case where if you ask me a specific question, like, where are certain things, like, oh yeah, here. Remember certain lines of dialogue out of this one that I might not, even out of some Zelda games that I like more than this. But this is a game that definitely has a very special place in my heart, and you're going to see why. And the last thing I'll mention before we kind of start getting going is the translation in this in the US. That was by Dan Alson. He did translation on The Legend of Zelda Link to the Past, as well as Star Fox Super Nintendo. He was the voice of General Pepper in Star Fox on Super Nintendo as well. He was the translator Earthbound for Super Nintendo that we played, Teller Boxer for Virtual Boy, Terranigma for Super Nintendo, which didn't come out in the US. Even this very day, it's still not in the US. I'd love a release of that, please. I'm begging. I could have said maybe we saw it at the Summer Games Fest. I'll bring that up because it actually just ended a few minutes ago before it went on the air. It actually is good for me because first I'm going against that. I was like, no. And it also means that some of those announcements I get to talk about, there are some I'm really excited to see. But in due time. He also did localization management on Through Space for Wii, Pushmo for 3DS, Fire Emblem Awakening also on 3DS, and The Legend of Zelda Link Between Worlds, Xenoblade Chronicles X, Another Code Recollection, and Tomodachi Life Living the Dream, and Ring Fit Adventure for Switch, as is the case. I'm hearing this lovely music. I'll get into this in a sec as far as that, and then we'll go to the other version, which is done by Minako Hamano. This is the first game she ever did music for. She then would do music on Super Metroid for Super Nintendo, Pokemon Puzzle Challenge for Game Boy Color, Metroid Fusion for Game Boy Advance, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond for Switch and Switch 2 from last year, Wario World for GameCube, Brain Age 2 for DS, and Wario Land Shake It for the Wii. And also involved in this music was Kazumi Totaka. We celebrated him a lot on this program with Luigi's Mansion, Super Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins, and Waver 64. He also did music for Mario Paint, X for Game Boy. He's the voice of Yoshi. He still is to this very day. He was the Yoshi first with Yoshi's Story, and is with Yoshi in the Mysterious Book that just came out. And he also directed the music. And also Kozue Ishikawa, who did music for Star Fox 2, all three of the Wario Land games from the Game Boy line, Mario Tennis from Nintendo 64, and sound staff on Earthbound. So this is what the game originally looked like. But what about its remake? Yeah, this game on Game Boy, it's worth pointing out, original, sold 3.3 million units. The DX version sold 2.2 million, but the Switch remake here sold 6.46. As far as DX, just to go into that briefly, there's some extra things they added. It was developed by Nintendo R&D 2 as opposed to EAD. And directed by Yoshinori Tsuchiyama, who did direction on Excite Bike Boon Boon Mario Battle Stadium, which is on Super Famicom as, I think it was a Teleview game, actually, now I'm thinking about it. It was, of course, designed on NES Open Tournament Golf for NES, and designed on Marvelous Mohitotsu no Takarajima for Super Famicom, and also Super Mario Bros. Deluxe for Game Boy Color. As far as the remake, though, here, let's take a look at this, because this is where we're really getting started. This is The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, the remake, as I'm calling it. It came out on September 20th, 2019 for Switch. On this day a year ago, it got a patch for Switch 2 that enhanced its frame rate in particular, because there's cases where it runs at 60 FPS uncapped, but it had some elements of slowdown. Not as bad as Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. That ran kind of like a dumpster fire on Switch 1, and that one needed the patch more than ever. But this one, they definitely enhanced it, though it is like a lot of the Switch 2 upgrades as far as this. You do have to go online with the game in order to download it and play it. Actually, the game will not operate on Switch 2 if you do not go online and download it. So, interesting case of thinking people don't like game key cards and Nintendos. Although I guess Pokemon Pocopia said, like, yeah, people put up with it because it's the third best-selling game on the console. But saying, all right, you do have to go online in order to play the game, in order to run it. And also, I believe there is not a revision of this game or a lot of the games that have Switch 2 upgrades that are free, admittingly. So there is something to be said about that. They didn't charge money as far as this. But a case of saying that technically it turns into a game key card as far as on Switch 2. But it is worth going online for this one, and you do have to go online to even play Switch 2 anyway, because you have to register and all that stuff. So maybe it makes a little more sense, but it's worth bringing it up because I know nobody actually is willing to talk about that. They didn't talk about with Pokemon Gen 9, which also requires you to do that, and especially Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 from last year, where it's a goddamn paperweight unless you go online with it. At least on Switch 2, but on Switch 1 it runs fine without it, so don't ask me. As far as the remake though, this is not something from Nintendo themselves specifically. As far as developing anyway. This is developed by Grezzo. They have an experience with remaking Zelda games going back in the day, particularly with The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D and Majora's Mask 3D for 3DS. Maybe we're getting a modern Ocarina of Time remake. That's the rumor, we don't know. Maybe by next week, the rumor of another Nintendo Direct will happen, so maybe by then I'll know. But we'll see. They also made Ever Oasis for 3DS, the 3DS version of Luigi's Mansion, Miitopia for the Switch, and they co-developed Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, as we mentioned. Although actually their start, because I'm curious about this thing, where did Grezzo start? I know mostly for remasters, remakes on 3DS and places like that. But what were they doing first? As it turns out, they were co-developing expansions to Final Fantasy XI with Square. Kind of surprised to me. And it was interesting to kind of think that, as far as how that goes. As far as this version, you're seeing this beautiful cutscene. I do love the fact of how they paint Link here. It almost is like they hand drew him. You kind of see the pencil outlines going on here, as it is taking what we saw on the Game Boy Color a couple minutes ago, and that's the reason I pulled that one out to start. Though, in the finale of this game, we will look at the Game Boy Color version to show off what's unique about it, in particular the photo mode. We will show off all the photos being collected, because the photo gallery thing is not in this version. It's something new they have here. And I'll also be showing off elements of the Japanese version of what they changed, and I have save states set up to show those at that time. But to start, as far as the Switch version, this was directed by Mikihara Oiwa. He did CG work on Iron Storm for Sega Saturn. He also did, as I'm getting a phone call that I do not need right now, with all due respect, I have to do streaming. It's not also from somebody I know. If I did, I was like, hey, I'm streaming, I'll call you back. But that being said, yeah, he did CG work on Iron Storm for Sega Saturn. He was actually a plant designer in Ristar for for Sega Genesis, one of my favorites on the console. So I was like, ooh, that's cool, seeing the history of like where he came from. But he also did field modeling and background direction on Final Fantasy XI. Background graphics lead he was the background graphics lead on Dawn of Mana for the PlayStation 2. He also was the lead designer on that game. And he was the chief director on Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D for the 3DS. And it's beautiful remade music, which is a nice flute, kind of medieval sound of itself, which was done by Ryo Nagamatsu, I should say. Ryo Nagamatsu did music for Wii Play on Wii, as well as Super Mario Kart Wii, Super Mario Galaxy 2, Wii Sports Resort, Nintendo Land for Wii U, Mario Kart 8 for Wii U and Switch, and Splatoon 2 and 3. And he also did sound design on Splatoon 2 and 3, just to go into that. Alright, so with that, we're seeing it was Dark and Stormy Night with Link. The idea that, hey, we got a lot of things going on as far as it, so... Yeah, he came back as far as it... Actually, the bow looks smaller in this one than it did on the Game Boy Color version. And the Game Boy version is the same as far as the opening, except without stuff going on for, color, as is. But, now we have this girl here, Marin. She's making a walk across the beach with the beautiful, steel drum music going on here, and the waves going on the beach. But it's like, what's that? It's like, yeah. Who's that guy? And then she kind of has this slow, pensive look. And it's like, is she gonna be okay? Or is he going to be okay, I should say. He's like, yeah. It does seem like he's breathing, maybe. He's like, yeah, please wake up. Alright, don't worry, we're gonna have to wake him up in one way or another, hence the title. But alright, with that, we're gonna get started with The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. I'm looking forward to doing this. I'm sorry it took so long to get to this, because I've been wanting to do another Zelda, going back as far as it. And we're, like, with all the multi-part games, of which I'm realizing this is one of the few we've actually done this year, that we've actually went fully with. We'll come back to this every month for the next couple months until we beat it. I'm expecting 3 parts out of this one, maybe 4, but we'll get into that as the months go on. Alright, so you hit L&R and you get the stuff set. Okay. So for this version, you have 3 save files on the card, and you also have an autosave, which is new in this version. I was actually doing stuff with the autosave earlier for my audio test, and actually watching stuff coming out of the Summer Games Fest. I did not have it all written down, so it's a case where, Chad, if you have anything that they announced in that you want to talk about that I don't automatically know off the top of my head, or remember off the top of my head, and there's some stuff I do, trust me, feel free to go into that and we'll talk about it. Yeah, the way we're going to do this, I'm going to do 2 things. You do have normal and hero difficulty. Basically what happens with hero difficulty is you have to beat the game once in order to unlock this. What happens is that enemies do double the damage and you do not get health for health recovery from enemy kills. The only way to recover your health is by either getting heart containers at the end of a dungeon or by getting heart pieces. Hopefully you know where they are, and there's actually extra ones in this version. We're going to go 100% with this. We're pointing out one thing is that when we do, I'm going to get everything I can as we play to start, but what I'll do is we'll have cleanup probably at the end of the game as far as the final part. That's also the point we'll go into the stuff for the Game Boy Color game to show off what's different, and I'll go into that as we go. Okay, a few things I do is I'm going to do 2 things. You can enter your name as far as what you want of up to 8 characters. You can't put in dirty words like you could on the Game Boy version, but I might go into that later. But I'm going to show you a little bit of Easter egg. I'm going to type in as my name here, this is not going to run the game with, Zelda. Or actually, maybe it would be funny if I ran as Zelda. I'll show you what. There you go. Yeah, this is an Easter egg in the Game Boy version as well. Game Boy versions, plural. Where if you put Zelda in as far as the name, you get this nice salsa-themed version of the soundtrack, of the main theme. But it sounds great in this one in particular. You know, maybe I should go Zelda in this one, although in this case, I'll go lowercase. I'll tell you why, because at the beginning of the game, well, they do give an indication of that. I guess I'll be Zelda for this one, because usually it's the case we go SOGS, short for Super Roll Game Saturday, on the show. I could go Link, that's a canonical case. But, well, just to let you know, even though this game is called Zelda, Zelda's not in this. So we're going to replace ourselves with Zelda as far as this, so I'm going to keep that set. That, and I also want to get that music on, so let's go. But it is Link. It just, actually, this is going to make the opening dialogue pretty funny, honestly. As, yeah, Marin found us by the beach. We're we're in her bed, and we're tossing and turning, but we're awake. And you have this beautiful visual style, which they did for this, which it is kind of a plasticine claymation style. I know they emphasized that they want to have it look like it was a diorama, which is definitely one thing I would definitely agree it has. But also, looking at this, it almost has a style of almost like a Aardman Animation case, the studio behind stuff like Chicken Run and Shaun the Sheep and Wallace and Gromit, of which actually I'll have this in the link list when I edit this in a few days. This collaboration, or this video that's put together, kind of a Wallace and Gromit short. I don't know how they did this, and I don't think they got one of the original voices of Wallace to do this, but a case where Wallace and Gromit are going on this grand adventure for cheese, and they have to save not Zelda as far as it, but they're so focused on the idea of what that is, like they're focusing on the cheese. I'll link to that below. It's quite an amazing watch, and the guy put it together. It was quite an amazing. He even said, I was working on this for a couple of years, and it's cool stuff. But it has a great look as far as, and we'll see that as we go. Alright, so what are relief, so Marin is saying. He's like, huh? Who are you? Thought you'd never wake up. You're tossing and turning so violently. What, Zelda? No, my name's Marin. No, I'm Zelda. That's the problem as far as that. It's like, yeah. So, I was saying Zelda in my sleep as far as how it is. But I'm Marin. You're probably feeling a little woozy after everything you went through. Yeah, and also me thinking of Zelda, that's true. Oh, okay, so I was saying my own name in my sleep. So this case is actually working out. Alright, we're on Cahoon Islands. This is the setting of the game. Also, I'm going to briefly go into one last thing before we start. Voice acting. This was a little bit of a weird case, because I had to kind of dig out who the voice performances were, and honestly, most of them are not credited. The only ones who are the 3 people in this room. I'm going to go into that. As far as Link is concerned, I want to give a smackdown to IMDb. They're wrong when they say that Charles Martinet voiced Link in this game. That is a lie. He did not. He is voiced by Mitsuki Saiga. This is the voice of Eric in Monster Hunter Wilds, as well as Elk in Dot Hat Infection, Mutation, and Outbreak for the PlayStation 2. Also was the voice of Enzen Ijuin in Mega Man Network Transmission and on Mega Man NT Warriors. We're pointing out all these cases. These are the Japanese versions of the shows and games I'm mentioning as far as how it is, because the Japanese voice actors and actresses are involved here. Also, Saiga was the voice of Maria Ross in Full Metal Alchemist the movie, Yumeji Kurikochi in Samurai Showdown 6, as well as Rossio in Gurren Lagann, Tiz Arior in Bravely Default Flying Fairy. I have not played the Bravely Default game, so I'm not aware as far as that. Also was the voice of Link in The Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes on 3DS, and was also the Japanese voice of young Nathan Drake in Uncharted 4 Thief's End, and Zarya in Overwatch. As far as Marin here is concerned, she says go down to the beach where I found you, and you may want to find a clue over there, but be careful, their monsters have washed up since then, huh? Okay. As far as Marin, she is the voice by Yuko Natsuyoshi. She was the voice of Sabrina in Grand Blue Fantasy, as well as Akane on Pokemon Masters. She was the voice of Yamada on Gallon Dino, and also Tsubaki on In the Heart of Kunoichi Tsubaki, which is, I guess, the title character as far as that anime. She was the voice of Liza in Unicorn Overlord, which now I can say correctly. We joked saying it was Unicorn Overload, but it was like, no, it's Unicorn Overlord. Just took the game coming out for you to say it right. And that game's no joke, as far as how good a game it is. She was the voice of, or the Japanese voice of Karina in Visions of Mana, as well as Dinoa Baruga on Yu-Gi-Oh! Go Rush, and Teka Shiraboshi on Beyblade X. He's like, is this stand something that says Goomba? Right, because you do have stands as far as figurines you can get later. And this one that says Piranha Plant. We'll figure that later. As far as how that goes, there's going to be later in the play. Also, yeah, what are you looking at my chest? Where'd you learn to do such a thing? Yeah, this is where the game is going to start having some fun with the fact that, you know, Link usually was looking into other people's chests and things in Link to the Past. But they're so like, hey, why don't we actually comment on that? And actually, this might be a line that's only in this remake, at least as far as Terran's concerned. As far as Terran goes, as far as his voice performance, what's going to him, he is voiced by Kazuya Ichio. He was the Snake Elder in Donkey Kong Bonanza from last year, as well as Goldash and Kamen Rider Gotchard. He was also the voice of Buchanan and Butt Boss on Fairy Tail, the anime. It was Wally Buchanan and Hot Eye, in particular, on Fairy Tail, as far as that. And Butt Boss. Don't know who that is. I'm not familiar with Fairy Tail. So the voice of Ken Masters in the Street Fighter Alpha OVA. He's the voice of Jun Hoon in King of Fighters 99 Millennium Battle and in all the other King of Fighters games. And he also is the voice of Hiroyuki Fujita on Two Heart, which is an anime that came out in the US, I remember, in the mid-2000s. I think it was like a high school semi-romance series. I heard it's actually pretty good. But Terran's saying, like, hey, Zelda, you finally snapped out of it. And if you're also wondering if you played The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, you watched our play of it, or first play. We're going to play it again for a reason we'll go into at some point. The main thing, and they look a little bit like Malin and Talon from that game. Well, miraculously, Malin and Talon in that game were inspired by Terran and Marin in this game, as is. And the idea is that Marin is the daughter of Terran here. He does have, like, this Mario look to himself. And he's like, yeah, I want to make sure everything's set. Like, yeah, don't rob us blind as far as that I have a daughter to take care of. But I hope you're feeling better. But how did I know your name? Aside from the fact that he's been listening to me talking for the last half an hour as far as this, well, I also learned it because I found the shield down when you washed up. Maybe cheers. Yeah, you got a shield. Hold the R button to repel enemies with it. One thing I love about this remake, and the reason we're playing this one instead of the Game Boy Color game, is that whereas on Game Boy Color and the original Game Boy as well, you were limited on buttons, understandably so. But since we're on Switch and we have that nice Pro Controller, or the Joy-Cons if you're going to run those, you have multiple buttons, so in that case they assign the shield and the sword later to their own button, whereas on Game Boy and Game Boy Color you had to swap them off. You can only have 2 items on your person, so you were doing that a lot. So this is a nice quality of life upgrade I can definitely get behind. Based on, like, oh yeah, some other stuff wash up on the beach, maybe you want to go and take a look at that. But if you do, be careful as far as monsters, right? But Zelda, ever since it showed up, I've seen him all over the place. Also, we have this as far as a pot. You press A button because you have context-sensitive button presses, kind of like Ocarina of Time a little. Yeah, it looks heavier than heavy. Your current strength will cut it. We're pointing out on the Game Boy versions, if you even walk into a pot, there's a way we can lift this later. We're not going to be able to do that now. But if you even walk into this, the text box comes up. It could be admittedly annoying. I do love the Game Boy version, but it definitely shows its age in certain ways, and the way that this game enhances things is pretty nice as far as that. One thing I don't think it enhances on is loading, because even with the Switch 2 version, going in and out of houses sometimes can take a while to go. Though if you are going to play this, run through the Switch 2 because the loading is a little better, even though that took a while to get out here to Mabe Village. And I was just seeing the beautiful visual style going on. And we're going to walk around and we're going to talk to everybody as we make our way to the beach. Oh, there's the nice little doggy. Alright, this is, and also they name all the characters in the text boxes, which they did not in the Game Boy games. Alright, so this is, Suni. Hey man, you want to save? Hit up the system screen. Get there by opening the sub screen, pressing the start button, and pressing R button to the system screen. But don't ask me what that means, I'm just a kid. Yeah, that is part of what was going on with the dialogue. They said they kind of want to have fun with the idea that they're talking to people and saying, hey, you can joke around as far as the dialogue. I'm going to walk around and see what's going on in town. Also, the tool shop. You can come here and buy stuff. I don't have money to buy anything with. You can just bring it over here and buy it. So we're pointing out you can pick this stuff up, and in the Game Boy version, you can shoplift to get it. I tried doing it on my audio test. I think you can do it in this one still, but I was not able to make it happen. We'll figure it later, and there are actually repercussions to that, so you don't want to do that as far as it, but we will do it for the fun of it later. Alright, so we can't really lift anything. We can't lift that bush. We can't go over there, so we have to get ourselves set up. We're going to talk to everybody in town. This is Laddie. Save, you start the last place you save unless you're in a dungeon where you start at the entrance. Yeah, but I still don't know why that is because I'm just a kid. Why do you think I'm going to know all this stuff about how gaming works? So yeah, even for 1993, this game was really referential, and I like that. And also something where it is something that, as I mentioned, they said it was kind of like a parody of Zelda. I guess they're saying like, hey, you know, we can give tutorials this way, but let's have a little bit of a bite. And a lot of the lines in this is we're pointing out, some are changed, and I will mention the ones that change, but they definitely go pretty close to the script of the original, and the other ones they do change. It's something where they add a little extra or something nice to kind of reference the fact that it's been like 33 years now. Or a case of saying that it's maybe just flows a little better as far as the translation. Okay, those are my boys. The ones I saw outside, but also his new son, or, oh yeah, his baby there, as far as that. This is Papal. Pleased to meet you. I'll be lost in the hills later, so keep a lookout for me. Okay. And this is Mamasha. She is the wife of Papal. Yeah, I have 4 children, by the way. 4 boys. I get confused about what they look like. Also, my baby wants a Yoshi doll. I'm still on the trendy game, but I can't win it. Okay. Well, we'll see what we can do about that. And actually, we're going to have to do that, just to let you know. But we'll get into that a little later. Well, so you have the cuckoos, little chickens. You pick them up and throw them around. Not really much reason to do anything with them now. But in that case, you can just go along. Also, you have the phone house. Let's go in here. In the original game, and same with this one, this is kind of your hint system. You use this, you're able to call up Grandpa Olrira, who actually lives next door, and he'll give you a hint on where you gotta go next. Yeah, this is Olrira. He's the old man, as far as it. Ask me anything at the island. If you get lost, give me a call. Also, they give you extra hints that are not in the original version to help you out. There's also some information in the library that might be good information for you. Also, you're hearing on the soundtrack, they actually do remix the Game Boy version of it, as far as having the 8-bit phone ring going to... I do love that touch, so yeah, even though they remixed the music, they also remember, yeah, the Game Boy sound was awesome, as far as how it was. Alright, this is Grandma Yahoo. She was renamed in this one from Grandma Ulria. She is the wife of Ulria, but yeah, she loves saying Yahoo! And she loves doing grooming. She's basically going to be outside for pretty much this entire game as far as it. But here's Ulrira. So yeah, we said, like, hey, you know, call me up. But here's the deal. The reason he wants us to call him up is because he's not very good in person. Which is kind of an interesting reversal of things, you know, where it's sometimes a question of it's easier to talk to someone in real life than talk to them on the phone. Maybe that's how I was, but still a case of thinking, well, you know, he's saying, I don't know what to say. Please call outside. And it's like, yeah, he's kind of shy in person. So in that case, he will not talk to you or say anything else differently unless you call him from outside. But I can call his phone. It's like, let's make a phone call. Hello, hello. Yeah, it's the Bucket Mouse. Thank you for calling. Yeah, I don't know what the Bucket Mouse is supposed to be an indication of, but we made a call there. I was like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I must have dialed the wrong number. There's something weird about what's going on. Actually, you also see the great attention to detail, which you didn't get quite the same way on the original version, especially seeing here something actually I never noticed before, the idea that there's a stew cooking on the fire. And also these nice yarn balls, so I guess he or his wife do crocheting or knitting. Also, I guess another podium, I should say. Cheap. Alright, so we're probably going to get some stuff going on to a lot of stuff with Mario. And actually, this franchise, or this game, I should say, more than every other game, this franchise, admittingly, does have a lot of stuff going on when it comes to in-references. Including right there with Bow Wow outside, and this is Chow Chow. They did rename her as far as this one. Makeup, jewels, dresses, I want it all. Yeah, so did Queen. I love that song, but I would like some new accessories. Well, we don't have any right now. Sorry, we can't help you. There's Bow Wow. He's stuck to the post. That's fine. He'll just do the barking, so he's like the doggy. But let's also take a look at his owner. Also, Chow Chow. Yeah, this is Meow to Meow Meow. Yeah, my Bow is so proud of his fine fur coat. Yeah, is it fur? Or is metal? But either way, we'll see them later. Honestly, there's not a whole lot of places we can go. We can go up there. That's the fishing hole. We'll show that later, because we are going to show that off in a little bit. But before we do, let's talk to the kids out here. Yeah, this is Kiddo. He ran out of hearts. You better go find a big fairy. Why? I have no idea. I'm just a kid. So yeah, he just hears weird stuff. He's like, I'll just tell you what it is. Who knows as far as why, as this is Junior. Or you can press the minus button to look at the map. Not only that, you can also stick pins in it and remember stuff with X. Yeah, the map is improved in this game, definitely, from how the original game went. Understandable, but they did give you a lot of stuff going on, but what do they mean by any of that stuff? And here's the library. We'll go to the library, and then we're going to go down to the beach. I'm actually squeezing this out so far quite a bit. So let's read some books. Select the item that's right for you. On the sub-screen, you press the start button or the plus button and get some very useful stuff, and you can assign items to X and Y. Try many things to find what's right for you. We'll do that later. Maps and Memories guidebook. Let's read that. You see the map by pressing minus button and use the right analog stick to zoom in or zoom out. And filling out the map is a lot easier in this one than it is in the original. And we'll go into that. And pinning. So in that case, if you see something around like, oh, I want to go here again, you just put a pin in it and remember, oh yeah, that's the idea. Or also go to areas and have memories of things you had learned there, which is in the original, but they do enhance it a bit more here. Alright, Secrets of the Whirling Blade. We don't have a sword, so we may as well read this to get a sense of what's going on. Basically, they tell you can do the spin attack. To use it when you have a sword, I'll hold down the B button to build up your power. When you have enough, let it go. Can you master this technique? Yes, I absolutely can. How do you hand your shield like a pro? Okay, this we can do, because we do have the shield now. Holding the R button, you can defend yourself from enemy attacks and push enemies as well. Side stand shield is a mirrored variety of reflect beams. Also pointing out, you can hit R to do it, or you can hold the ZR button as well. I do the latter method. Fun with bombs. Bombs can be fun, especially in Zelda. And when you put a palm down, you can pick it up again by pressing the A button and then press it to throw it again. Did you know that? I did, but I'm not going to assume anybody in the audience necessarily does. I mean, if you play this game, you do. But just, look, I always say this. When it comes to us playing a game, I always assume nobody's played it before, just because I want to give a sense of saying, hey, you know what, I'm not going to assume, number one, and number two, also give a sense of saying, hey, I'm not going to talk down to you and say like, oh yeah, you should know this game. I mean, I can explain to you why, if you haven't played this game, you definitely should, because it's a great time. Any way you play it, whether it's this remake or the originals. And honestly, I think you should play both the original and the remake, honestly. And there's a great remake of it as well. Properties of warp points. Yeah, you can warp to and fro these spots. You can warp to only places you've stood on your own 2 feet. In the original game, it's only ones you've seen with your own eye. And this version adds more warp points, so it actually improves on it. Alice Colon Island. You're looking at name a place whilst looking at this book. So here we go. This is all the places we're going to go. And you can come in here at the beginning of the other game as well, as far as the originals, and see where these areas are, but this will not fill out your map until you go to those areas. And there's a book up there we can't read yet. We'll have to come back to that a little later. And then there's Dark Seeker's Mysteries of Colon. Do you really want to read this? You bet. But it's really tiny. We can't read it. Okay, they're also giving you a hint of something specifically, so actually there's kind of a little bit of a giveaway of something that actually is mandatory for this game in order to beat it. With that, we can now go out of the village, and we're going to go down to Taranbo Shores. Kale Cave is somewhere we have to go later. In this case, just make a walk across and be careful of the Octa Rocks. At this point, we don't have a way to defend ourselves. You know the nice jump over. And you also have the Gordos from Kirby. In this case, pull your shield out and push them out of the way. If you hit him, you're going to get yourself hurt, and if you run out of hearts, you're going to die. And for this game, I do want to go undefeated. It's not too hard to do that, but I do have to be a bit careful going, as we're going to see the sword. But also... yeah, an owl. Hoot hoot. So yeah, here's the owl. So yeah, you thought Kapora Gaboro was the only one as far as this franchise. No, it's this one as well. Yeah, it doesn't have that music as far as it, but it's a really nice piece here, and also they add some nice horns here in this version. So we own the sword. Yeah, we'll go with that. Now understands why the monsters are acting so violently. Why? Because they saw the sword, they knew that something was going on. Yeah, and the Gordo, where'd he come from? I mean, the Gordos are always violent in the Kirby games, fair enough. But a crazy lad has come to wake the windfish. Okay. But you can't leave the island unless you wake the windfish, so I've understood. Alright, so go north of the mysterious forest. I'll wait for you there. Okay, so we're following what the owl's gonna tell us. Alright, here we are, and you also have auto-saving after specific parts, as far as, in this case, yeah, you see the beautiful reflection on the water. Yeah, we gotta take this. Okay, I love also that look, seeing as far as the way the waves are washing up, and you see the foam kind of covering me up. Actually, didn't stop to take a look at that detail and play it, but that's our sword. With our name engraved on it, that's the indication of what's going on. And we heard that nice music as far as the kind of, I guess, almost lullaby sound of things. But I want to hit that A button. Okay, now that I hit the A button now, because I'll tell you how to use it. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here we go. We get the nice overworld theme as far as this. And in this case, you just walk around and slice things. Basically, just want to kill every enemy we can because they might drop stuff. We want to get some money. Also, one thing to point out, when you have the sword, you can use it to hit the walls. That's for pointing out this. If it sounds a bit different, there's a crack on the wall, you can bomb it. But we don't have a bomb to use, so just a big old wall. Also, here's the map. Unlike the original game where you actually had to scroll between each individual screen and it would fill up with a little bit of square. This one, it basically covers the whole area when you go there. But also a nice detail on the map, as it lets you zoom in. It is kind of the look of the Game Boy version, as far as how it was. With it kind of being simplified, which I really like. Alright, let's get going. Yeah, we're just going to go around and get everything we can. And also, I think the other thing also, maybe why it's a good case for doing it now, as far as playing this game, is actually a pretty good one for summer. Because the idea, yeah, we're on an island, have a nice getaway. We'll see this alligator here named Sail. This is House of Bananas. My hobby's collecting rare and unusual canned food. My brother's an artist, so I guess strange hobbies run in the family. Okay? Alright, we'll see him later. But in this case, yeah, we just want to kill everything that moves, pretty much. And also, I gotta be careful, make sure that I don't die. Because there is a reward if you go through this game undefeated. I'm gonna make sure to get it. I will do everything we can to make sure it happens. Although it's worth pointing out, actually, when I first played this game, I did die left and right, but if you know what you're doing, this is not too bad a game. Although the hero mode, that's another story. Hence why I'm just doing the normal pace of it. Well, I believe it was Gemini96 who went through the hero mode. Well, he went through the hero mode, and actually so did Crusader64. I don't know if he beat it, though. I remember he actually was showing me, I think before I bought it, and he said, oh, there's no health recovery when you beat an enemy. He said, where can I find a heart piece? And I said, oh yeah, the well up in the village by the library. Like, oh yeah, you're right. And then I mentioned, yeah, I bet this game basically pretty much entirely memorized for the most part. But also I got this item. This is a Guardian Acorn. You pick this up, you take half damage for attacks. It used to run on the older versions where it would go away after you took enough damage, or if you made a screen transition after enough time. This one, it just runs on a timer. And I think it also is a case if you take too many hits during that timer, you also are, that fell through the hull. Ouch. You also will have it go away. Alright, so here's the place they said the tail cave. I'm just gonna show this off. Keyhole. It says tail keyhole. Alright, we have to get something to put in that hole. Yeah, so the Zelda formula is kind of the same way as far as this saying that, okay, you're going to areas where you can't get, or you can't get through currently, so then you have to go to other areas that you can get to in order to go to those other areas with more advanced equipment. But I do want to get some money as far as in rupees and also get a heart. Now back in the village, and when you come to the village after you get your sword, you get this beautiful piece of music. Which we're only going to hear briefly for now because I'm going to get one of the heart pieces. Basically, you jump right down here by getting rid of those weeds, and you fall. Yeah, in this case, you're not going to die. You just fall down here and find a heart piece. Yeah, as is one with Zelda, when you pick up 4 of these things, you get an extension of your health meter. And at the end of each dungeon, you get a heart container, so you have a full increase of your health by 1 at that moment. Also, the Cuckoos, you can slice them to death, and if you slice them enough, because, okay, Bowow's doing a good job for me, holding them in place, thank you. I'm gonna briefly show this, just because. It seems cruel, and it is, but the game is also going to... Yeah, the game is gonna punish you for it by saying, hey, these Cuckoos are gonna come, and if they hit you, you're gonna get yourself hurt. Whoa, but I was able to dodge that without taking a hit, thank God. Actually, it's like when Crusader 64 did that when we played Majora's Mask. But anyway, just keep going through the village and slice down the weeds in order to get some money and also some health. But I want money. I need at least 10 rupees, which I have, but I also do want to go around here anyway to get more. That and also get something that's in the bushes over here. And also let this beautiful remix of the Mobby Village music play. Especially because it adds multiple verses with different instruments in this version, which is so lovely. Okay. Now, I do want to cut here because... Oh, there's 5 rupees. That's the blue one. The green ones are worth 1. The blue ones are worth 5. If I get that, we get a secret seashell. Yeah, what do you do with it? Or as the Game Boy and Game Boy Color versions say, if you collect a lot of these, something good is bound to happen. There also are more of them in this version than there are in the original. We're going to go for as many as we need for the nice reward. But I got some money, so we're going to go to the trendy game. Because remember, Mamasha said, hey, you know, my child wants to have the Yoshi doll. There it is. We're playing the crane game. As we're pointing out, unlike... this is the drinking game for this week's show. How many times did I mention the Game Boy and Game Boy Color versions of this? Unlike those, there's a physics set to the crane game here, and you gotta be careful. The buttons move the crane, the rest is timing. Go over the buttons to play. You pay 10 rupees and press A on this. And you press A to move the claw right once and hit up, or hit X to move it forward a little bit. Now, I want to get the Yoshi doll to start. Look to the right a little. Move it up and grab it. Now, unlike the original version where if you got on the hook, it was a guaranteed grab and it would have the nice sound of diddly-doot. He can slip out, and he almost did slip out. Thank God he didn't. So we got that. But I do have some money, so I'm going to play again. And the reason I'm going to play again is I'm going to go for 2 things. I'm going to go for the purple rupee. We're pointing out the red one is worth 20 rupees, but the purple one's worth 50. This might slip out, though. The rupees can slip out because they're so thin. We'll see if luck is on my side. Yeah. Ew, there we go. That's the best outcome I'm going to hope for. It gets stuck in the center, and it starts circling. And you can queue up your prizes as far as how it is, and be fine. I'm going to try and go for the heart piece. If I don't get it now, that's fine, because I have more money to play. There we go. But this could slip out too. And this is thinner than the rupee or Yoshi, so let's get questioned. Okay, that was lucky. Sometimes it is a bit of luck at the draw as far as how's that gonna go. I can't afford to play again for 2 seconds. But with that, the gate drops. By the way, if you leave, he will also tell you, hey, do you want to leave without taking your winnings? You can if you want to, but they do give you a warning, which the Game Boy version does not do. There's the Yoshi doll. Now, in the original game, they said he's been showing up in a lot of games recently. Because remember, it was only 2 years after Super Mario World came out. In this game, it's been way longer than that, so they changed the dialogue here to say you can't count how many games you've seen him in now. We do love our Yoshi on the show, so here he is. Yoshi. There's the purple rupee. So we got 50 rupees, which is definitely a good thing. And the heart piece. Yeah, what a rare find. It's worth pointing out there are more prizes in here than there are in the original versions of these games. So, also they give you a hint here that they didn't before in the other ones, saying, hey, you got the Yoshi doll, so you're like, hey, you know, our mom wants one. So it'll kind of point you in the right direction. But you come here and get more stuff. In fact, actually for this, I'm going to go for this. I'm going to go for the seashell, and I'll go for the figurine. I believe the figurines are cases where you open them through the trendy game. Alright, let's go for that first. There's Chow Chow, basically in figure form. In a way, not dissimilar to the figurines from The Legend of Zelda the Minish Cap for Game Boy Advance. But as opposed to that one, we paid in seashells or different kinds of seashells. This one, you just have to pick it up out of this. Alright, so there you go. Got that. So far, I'm having really good luck. I was not sure I would, because I'm making those look way easier than it is. I've had many cases on my play of this, just for my own sake, and also on practice, and other people when they played it when it came out, saying the same thing. I remember Ed Wack trying to get a bunch of these things when the game came out, and he's like, it's gonna slip out like that. There we go. But the good news is it did have some physics to it, so even though it did slip out, it is closer, so I can go pick it up from where it is. As long as you do a quick tap on up, it basically will not move at all. So as long as I can just drag it over a little more. Oh no, that's even worse. I wish it would have been better. Yeah, I do want to get this though. And if worse comes to worse, I'm gonna try and I don't know if the hook is gonna be able to grab it enough to get it into the hold. We'll see. Alright. Oh! Inches away. Okay, I'm not gonna try again yet on that one. I'm gonna go for the red rupee. Yeah. I'm gonna go for that one. Basically, it's not moving. Yeah, if I was playing the Game Boy and Game Boy Color versions, we would... Oh, shit! Oh, that was lucky! I was looking at that saying, that's also the physics of it working in my favor, because it looked like I missed that, and then it rolled over, hit the conveyor belt, and I got it. That was close. Yeah, I came out ahead. Oh. Yeah, the Chow Chow figure. Basically what happens now, remember, you basically find those little podiums, and you put them in. Yeah, I want that seashell, thank you very much. Also pointing out, I believe if you leave, it will not hold the position it's in, so... It is close. Maybe I can get it out within 2 plays. I was clutch as anything, me getting that red rupee. I'm glad I caught it on tape. Ooh! I was gonna say, is it gonna happen with this one now, too? Honestly, I'm surprised the seashell's giving me the most trouble. Yeah, I got one more case. And don't worry, money is something you can find pretty easily. And unlike the original version, that had a 999 rupee cap. This game does not have that, thank God. Oh! Alright, that's fine. I'm glad it popping out then, because at least it popped out onto the conveyor belt. No, I'm broke. That being said, I got some nice rewards. Yeah, put it to your ear and we'll hear those whispered secrets. Alright, I'm just gonna see what's in there. I don't have money to play anyway. Alright, just a heart and more rupees. Alright, I did come out with pretty much everything. Okay. Alright, so now as we go, I'm gonna go and give the Yoshi doll to Mamasha. And I'm also gonna make some money back as I go. Because I do want to get some money to get the shovel. That is one of the things that's in the shop over there. But before I do, let's go talk to Marin. She's in the square. Taryn went to the forest to look for mushrooms, but I'm a fan of singing. I'm gonna stand here in the square and do it. And here's my song, The Ballad of the Windfish. It's not the same one we heard in Majora's Mask. This is the original. Alright, that works. Also, by the way, don't accidentally swipe at the doggies, otherwise they'll dive at you and they'll hurt you if they touch you. Alright, so I don't have much more money to do a whole lot of other things, including the fishing. I'll have to do the fishing later. In fact, we'll go to the forests first after I do this. But also, I'll take a look at this. Okay, that's Boo. So basically, any time I find the stands, let's see if I can find the one for Bow Wow. Shy Guy. What about that one? Spiny. Okay, so I guess I gotta find the one where Chow Chow is. That's Pokey. So there's a lot of Mario enemies. But alright, Mamasha, I want the doll. Can I have it? Sure, here you go. You're a generous person, so I'll give you this. Alright, we got a ribbon. Maybe you can trade it for something else. We're pointing out the trading quest is mandatory in this game, so you do have to go through this entirely. Alright, so we're going to do that, and actually the next person we're going to be able to trade to is in the vicinity. So we're going to do that before we go to the forest. And actually, after that, I am going to go and go back down to the beach briefly. Yeah, don't worry, Bow Wow will not hurt me. Yeah, Bow Wow's a good dog like that. Remember, she said she wants some new accessories. Yeah, I want that ribbon. Trade it for my dog food. Sure. Lucky. Here's your dog food. Alright, so we got a can of dog food with a nice doggy on the front of it. Yeah, it's full of juicy beef. And it is not branded as far as see, it'd be funny if in Pikmin 2 they had like a brand of dog food going on as far as because there's branding of everything else in that game. Bow Wow. In fact, this is where I can put it in. Oh, actually, is it? No, it's Chow Chow is the one I can put in. Oh, right. No, right on the table. Chow Chow. Alright, I can do that. Place the Chow Chow figure here? Yes. Okay. So basically that's what you do. You put those down and be all set. I don't remember, actually, if there is a reward for doing that. We'll do it. Before we go to the forest, one last thing we're going to do. We're going to go back and see Sail down at the beach. Because he did say he's a fan of rare canned goods. And it's not too far of a walk as well. Yeah, I can kill more enemies and also maybe make some more money in the process. Yeah, not a whole lot, but you do have more money drops going on in this game than in the originals. Okay. Hi, Sail. Yeah, what's that you have? It's canned food. For heaven's sake, man, give that to me, please! Yeah, he's completely insatiable. I'm gonna lose if I can't get that can. Yeah, you can have it. Thank you, I'll take it. And he ate it whole. Yeah, it was great. I don't know if it's fair trade, but here's some bananas. Well, I mean, it's a food, so in that case, we're trading one food for another. In that case, food we can eat, but, yeah, we can't eat this yet. We can't do much with it for a while. So I basically just want to queue that up, so in that case, we get that set. Okay, so now, we're gonna go to the forest. Because remember, the owl said, go over there, because there's this, windfish he's mentioning. Maybe we can find our next clue over there. That's kind of the idea. We're going to be putting together a bit of this mystery going on, and also just seeing what's going on, and also enjoy the local color. Which one thing about this game I really, really like. There's a real sense of community in this one that is not necessarily unique to this one, as far as the fact that it has it, but I think because of the smaller scope of this, it kind of helps it. All right, here we are on the fort. It's looking a lot like the one from Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. All right, going to wake the dreamer, huh? Much miss you find here is uncharted, but you might find it travel difficult to leave whilst the windfish is napping. By the by, have you ever visited the Tail Cave? Yeah, we were over there before. We couldn't get in. You have to go find a key in this forest and then take it over there, okay? The windfish is watching. Okay, hopefully it's not watching me all the time, but either way, let's go. Alright, I do love the forest here as far as that is, but we also have some familiar Zelda enemies. We have moblins. And we also got a piece of power. Pick this up, you get double attack for a while. Actually, this game, they do incentivize the fighting with them a bit differently, because in this case, they throw the spears, but you really need to use the, shield more. And also, in this case, I think it does double everything going on, but here's a raccoon. Hey, what's up, man? My nose is very sensitive to stuff like dust and powder. Is it now? Let's get going. Yeah, we lost thanks to me. What are you talking about? Yeah, just to let you know what happens when you talk to the raccoon, you go past the raccoon there, you get warped to a random part of the forest. And we gotta do something in order to take care of it. But the good news is we also have the fairy here. Hello, hello. Yeah, when you have yourself hurt, come here and she'll give you recovery. Actually, on the Game Boy and Game Boy Color version, she doesn't appear at all if you don't have health. But in this case, she just tells you, yeah, you're totally healthy, don't worry, come back when you're not. Okay. Just walk along. Also, be careful not to fall in the pits, otherwise you get hurt as they're getting stuck by the chews. The red ones will split into pieces when you slice them. Alright, there we go. Also, they get stuck to you, kind of go slowly. And even though they did up this game as far as the Switch 2 patch, it's something where the frame rate does slow a little bit as far as the animation goes. But we gotta go in here. Bare floor cracks, don't get too comfortable on them. Yeah, I won't. Here we are in the caves. I do love the music of the caves. But yeah, we have the crystals we gotta be careful. But he said, yeah, be careful with the floor because if you step on the floor for too long, you're stuck. The floor collapses underneath you and you fall. In this case, also push the boulders. You push them once. In that case, I want to get that set so it's a rupees. 50 rupees, very nice. Awesome. Alright, there are the green shoes. They pop out kind of nowhere. And there's a skull. We don't have a way to take care of the skull yet to get that heart piece, so it's gonna have to wait. Okay. Ouch. Yeah, when they have a shield, which you have to do actually in this one, which is a bit different than the original. The other one, you basically just go around them. In this one, you pretty much have to shield them in order to stun them and then slice them. It's actually not dissimilar to how some of the sword and shield gameplay of the Wind Waker is, actually. It's pretty interesting how they set it up. Alright, we gotta get this. Need the toadstool. There is a reason we need to get that, so we're gonna grab it now and we'll take it with us. And a little bit of a puzzle here because of a case that you can only do one push of the rocks. What you gotta do is make sure you're pushing in the right direction. But if you do get stuck, you can leave the area or leave the room and reset. And actually, these rooms, as far as the caves, it does work the way that the old Game Boy and Game Boy Color versions did, in the sense that you basically are scrolling from one screen to another. But actually, I gotta do it there because, as far as going away and coming back, because otherwise, I'm gonna be not able to progress. Alright, but I do need to get myself going on and make sure we're set. Alright, I am hurting now, not by too much, but since I only have 3 hearts, I want to make sure I'm going to keep myself alive. Yeah, let's heal your wounds. Alright, get rid of all that stress. It's been a long day, a long week, so just get set and we're all ready. Alright, she goes away. We'll see you later. Yeah, you can still hit him from behind if you get there, but something where, in this case, they really incentivize using the sword and shield. And you know, to switch between the sword and shield on separate buttons, like in the originals, it makes it a lot easier to manage. I mean, for that reason alone, this is better than those are, but I would still say it's not a case where, oh, those games are impossible to attack. On the contrary, there's still a lot of fun to come back to as far as planning. Even when I was doing stuff to get ready for what I'm going to show off with that later, I was all set. Okay, you have to be careful of these things. I'm going to briefly show this. Hit him, you get shocked with a sword, and there's a flashlight warning on the Game Boy Color version. So I'll give an indication when we get there. Alright, we got the toadstool, and you come here to the witch's hut. Bubble, toil and trouble, give her a toadstool, and she'll give me a case of doing stuff like that, so let's talk to her. Yeah, the sleepy toadstool. Make something in a jiffy. Alright, so we got the magic powder. You set this to X or Y, your choice, and you can use the sprinkle on things. She said try it in the hut. So press the plus button, pick Y or X to put it on, and go put on a Y button. And just drop it onto the candle or onto the torch. Use it on aim to see what happens. If you run out of the powder, go to the forest, pick another mushroom, and come back and I'll make you another one. She's come back without it, you may have to pay a price for your leftovers. I don't know if that means you have to pay her in money, which might be easier. But one thing I'm going to do is I am going to sprinkle powder on this thing. Because you get stunned, and in that case, then you can slice it. Whereas the weird eyes going on. Also, I can drop it onto the moblins. Yeah, you kill them in one shot. And on the original versions, they set on fire. They set on fire and then they die. Okay, no, they sort of set on fire too. There's another piece of power. Yeah, you're gonna get those a lot as far as how it is. And also, they don't play this, I guess, overpoweringly so like in the other ones. Yeah, you see in that case, he also took one hit to get rid of. But that raccoon we ran into, he did give us a little bit of a clue saying, hey, my nose is sensitive to things like powder. Yeah, dust and powder. Yeah, drop it on him. Alright, as it turned out, it was Terran. I guess something happened to him. He got transformed into that, raccoon. So it seems that some of the toadstools here are cases where if you bite into and return to a raccoon. It was no dream, my friend. It was fun, though. Okay, you do have to do that in order to get past here. I'm all tuckered out. I better set a spell before I hit home. Actually, I'll mention one thing from me growing up. I had not known the idea of what it meant to set a spell, which basically like sitting down for a while. At first I said, oh, he's gonna set a spell, like, I will set magic. Wait, Terran has the ability of magic. Not aware of that. That being said, you do need to do that because you have to get into this chest, because within this chest is the tail key. Now we can go and go to the tail cave, and that's gonna be our first dungeon. And the owl will be sure to tell us that. Take the key and go to the tail cave and get the instruments that's there. Alright, we'll do that. But first, I'm gonna go and kill that moblin. Yeah, you didn't see me coming, I just dropped some powder on him. Oh god, the like-likes, I hate these things. In that case, I just said, like, yeah, he's falling down to death. Yeah, the like-likes, they eat you and they steal your shield. In the original game, it was really bad because they ate your shield and you instantly lost it and you had to go back and buy it. This one, I think you do have a recompense to get it back quick. Maybe Ulrira can give us a hint. More on the library, huh? Eventually, he will give different hints. I won't necessarily show them all off, but we'll have that going on. And here's also the Gopanga Swamp. We can't really do much here yet, so in that case, I'm going to go back to town. And also, with the amount of money I have, I'm also going to see about doing the fishing game, too. Alright, you know what? I'll go through the dungeon first, and then we'll do the fishing game. Because at that point, then that will allow us to have more money to run that. And also, I might be able to afford the shovel by that time. So pretty much, I'm going to be slicing every single thing I see, as far as grass and anything, which is usually what you want to do in any Zelda game, really. And it's good to get back to Zelda. I know it's been a long time. I wanted to do this game for so long, but I wanted to wait around until I was able to be sure that Nintendo was not going to content strike me on this. But also a case of saying when's going to be the right way to do this and how we handle it. But okay, let's go to the dungeon. Okay, there's more. Yeah, there's money. Yeah, no money's getting left anywhere. But in this case, yeah, we're gonna. Well, fine. All right, we're gonna. Well, I was gonna say I'm gonna bring up the Zelda CDI games again, the ones that don't exist. About, oh boy, I'm so hungry, I could eat an Octorok. Or I could just kill every Octorok in the way. And I think also, since we played Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, we got RZ Jewel Fairmore, which is the modern homage to the Zelda CDI games. I actually demoed it on one of the Switch 2 Chronicle shows. I think it's actually quite good. Maybe the idea when we take Zelda out of it, you can either realize maybe where they're going for, and also understand the fact that they really said, we meant it when we said we're going to make this a good game, and it's a pretty good game. It has much better design than the Zelda games. Like, they really thought it out through. As we're at the first dungeon, the Tail Cave. And for this one, you have these enemies. You got to knock them over into the pit, because you can't kill them otherwise. And usually in every room you do want to do something, you get an item, usually. In this case, you get the key. That'll let us open a locked door within here. But also, sometimes the door locks behind you, so you have to make sure you get rid of everything in the area. Or do something else. Also, you get those Guardian Acorns and Pieces of Power a lot. And we have the compass. Yeah, and this one, it'll tell you where all the items are. It'll tell you where the boss, which is the nightmare, as they call it, is. And in this game, what happens when you go into a different room, if there's a key within it, you'll get a chime that goes, doot, 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 doot. Which will have that going on in just a second. Yeah, right there. And they also give you a flash on the side of the screen, which the Game Boy versions did not do. But it still gave you the tone in that. So in this case, we gotta maybe defeat them, but also press the button. So in this case, now it's all about trying to figure out puzzles. Which is definitely one of the aspects of Zelda that has made it endure for so long. And honestly, I guess this was also a good time to come back to Zelda thinking about this because of 40th anniversary this year. I guess question, what are we going to see as far as that? I mean, I know we have the movie coming out as far as The Legend of Zelda, which is out next year. It's the director of the Maze Runner movies, which, with all due respect, didn't exactly set the world on fire. And on the back of how much I hated the Super Mario Galaxy movie, my expectations for that are subterranean. So, we'll see how that goes. That's next year, but as far as this year for the 40th anniversary, yeah, because Nintendo doesn't really have much of a presence at the Summer Games Fest. We didn't see much from them yet. And maybe we're going to get a direct. There's a rumor we're gonna, as we got a map, by the way. And also, you have these doors where basically you put yourself into it, and then you're able to slide your way to the other side. But it's a one-way path, so in that case, as soon as you get that set, you're not going back once you go around. Yeah, I guess we'll see if that turns out true as far as if we see something else as far as Nintendo. It's been a while since they talked about stuff. Alright, we got a small key. Honestly, when it comes to their game announcements, they announce them kind of out of nowhere. Like, the remake of Star Fox 64 that's out at the end of the month. And also, the release date of Rhythm Heaven Fever, which is on July 2nd. Outside of that, not too much. Alright, there's 20 rupees. Oh, so this one I'm gonna go this way and just defeat the enemies here. So this just opens up the door. And if you're not sure where to go, hit that minus button and you pull up the map, which is beautiful how the map is set up in this one. And you can also pin this like in the world map in this game as well. Shows you where all the locked doors are, the kind of doors that are set. I love that they show that. Also where the item boxes are, and then that's where the boss is. In that case, we do have to get some other stuff. And like is one with the other Zelda games, for this one, we do have to go to an area as far as this to find an item that we use to beat the dungeon. In that case, yeah, let's go out and lock the door. Great atmosphere in here. And the great lighting of this version. Not that the other one didn't have atmosphere and lighting. In its way, it did. Differently, yes. And for this one, you have to push that to go through. Also, you have this owl statue. Unfortunately, there's no beak to it, so we can't tell what's in it. Alright, they're the Spinies from Super Mario Brothers. So in that case, knock them on their back with a shield and then slice them. I could go and get the piece of power. I don't want to do that yet. I'm going to wait. And now we're in 2D section. So in this case, yeah, we're seeing Goombas, also from Mario. Worth pointing out on the Goombas, if you're ever running low on health, unless you're running in hero mode, bounce on top of them and you will always get a heart off them. If you slice him, you will not always get something. But if you're ever running low on health, do that, and it'll be red as rain soon. And you have this great piece of music, which is mostly like it is in the Game Boy game. Boom, there you go. Okay. Alright, there's a flying heart, or flying set of hearts. Oh, what's in this box? Yeah, the Rock's Feather. This lets you do jumping. So yeah, you do have a Zelda game with jumping. Usually the idea is that Zelda is not a jumping game. Except for Zelda 2 and the CDI ones, except for Zelda's Adventure. But this one has it and it's on an item. So in that case, we're going to put that on. I'll put it on the Y button. I'll put the powder on the X. In that case, press that button, you do a leap. You use that to get across holes and things, but also in that case, jump and get an item. In this case, yeah, just make a nice jump here. Oh, it's worth pointing out, your physics when you do the jump in this one are a little slower than they are in the original version. Not bad, but it is slower, so it is something you are going to kind of notice it. But not enough that's going to make you say, oh yeah, I don't want to be dealing with this. In this case, yeah, when we have that, we can just make that jump and get out of here really quick. So, the dungeons, as is usually the case with Zelda, especially with this one, they're exquisite. But also when they get hard later, it's like, oh yeah, I was like, where am I going? What am I going to do? You do have to think. I do love that. Alright, in that case, get rid of that worm there. So, yeah, in that case, yeah, we have the stall posts, so let's get rid of them. I mean, I guess they're stall posts, in a sense, but like the skeleton dudes, as far as how they are. But there are stall posts in this game, as we also have this puzzle. Even without the beak there, I do know what I gotta do. You have to pretty much match it up with the same color as each of them. So in that case, I did it wrong. But then it'll reset. So in that case, I gotta get all spades. There we go. Alright, there we go. Let's get within this. Okay, there's the beak. Now you can put it into the owl statue and it'll tell you what's going on. I'll show for the other ones. And it's worth pointing out you do have to get a new one of these every time you go into a dungeon. Turn aside the spin ones with the shield. So if you don't know what to do, these statues will tell you what you need to do, but you do need to go back and get the, you need to go back and get the beak in order to run them. Also, I'll be using that jump all the time, by the way, because as I mentioned, I was born and raised in platforming games. But also, in this case, you're seeing like, oh yeah, there's an enemy in the way. It's like, no, I'll just jump out of the way, or jump and slice. I love doing that. As long as you have that set, you can basically be... You can control a room way easier as far as it. If there's a door you can't open, move a square block. So, alright, I think the idea is they maybe intended me to go, to get this thing first. Turn the spin ones aside with the shield, and some of them are the same. But since I'm here, they're gonna die. It is interesting, though, seeing the case of, like, a lot of Mario enemies, as far as them and the Goombas. But we're also seeing some of the enemies we'd seen in other Zelda games. Or will see some of the other ones when we play, the ones we've not played yet. Ouch. Because honestly, when it comes to Zelda, we've only played the 2 on N64, and then, this now, and we previewed Link to the Past, more like the Gemini 96 did. And he'll be involved when we get to that one. And he also called Zelda 1, I think, as you got this mini-boss. He's throwing that off, so in that case, just slice him when he comes by. But basically, make sure you jump over the roller. Boom. Alright, got him. Alright, he's dead and there's a fairy. You get that, and you get recovery of more hearts than just one. Also, you get this warp point that takes you back to the beginning of the dungeon. And it'll also mark it on the map in this version, which I do love. Okay, so we do need to... Oh, actually, we can't get that yet. We actually have to come back to get that. I need to have bombs in order to go through the wall. That being said, that is where the boss is. Before I can go there, I need to go get the boss key, or the nightmare key, as they call it in this. Ouch. Oh, no, I didn't... Okay, now I got it. It was preemptive. Okay, now I can also grab that, so it'll be at full health. Okay, the boss key, as we're pointing out, is over there, up on the top. And you do need the Rock's Feather to get over there. Actually, right, I forgot, like, these things, they're the Buzzy Beetles from Super Mario Brothers. Although it's more obvious that they're that in this version as opposed to the Game Boy games. Awesome. So set. So here's the Nightmare Key. That'll let us in as far as in the lair. Okay. So right now we have nothing else we can do except beat this place. We will come back for what's in the box over over there. As soon as I get bombs, I'll come back. And we should be able to get to a case of getting bombs semi-soon. I do need to get the, how many rupees I have? 132. I do need to get the shovel, I believe, before I get the bombs. Although I know there's a place you can also get them off of, drops of things. Okay. Now, just to show this in case I, don't get to show it. Yeah, this is a dungeon. I guess they hang those, guys here, or gals, whatever they are, whoever they were, and they're dead. Aside from that item, which I don't think was in the original versions, the only reason to come down there is for another reason, but I'll show that in a sec. Oh, I might. We got the boss. Outsider. Alright, this is Moldorm. They do announce the boss's names in this one. I do love that. Now, it's kind of like Moldorm in Link to the Past. Fitting, because a lot of the same people who made Link to the Past made this. Yet hit the bulbous red part on his tail, and it'll go around like crazy. So we're pointing out if you fall here, either on the cracked floor or on those 4 holes on the sides, you do go down to that dungeon, that room below, I should say. I think you only have to do them like, oh no, I think it's more times in this one than on the Game Boy games. But he will start moving faster as far as how it is, so I gotta make sure I get him. There we go. Okay, no, it's just 4 times anyway. So if I were to fall and I would have fallen down there, and you do have to start the battle over again, if that's the case. But we got one here. And here's a heart container. Unlike the Game Boy games, it's worth pointing out, that one you have to take the heart container. You cannot leave it be. So it's impossible to do a 3-heart run on this game, as far as in those. This one you can skip it if you want, but don't skip it. It's nice. You get more health, and it's wonderful. And you get the music here actually from the Game Boy game, seeing the first of the instruments of the sirens. And the door locks behind you so you can't leave, but don't worry, we're fine. I'll take this. Here we go. It is the Full Moon Cello. Beautiful. Let's give it a play. And the power of that song will get us out. Alright, so that is the first dungeon done. But we'll be back here, as I mentioned, when I get bombs. But I'll also give you a hint. Swamp. Go to the swamp. Or path opens in the blooms. Alright, so we did go to Gapanga Swamp earlier, so we're going to have to go there. But there's a couple things we got to do first. Alright, so we got what we needed. We're all set. That's the first of the instruments, so we're all good. That's one of the instruments, the sirens, yes? I didn't believe you were real at first. What, that I could do this? But that instrument, along with 7 others in the set, have the power to wake the windfish, so you have to collect all of them. I'm instructed to give you directions. By who? Your next goal is in Gapanga Swamp. Okay, I also know this game, which is the reason why I said, oh yeah, we're going there next. Also, the game told you as well. But either way, that's the idea. Okay. In this case, now we can make that nice jump. So it also shows the evolution of Link and also the evolution of your traversal of the area. I always love that in Zelda, especially in this game. But those kids look like they're really scared of something. What's going on here? Yeah, but it's serious. What? The Moblins came to town. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's right. A whole gang of them came here. That's for real. They all went to the house. What house? Yeah, that house, and they did something at Bow Wow's house. What'd they do? It was a really bad scene with Moblins. Alright, so yeah, they're totally, beside themselves. We gotta figure out what's going on. Oh, wait a sec, Madam Meow Meow, what's up? My Bow Wow was kidnapped, or dognapped, by moblins. Somebody help him. Yeah, we'll do it. Okay, so, alright, he was kidnapped. But how do, what's Chow Chow thing? Okay, Chow Chow doesn't care. Or, I don't know, maybe Chow Chow's so young, or maybe Madam Meow Meow is trying to, shield him from it. But yeah, Chow Chow's like, yeah, I have my bow, I don't care, I'm happy. Alright, fair enough. That being said, let me take a look at a few things. What about Marin? What do you think? Did you hear what's going on here? Yeah, Terran's home taking a nap. I don't know if we sleep on such a nice day. Well, after we saw in the forest, maybe that's why. I want to sing a song. She doesn't have multiple songs in her repertoire. I love that song, but it's a case where she doesn't have multiple. So in that case, we have to get that set. Since she did say that Terran's sleeping, I'll take a look. Here he is. If you don't know, call old man Ulrira. Actually, he's like Mario in Super Mario RPG in the sense he has the thing coming out of his nose. Alright, that being said, we are going to go and help Bow Wow. Before we do that, I am going to try and see about if we can get bombs. I know I don't have enough of the shovel. It's 200 rupees for that. Or, how much is the heart piece is also there. Actually, right, I have to... Okay, I have to get that first before... Okay, two things. I either have to get that first, or I have to go to the next dungeon, which admittedly is on the way of where Bow Wow is. Okay. I mean, I may as well just cut this down. I mean, also, I'm not going to turn this into actually what happened before I started the show tonight. I actually was doing the audio check, actually right before I started tonight. Actually, let's do the fishing, and then we'll go off and save Bow Wow. Because I could also get more money as far as this. Yeah, let's fish. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, we don't have to, it's not a time limit to get Bow Wow back. Having said that, I do want to catch the fish. But it's not going to turn out until what, as I mentioned, me slicing up everything like it did before I started the show tonight. I was doing audio checks actually only like 15 minutes before the show because an hour before I realized I thought this show was going to be going right against the Summer Games Fest, but it turned out to start at 5 o'clock instead of 8. In that case, I'm going to get him. Also, if he starts pulling too much and shaking, be careful not to pull too much, otherwise the line will snap and we'll get him. But I got him actually record time. You want to go for the big green ones because they give you more money. It's 32.64 inches. It's a wonker. It's worth 26 rupees. Those increase the rupee cost as far as you winning off of this from the Game Boy games. Also, unlike the Game Boy games, you get separate lures you can run as well. In this case, you got the middleweight lure, which lets you hit deep sea fish as far as that. Also, as you get one that's high, I'm going to give you a piece of heart. That's the other reason I came here. I think I only need one more, and then I can get another case of it. I'm going to change lure, and then I'm going to toss it in. It is 10 rupees for each throw-in. Although, if I do throw it in and don't pull anything out to start, I don't have to pay again. Basically, what you do is you hold the A button to cast it in. Well, he ate it, so alright, we're going to get the lighter fish. And then hit A button repeatedly, but if he starts shaking on the line, I'll let him just run and then start pulling. It's small, but it's plenty of fight. Actually, it's worth pointing out the original game was not this nice when you picked a small fish. It's a runt. I can only give you 5 rupees for that. Okay, they do say that, but they are kind of, I guess, softening the blow a little bit in this one, saying like, okay, it's 9 rupees, so that's almost another cast if you want. But there's something in its mouth. Oh, another heart piece. Right, I forgot there's more than one. So in that case, now I have a full heart container and we're all set. Want to keep going? Yes, because there is something I do want at the bottom of the lake. You can see it down there at the left. Looks like a bottle, but actually one thing I think I want to do, I think I want to get the green fish. Also, if you hold the A button as you toss out, he'll cast further. Okay, but since I am in downtime here, when I was doing my audio test, it was a case where I realized the Summer Games Fest presentation for tonight started at 5 p.m. and not 8 p.m. I said, I'm gonna go smack dab against that thing. As it turned out, no, I didn't. It was a case where I realized, oh, it was happening as I was doing the audio test. And I said, I'm doing the audio sounds, like, let me get the levels on this. So I was actually recording for almost a half an hour saying, oh, what are these announcements that they gave? And I said, I'm waiting for something big so that I can go crazy on tape and catch it. But unfortunately, as it turned out, the thing I really went crazy for happened near the end. I'm not going to waste time saying it. The Wolf Among Us 2. They finally announced it's coming out. It's coming out next year. That is the best announcement. Yes, that does include, what's the name of Final Fantasy VII's third part? Final Fantasy VII Revelation. That was another big case saying, yeah, we were waiting for the name of that thing. We finally got it. Yeah, I was saying, The Wolf Among Us 2 got me so excited. I'm so happy that that's finally coming out. I've been waiting for that thing for years. I mean, I showed that when we played The Wolf Among Us off-screen admittingly last year. I said I love that game with all my heart, and I was waiting for the new one. I was like, we're finally getting it. And they're remastering the original one that I played. I'll say this, if they do have a censor mode where it was able to show, censor the nudity, I'd love to live stream that. I don't know if they're going to, because they did announce they're going to remaster the original. Oh, there's another fish, but... There you go, I want to hook on that bottle. Also, you gotta be careful with the bottle, because you drag it. If you get caught by the other fish bounces, it can get lost, and it's hard to find it in the seaweed down there. So I'm just gonna go... Oh shit, I got stuck. Oh right, I guess it hit into his mouth, that's what happened. Yeah, I'll keep going. Actually, maybe I should catch him. Because I'll also get pretty close to getting 200, so in that case, I can get the shovel. I mean, I might end up getting him anyway by accident. Okay, you know, maybe I can. Come on. Alright, I got the bottle at least. Yeah, there's a hold off on this. So you basically want to do with the bottle, which is new in this version. The bottle is not in the Game Boy games. Oh, you hit right into it. He saw it going. Oh. Alright. Yeah, I do want that, because there's a nice little addition. Oh, yeah, okay, I can call it. Alright, I at least can clear the field, sort of. Although, unlike the original games, the fish will come back while you're here. Alright, there you go. So there's a nice little fish. 861. That's 11 rupees. Okay. So it's basically free play. Mm-hmm. Yeah, as I said, I realize I'm not going up against the Summer Games Fest as far as how it is for this show. So that was good, but I didn't take down notes of everything that they announced, because I literally just was watching it right before the show started, saying what they announced that was stuff I'm really excited about. Wolf Among Us 2 was definitely one of them. Virtua Fighter 6, they did give it the name Virtua Fighter Crossworld, I think is the name of it. They're having a story for that for the first time since Virtua Fighter Animation from Game Gear, actually. And it is by Ryoga Gotoku Studios, but keep in mind the Yakuza games. And yeah, if he shakes like that, just let him go. And don't try and push, because if he keeps doing that, he'll snap off the line. But he'll eventually stop, and then you can kind of pull him in. Whoa. Just be patient, and you can get him. Stranger Than Paradise, the new game also from Ryoga Gotoku Studios. They are announcing that. They announced this coming out in January. It also has a lot of famous people in it. It has Snoop Dogg. He's involved with it. Also, I don't know if people are going to like this. I'm going to be curious. I'm going to predict a massive Guitar Hero 5 level backlash on this. The fact that it has the late Tupac Shakur in the game. And I don't know how they're doing it, what that's going to look like. But he's in the game. I guess Dude's estate is okay with it, but we'll see. I'm thinking it's going to be like Guitar Hero 5. Remember when Kurt Cobain is in that, and then they said, oh, by the way, we had it for the purpose of the Nirvana songs were on that soundtrack, but then they said, oh, by the way, you can use him on any song. So you can have him singing to Living on a Prayer by Bon Jovi. And also, if you have a lot of DLC, you can have them playing other stuff, and people's like, how dare you have that going? I know Courtney Love, his widow, sued Activision over that, and they basically said, okay, we're not going to do that anymore. We'll see what goes on as far as that with Sega. But, yeah, that was something they announced. Also, that game, the new game from the guy who made, Fumito Ueda, the guy who made Ico and Shadow of the Colossus and The Last Guardian, he's got a new one. And we got the bottle. That's a fairy bottle. I'm going to leave. I'm all fished out, and I almost have enough money for the shovel. Also, yeah, Bow Wow's still missing, so let's go get him. Yeah, as you mentioned, that new game from Ueda that is coming out finally. That's pretty nice. I'm gonna go also into some of that stuff more tomorrow with Ultimate 94T. We're gonna be running at 12:30, by the way, for that one, just to let you know. I'll update the schedule for that and also say at the end of the show what we're playing, because I haven't said it yet. But he did text me early in the show and saying, like, yeah, 12:30 is gonna work. He's like, yeah, no problem, you got it. And it'll be short. It'll be like 3 hours, because he said I can't stay a whole lot of time, but we do want to start something. And it's going to be actually a scoping show, just to let you know. And in other cases, it's going into something of the anniversary of gaming. Okay. So let's jump over this hole, and we're going to go in this house. Alright, this is Mr. Wright. He's someone who likes writing letters. The only thing I don't like about my hobby of doing this is that I don't get responses to the letters I send. So we're pointing out also this. This is where we can get references to other games of Nintendo's. In this case, it's not exactly completely a game of Nintendo's. This is nodding to Mr. Wright, who is actually the, like the guide you have in SimCity for Super Nintendo. And he is modeled after Will Wright, the creator of The Sims and SimCity and the head of Maxis, or was the head of Maxis, I should say. I'll have a picture of him here because actually his representation in this game definitely looks a lot like him, as is the case. Be saying like, hey, I like writing letters, but nobody ever writes back to me. So what am I going to do about that? Yeah. Okay, in that case, it's just that way. Alright, so we'll have to come back as far as Will Wright later. I'm gonna call him that, because it is Mr. Wright, that's who he's named, and I also love the idea that you know what a homonym is, in the sense of saying it's Mr. Wright like he's writing a letter, as opposed to W-R-I-G-H-T, which is how Will Wright's last name is spelled. Okay, I'm gonna go in a cave. I don't know if I can... Okay, with the jump I can get it. Okay. Got 20 rupees. That's enough to get the shovel almost. It's fantastic. Whoa. But also don't want to stand on the cracking floor. And that I can't get until we go to the next dungeon. But I can get a piece of power. And actually, speaking of pizza power, because that's something that if you say it too quickly, you're going to say that. They did announce a new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game that's by Platinum Games. We'll see if it's as good as the last one, because the last one was no good at all. So, we'll see how that goes. I'm not necessarily hopeful, but it didn't look too bad as far as what they showed. For me, Wolf Among Us 2 is the thing that got me hooting and hollering. I'll say this right now, and I'll probably go into this with Edwack and Nikki and next week, and also Ultimate 94T tomorrow. But the Summer Games Fest presentation tonight was all worth it because it's Wolf Among Us 2. I'm so excited for that, I can't even put that into words. And that's also on top of other stuff, because they did finally announce one of the worst kept secrets in the industry, that being the remake of Resident Evil Code Veronica. It's Resident Evil Veronica. They announced it, and it's out next year for all the consoles. A game that honestly I think could use it. And the first Resident Evil game I ever played. I bet Ultimate 94T is going to love that, because just to give you a preview as far as it when he comes in, there are 3 franchises he loves the most. Legend of Zelda, which we have representation of right now, Sonic the Hedgehog, and Resident Evil. So in that case, actually you got a double dose as far as that, because there is more stuff going on with Sonic, where they went into... I had to go around, unfortunately, so I basically have to take the long path all the way around this area. But they announced new DLC for the second year for Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. They're having crossovers with Godzilla and Neon Genesis Evangelion. I'm really surprised on both of those. But those do seem pretty cool as far as what they got, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles DLC is out next month. I confirmed that. Also, they announced a 4-player kind of puzzle cooperative game called, I think it was Sonic Pico Park, I think it was. It looked kind of interesting, and hopefully it's a better 4-player Sonic game than Sonic Superstars was. I'll say that. Also, yeah, we don't want to go up here. But, there was that. There are a bunch of Souls-like games as far as how they were. A lot of cases of games that are also getting the hell out of the way of Grand Theft Auto 6 when that comes out in November. I kind of get it, but it's also a weird case of saying, like, September is unbelievably stacked with stuff, and that also is going on with what we had with Sony. But alright, you come in here. This is the Moblin Fortress as far as the Moblin hideout. We have to go and kill some Moblins to get Bowel back. And he realized that, yeah, we're here for the mud, so we have to come get him. Yeah, because we have Onimusha Day of the Sword. That's out in September. They announced that Sony. They showed Wolverine from Insomniac. That looks amazing. Bloody as anything, but looks terrific. They announced new stuff for PlayStation Plus, but also it's going to be available to purchase, which I know Edwack was very confused about, but he's also delighted because one of them is a Guitar Man. We played Guitar Man on the show. They're re-releasing it this month for PlayStation 4 and 5, and you can download it, or if you have PlayStation Plus, you can also, and you have that, it's available to you just to play at any point. You can buy it a la carte for $10. Also re-releasing Onimusha Dawn of Dreams, the fourth one of those. And Psyops, the Mind Geek Conspiracy. I'm so happy that's getting re-released. That is one of my favorite games of Midway's. And I'm so happy that's going to get a modern perspective itself. And some other stuff they announced too at that, including the next God of War game. Alright, this is the leader of the Moblins here. Yeah, we're an assassin sent by Madame Meow Meow to rescue the mud. He's right. You can't even get me his eye who will get you. No, I don't think so. What you want to do with him, he's basically wait till he starts laughing at you and baiting his chest and then let him knock him to the wall and then slice him to death. We are an assassin. He's not living. Oh, but also, in this version, unlike the Game Boy game, he can also screech to a stop before he hits the wall. I actually forgot he could do that in this. There's also, if you just move out of the way right before, it's like the bullfights, as far as in Spain. And actually, just like the bullfights, the bull then gets run through with the sword and killed. So in that case, we did exactly the same thing, so bye-bye to you. You're dead. Also, one thing to mention, because I got that fairy bottle, I can pick that up and get health, but also the other thing is if I set it to a button, I can swipe it and put the fairy in the bottle. It's worth pointing out when you die, it will not come to your rescue, so you do need to make sure you pull it out before you're going to die, as far as it. But there is another way to be able to survive that as far as it in this game, which we'll see later. Alright, there's Bow Wow. He did get kidnapped, but we got him. He's a fearsome beast, but don't worry. He's only fearsome to enemies. He'll treat everybody else nicely. And actually, we need him to get to the next dungeon. So that's something that's pretty unique. And also, I guess an interesting case of like a power fantasy in this way of saying, hey, you know, Bow Wow is a case in the Mario games. He's like chomping at you, but in this case, what if you could use his power against enemies? I think this is like one of the only times in any game like this that you could do that. And it was before Super Mario Sunshine came around. And even then, you're not using it to eat enemies. Fearsome looking animal. And then Bow Wow eats the L, and then the L dies. I was like, yeah, I don't think so. Don't forget it's in the swamp. Like, yeah, we know it's over there. In fact, we do need to go over there, and then he'll be able to help us. Okay. Windfish enamel for just neither. Okay? Also, this is something new in the Game Boy... Okay, in the original Game Boy version, there's nothing here. In the Game Boy Color version, there's the camera shop. We'll show the camera shop off again in this play in a few months. But on Switch, there's also Dompe, the Gravedigger from the N64 games. He's here. He says, I have a job. Can I help? Can you help me with this? Dig up interesting stuff on the island. When you have some time spare, come to Shack, okay? Yeah, that's just Shack. We're going on that later, as far as what's offered. Oh yeah, there you go. That's the other thing, because yeah, when you have Bow Wow around, he sees an enemy inside, he'll eat it. And if there is an item as far as when it comes to rupees or something like that, you will be able to get it. Whoa. But if I fall, so yeah, don't worry, Bow Wow's not coming with me. Actually, I think you can also eat him, can you? Yes, you can. And also, there's the Zora, looking more the way they did in Link to the Past, as opposed to the redesign in Ocarina of Time. And there's the graveyard. Actually, having Bow Wow here is really helpful because the ghosts... I think you need the ghosts. Come on, Bow, eat the ghost. Don't make a liar out of me. Okay, maybe Bow Wow can't eat ghosts. Okay, because the ghosts take tons of damage, although if you do beat them down, you usually will get a fairy or something really nice off it as far as... Okay, we can't go that way yet, so actually we do need to go over the swamp in order to get into the next dungeon. And this is where I'm going to be questioning the idea of how long is this game going to run. Because I practiced most of this game a couple of weeks ago. And as I mentioned, I know this game really well from all the time I put into it growing up. As I said, I spent an obscene amount of time on this game. On road trips, I was always playing this. Even amongst other games I had on Game Boy Color, and it's worth pointing out, this was also before Pokemon came out, before I got Pokemon. Because I got Pokemon Yellow version the year after. Because I did get Game Boy Color in 1998 when it came out. But I was playing this game left and right. Even amidst other games I was putting tons of time into, some we played on the show, like Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3, and... Oh, he's stuck on Ulrira's, the door to Ulrira's phone shack. Also, yeah, this is why you bring him here, you can eat these things. In that case, it'll get your way through. Yeah, please eat that, and also, in that case, eat that one, please. Also, don't worry, Bow Wow's invincible, so he can't get hurt. Alright, when we come back to town with him after we do the dungeon, we are going to get the... Yeah, we'll get the shovel and we'll get the bombs. Actually, we'll get the bombs in here. Also, point out, you do need to have Bow Wow to get in here, and they do a change from the Game Boy Color and Game Boy version where they add a rock here, so if you want to come into this dungeon again, you can. In the other earlier versions, you actually cannot come back here until actually near the end of the game. So if you miss something, yeah, you're gonna have to wait a while before you can come back. Alright, so we're at the Bottle Grotto. And this has some of the instrumentation in the Game Boy game going as far as the background. In this case, you do need the magic powder in here because you're gonna be dropping it down on the torches. Notice you get these skeleton guys who are gonna be pounding you. The yellow ones will do that. Alright, there's one key. So we're pointing out also this place loves something that actually that orange floor there gives a little indication to you. As well as seeing Shy Guys from Mario. But here's the deal about them. When you walk along, they'll walk along the opposite way, but also depending on how that is, you can also get them stuck on a wall so you can basically go over there and hit them in the back and kill them. And also if you're doing the charge, you move left and right or up and down, and he will not change direction. In that case, hit in the back, he's dead. Alright, so in the chest here, we got the compass. They usually give you this to you early, but there's some cases where, depending on where you go, you might miss it. Cases where they might give it to you later. Especially in the last two dungeons. Yeah, right there, you also have the blue case. That is a block, you actually can't go past that. But here's the deal, you have this crystal, slice it. It goes down, you also get him into that weird case because he's going across. It's like the Sparky from the Mario games again. They usually will follow the wall, but in this case, he's kind of stuck on what he thought was a wall, and nothing's happening here. But by doing that, it also switches the orange floor there, so that then the blocks come up. So you have to kind of balance back and forth between that as far as having that set. Get rid of him. So you do have to solve a lot of puzzles with this, and you do have to be pretty creative about how you do it. Because in that case, I hit that, I can't go over there, but also if you're standing on this, this is actually a bit of a platform, so you can jump across it and go this way. And normally you're not supposed to be able to do it this way, but because in that case, I was able to get that set, you can do that, and then go over that way. In the meantime, at least get that chest. And you hear that satisfying dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. It's always just satisfying to hear that. It's like, yeah, you solved that puzzle, and man, it feels good when you did it. Even though, to start, some of the puzzles are semi-simple, but honestly, it's something where, when I first played this, I actually was struggling with this game quite a bit. But when you understand how this game works, it gets a lot easier. And in that way, it is not necessarily a bad one if you're starting, as far as Zelda, because of the way the difficulty is, and honestly, also, this remake does need a better job as far as that. I mean, if you're looking for the hardest Zelda to start with, it'd be probably Zelda 2 from NES, or CDI ones, or Zelda 1. Alright, there we go. So we got the key. Yeah, because I was talking to people as far as Zelda 2. I mean, Gemini96 completing that game actually on our lunch break as far as it before Christmas. I was like, or as Crusader64 said, what a feat that was. Yeah, absolutely. The fact that he beat that game, given how hard it was. But also other people I was talking to saying like, yeah, you know, a friend of mine, her father, said like, I grew up playing this game, sort of, but also a case of saying that I never beat this game like 2 months ago. So he was spending years for it, and I've never beaten it either, because actually I barely played Zelda 2. So I need to practice that game massively, or I'd have to say to Gemini96, please can you do it? Or maybe if somebody else knows that game really well, if they can do it. Not that I'm against doing it, I'm just saying that if somebody knows how to do it and they're really good at it, I'm not gonna take that away from them. For this one, nobody claimed it, so that's also the reason I took this, but there's also some Zelda games that I'm taking for myself, in particular. The Legend of Zelda Minish Cap might be one of those, although I know Ultra94T loves that game too, but he also called dibs with Gemini96 on Twilight Princess, which I believe is his favorite. And I also said to them, hey, after all the things I said about it when I previewed Okami a few months ago, I said, you can totally have a field day on Okami, like attacking the hell out of that if you want to, based on what I was saying. Because look, I like Twilight Princess, but I'm saying I think Okami's better. And it's a case where it's like, if you never played Okami and you love Zelda, Twilight Princess, for the love of God, play it. It's amazing. As you do this battle here. But yeah, you gotta be careful of the bomb dude. He also do that run towards you. You can do the grab. You do want to jump out of the way because otherwise he'll grab you, he'll throw you, and it'll hurt. And also he'll throw you onto the ground, onto the cracked floor, so you can be thrown into a pit. And he'll, we'll see him every so often. Whoa, crap, uh-oh. No! That was lucky. Whoa. That was lucky. There we go. Yeah, if you are quick and you're able to basically jump right out of the way before he dives, you should be set. Here's what I'm Alright, so there's the halfway point, but there's other things to find here. Oh, there's the beak. I don't have the beak, but I will go get it. Alright, this gives you a case of like that alternate dimension thing. Yeah, except he also sucks you towards what he, she, it, whatever that thing is. You're sucked towards the hole there, and actually it's a lot harder to avoid that in this one than it is on the Game Boy games. Whoa! Just because of the way the physics are more realistic, we got mad. Whoa. But it will sort of stop for a little bit, so in that case, you're all set. You're also seeing all the pots in here. You're probably thinking like, yeah, we've got to do some, get something in here to make that a non-issue, right? Yeah, you're right. We'll go get it. Right, in here, yeah, there's some ghosts. Whoa! Or big boos. Yeah, in that case, they fade away. You can also kill them. Actually, in the Game Boy version, you gotta kill them. But in that case, they quite literally gave it the ghost, and now I'm getting the power bracelet. You pick up pots and stones. It's better in the other one in the sense of saying at last you get it, because even they realized, yeah, when you brush against one of these things, it says, hey, it's really heavy, you need something to be able to pick this up. Thank God we got it. Okay, here it is. And also, it's on a separate button. So all you gotta do in this one, you hit the A button and lift up the pot, and boom, there you go. Pick up and throw. God, I love doing this. And like with the grass, usually there's gonna be rupees or hearts or something within them. So in that case, it's fun, but it's also something where it's really good as far as being able to get stuff set, but also for this, jump over here, hit that, and get the chest here. Get another key. I'm basically just going left and right through this as far as how it is. And let's look at the map. Yeah, because I do need to get that. That was over actually at the beginning, so honestly, I think I want to go back to the beginning for that. In fact, I will, because the warp point to that is pretty close. Alright, so bye-bye to the keys. Yeah, I forgot to mention that that's what the bats in this game are. Oh, in all the Zeldas are. Like, money. Yeah, don't leave. Yeah, no money left behind. Alright, in the original game, you walked into it and you instantly got transported. Here, you basically stop over it and then you get transported. Like that. Actually, the other reason coming back is because right at the beginning of the dungeon, there's a treasure chest that we couldn't get until now. Alright, so give me, what do we got? Money! Fantastic. Alright, yeah, there you go. All that broken pottery, love it. Okay, so now let's go through here. Yeah, those saw blade thingies, those look kind of happy on the top. Like, whoa! Yeah, get rid of that, but let's also turn on the lights in here. They'll show how great the lighting effects in this game are, my god. And here, there's another Buzzy Beetle, come here. Let's lure him over there and then make a jump. Whoa, oh, that was lucky. And off we go. But the lights will go out after some time. Alright, there's the stone beak. And since I am basically promising to show off all the stone beaks, I may as well just go through the way I came. Ouch. Also soak in the atmosphere of this game, which I do love doing. Even on the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy. You'd think maybe it wouldn't, but I'll tell you, as I mentioned, I played this game a lot on car rides to school and also on vacations and things like that. And honestly, it's something where I remember some great memories just kind of looking at this. And since it was Game Boy Color and it was not a lit screen, something where I had a light as far as on the screen, so I had like late nights like driving home from something, and I'd be able to like see kind of the light going on as far as the back of the car watching. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm like in this dark cave, but also lighting the way on my own case as far as playing with the Game Boy Color. Yeah, part of the floor is raised, tap the shining crystal. They are a little more clear as far as I explained this, which honestly, given how this is kind of something that takes some getting used to anyway, it makes sense why they'd change that line. As I mentioned, this is also a case where when this is not one of those remakes where they changed lines because you get the sense that somebody ridiculously thought there's something wrong with a line of dialogue for some stupid reason. It's not that. Every change they made as far as the translation is either to pay homage to elements of the franchise that connected, like the thing with the Yoshi doll saying, he's starting to appear in more games, but now he's appeared in tons of games, so they said that makes sense as far as making that change. But in this case, also saying, like, let's explain this a little more. So it gives you enough help, but also a case where it's not exactly telling you what to do. You do still have to have your wits about you, especially in the last couple dungeons of this game. They get really hard and really large. So in that case, the difficulty curve of this game is just right. And honestly, this is about the time when I think that was starting to be a factor in Zelda, where 1 and 2 are insanely hard, and they're kind of cryptic, especially 2. But then when Link to the Past came out, they said, okay, we're going to be a little clearer with what we can do, but also then saying that we can still have it difficult. So it's something where it's a great balance with Zelda, and, you know, even in some ways, I'd say, even with the cryptic parts of the first 2, it's still something that's still pretty fun if it makes sense, like, wait, where am I going? Even in the case of that game, those are where am I going games in the sense of saying, where am I going, but also excited, saying, like, I want to find this out. Not a case of me saying, oh, I'm so frustrated, I don't know where I am. So I think that's a very important distinction when it comes to Zelda, and honestly, as it went along, the way that it maybe made it easier for certain ways kind of helped it, but also a case where then it knows when to put on the difficulty to say, like, okay, you understand this now we're going to take the gloves off, and you better be ready. And this game definitely does that too. Make every block design the same, and a new path will open. Okay. Going back again, as far as the way this game is lit, I don't know if I really gave this game enough credit for that as far as this remake. Even as far as coming in here, seeing how the shadows of Link are going as far as this. It's gorgeous. Okay, here we go. So, we're back here. I made more money, so that's basically going to be, I guess, the running joke here, saying, how much money can Link make? Here we go. First, defeat the imprisoned Pole's voice, last, the skeletal Stalfos. And they do change that a little bit from the Game Boy game, because first they said, defeat the imprisoned Pole voice, last, Stalfos. With the question like, yeah, who are the Stalfos? So they give you a hint of what that is, and we'll show in a sec. That's where the puzzles is going to get pretty interesting. Alright, so there you go, there's the Goomba. Yeah, we have the Piranha Plant, it's also for Mario. As we got a piece of power, fantastic. Yeah, I've energy flowing through you, but in that case, yeah, I was slicing down the Piranha Plants. Sorry. Okay, right, this is the room they're talking about. Also, yeah, sorry to AJ42, me killing your beloved Piranha Plant. Okay, I did that wrong already. You do have to defeat the Pole's voice, that's the rabbit that's within that. And then you have to defeat the keys down there, and lastly, kill the Stalfos, the skeletal dude I just killed by accident. So, yeah, you have to kill them in the right order, otherwise you can't get what's going on. So he's like, he's throwing that there, let him. Now, Pole's voice, on in The Legend of Zelda, they died to, actually, on Famicom, they died to sound, because the second controller for Famicom had a microphone, and he basically screamed into it, and then, since they hated loud noises, they died of it. The NES version doesn't have that, because they don't have a microphone control, so they came up with a different way. I think you basically just have to slice them. But, or they did something different as far as that, I don't remember, and there's the Nightmare Key, by the way. But in that case, for this one, they tell you, like, yeah, just go get it. So they say in prison, so he goes like, okay, the thing that's in prison, I gotta go destroy that, and then get the skeletal dude. Okay, now, we're almost at the end, and I don't think I have too much left in here. In fact, I don't. We just have to go to where the nightmare is. And I don't even think I need to hit that. Let's go through the door. Alright, hear the Pole's voice again, so you pick that up and toss it. Actually, wait a second. No, you did throw the bracelet at them in the first game, because I think you did have the power bracelet in that. It's really been a while since I played Zelda 1. But still, I believe that was the case. I mean, we'll do it eventually for the show. As far as if it's gonna be our next Zelda after we finish this, yeah, I don't know. We'll get to that probably as we get closer to the end of this. Okay, also, you do need the power bracelet to get through here, because you do have these platforms. They go down as far as when you stand on them. Actually, I'm going to show that. I'm going to throw that away. Because he's there, you just step on that, but nothing's happening, so you got to weigh yourself down. So you pick up a pot, come up here, stand on that, and it'll go down. You also want to wait until it goes down completely, and then do it. Also, to go back up, which is a change from how the Game Boy games did it, so you gotta be careful about that. We're at boss. Also, as I realized when I was doing my notes on this, change in this boss in every version but the original. I'll mention that in just a second. I'm your bad guy this time. Yeah, this is the genie. They add new lines to him as far as the Game Boy Color version. The original Game Boy version didn't. They basically give you hints telling what do I have to do. He likes his fire juggling, so what you want to do here is you want to jump out of the way when he tosses. And on Game Boy Color, because you have to switch between the Rock's Feather, the Power Bracelet, which is his own item, and the sword. You have to make sure you set that set, you beat down the pot, and you get this line that's exclusive in... Oh, that's not in the original Game Boy version from 1993. He says, I'm still alright. Your Lotus Sword will break this bottle. And this is a new line, by the way, in this one. They don't tell you this part in the Game Boy Color version, which is saying, the wall's hero tougher than that dinky thing. Basically, give you a sense saying, hey, slice him to stun him, to throw the pot into the wall. You can't hurt me as long as I have my bottle. So he's gonna keep telling you that. So, yeah, just keep doing that. Basically, avoid when he tosses that out, and then when he, starts bouncing his bottle, knock him with the sword and stun him, and then toss him. Do that thrice, and it'll bust it. And you hit him in any wall you want, doesn't matter which. Also, you can actually count the fireballs he tosses in this one, which you couldn't in the older games. Alright, so let's toss him right in here for 10 minutes. Boom, he's busted. And when you bust him, this is the end of the battle almost. You do have to slice him more, but this is where things get tougher. He's hopping mad. So, he's just split into two, and after a little bit of time, he'll show his real form, and he'll throw fire at you. On Game Boy, it's instantaneous. In this one, there's a little bit of a wind-up, so you can avoid it. But basically, on Game Boy, you have to pretty much jump out of the way right away. Like that. Oh. In this case, using the spin attack, you do more damage with that, by the way. So, you want to have that set. Okay. Oh, he got him. He's dead. Awesome. Alright, so that is Bottle Grotto set. And there's our heart container. Fantastic. Alright, so we get our next side. We get our next instrument, I should say. Okay, we got the conch horn. So it's like the Great Conch from the Great Conch Shell from Freddy Fish 3 that we played earlier this year. Yeah, where's Uncle Blenny? Actually, no, that game wasn't out yet as far as it. But I don't know if they got the idea from this. From what I did on notes on those games, I didn't get a sense they were inspired by Zelda exactly. But maybe they should have been. Or maybe, I don't know, or maybe Zelda should be inspired by that. Maybe other games should be inspired by that, as they're telling you to go to the prairie next. We'll do that, but before we do that, we have to go home with Bow Wow. Well, sort of, but one thing I'm going to do is, since we're here, I'm going to take the rocks here, we're going to go up here, I'm going to open up a warp path. And there are more warp paths, by the way, in this game than there were in the original. So actually, the travel in this game is way nicer. Not that it was bad in the original, but they just made it better. It's the idea of the quality of life improvement is also something that doesn't neuter the challenge necessarily. So if you're fearing Metal Gear Solid the Twin Snakes, where it makes the bosses too easy because you have first person, you don't have to worry about that. It's a little bit of balance for that. Although then again, I also do like in Twin Snakes that you can play it that way, but then again, it's also something where, the question of saying, like, yeah, the way they thought that through, the challenge kind of went away. I guess it's telling that game has never gotten re-released. I mean, I'd say it could, but remember the GameCube side of the Switch Online, as far as it's, you think maybe it pops up there, the rating of that does not cover mature rated games, so I don't know if they would do that. And also, that would be probably a licensing nightmare, because you'd have to have Nintendo, Konami, and Silicon Knights involved, and I don't know where Silicon Knights' case is, because I think they might be in business. Alright, so there's that. This, by the way, is the warp point. You have to step on this version. In the Game Boy games, you basically just pass by and it's there. So there's the strange energy. We can't do much, but when you walk over this, yeah, it's not going anywhere because you don't have one open. In the original game, you basically had to warp between the ones you had open. You basically had to step in them repeatedly in order to go to where you want. I don't have more than one open, but in this one, when you step on one, you can warp to any one you have open. But thankfully, the other one we can get set is on the way. Alright, so yeah, come on, Bow Wow. Let's go, I don't know, you feeling the mood for Moblin tonight? There you go. I was gonna say, yeah, you're not gonna be denied a meal. Alright, this is also glowing, this is a special, warp point. Yeah, so in that case, when you have one set, you can use that to go over here. Actually, that's even closer. I forgot that was the one that was there. That is not in the original game. There's only a couple in the original, but this one has one. Also, one thing I do with the money I have, as we're in the, yeah, we're over here in the, what did it say we are? I mean, I'll see when I come here, because I do want to go to this house. Because we're at the prairie. They said go here. But for this house, I do want to go in. I was gonna bust these pots. Yeah, she's not gonna mind. She won't complain. Don't worry. This is Crazy Tracy. I have a secret sale that will pump you up. Will you 28 rupees? Yes, you got it. Alright, come here. I'll rub it on you. So it's like Zelda 2, going back to that, except in this case we actually see it happening. Except she's just rubbing on me telepathically, I guess. This is secret medicine. When you die, you will have all your hearts recovered. So you do want to get this set. You can only hold one of these, by the way, once. Also, you get bonus treatment, so if you have any, if you come in here without full health, you get your health recovered fully too. And you come back here and keep paying for that, but also the price for it will increase later on. Okay, so we're going to keep going through. I'm not going to go to the graveyard. There is something I'm going to do there. I think I'll do that next, because you do need to at least have beaten the Bottle Grotto in order to go in there. And it does go into something with the Game Boy Color version. I will show it off in the Game Boy Color version as well, but I will also show you. Roof, dig, rough. Right, okay. Also, if you have Bow Wow with you at this point, if you run over an area where there's an item there, he'll tell you to dig with it with the shovel. I don't have the shovel with me, so I can't do much with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and get it. Whoa. Ow. Okay, he died anyway, so alright, at least I went down and then he went down afterwards. Also, that is a hard piece that I need to wait till later. I want to see if I can't cheese it. It's easier to cheese on the Game Boy versions than it is on this one. I guess I'll have to come back later. Is a warp over to the cemetery over here, and I do want to go this way because this will get me to another warp point. It will also get me closer to where the store is, so I'm gonna go and buy the shovel. I definitely want to get the shovel, and I need to buy it anyway. Hey, Dompe, you're over here now. Got us so squared away for right now. Let's step in my shack. We're not at your shack. I gotta deal with Bow Wow. I gotta bring him home first. I'm bringing him home, and I'm also going in here and seeing what's happening. Right, okay, this case I gotta be careful because that rock is over. Also, you can't slice through that like you could on the Game Boy Color, so in that case, push that aside. Alright, I already did it wrong, so I gotta leave. Yeah, because of the collapsing floor, it makes it a little harder to get through this, so we're gonna do this again. At Ukuku Prairie. This is the prairie we need to go to, but not yet. Okay, so yeah, it's a little bit of a puzzle about which way I have to push. I'm gonna push this way. Right, also, you come here for the skulls, you pick them up with the power bracelet. You push that through, get rupees. Okay, I'm getting more money. Definitely good to have more money, because there's some things you gotta buy that cost a fortune. Then, yep. Push this, and then push it down, pick this up, and get the heart piece. Fantastic. And actually, I do want to go back to the forest at some point as well for that. In fact, I'll do that after I take Bow Wow home. And I'll remember what I have to dig as far as what's going on with that area he mentions. Actually, let's go in the store now. Bow Wow, I think you can wait to go home. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do two things. Okay, bombs. I want bombs now. I'm gonna do three things. Buy the bombs. Buy the shovel, which is 200 rupees. Say this is expensive. Yeah, we feel the joy of digging. We do like digging. Okay, and then buy the heart piece, which is 200 rupees. That's exclusive in this version. Also, when you leave, there is another item you gotta pick up as far as this, which you'll have to get this later. And this version emphasizes that you need it more than the Game Boy games. The bow. It's 980 rupees. Yeah, I can't afford it. Also, on the Game Boy games, remember, you have a 999 rupee limit. So in that case, you have to pretty much fill out your rupee count in order to get that thing. Thank God that's not a factor in this one. Marin, I have a cute doggy. What do you think? I just love to sing. Alright, she doesn't care. Oh, okay, that's a good look. Look, he's eating her hair. Alright, how's the hair taste, Bow Wow? Like, yeah, it tastes okay. What do you like to do, Zelda? Oh, yeah, not Zelda, but like, that's the joke. I like to do a lot of different things. I like to save dogs in my spare time. I like dogs in general, as far as in real life. I like to do game streaming. I like nice sunny days like this. Okay, there we go. We were here. I really appreciate what you did for my poor precious Bow Wow. No problem. Such a nice boy. How can I ever repay you? I know. Yeah, she kisses me. Yeah, I got a reward from Madame Meow Meow as far as that. Lucky. Alright, I don't think... Okay, I know this is not a reference to this. This is also a case you're probably never going to hear a reference to a Federico Fellini film when I'm playing a Zelda game, or anybody is. If you remember the film Amarcord from the 1970s, there is one scene in that movie. You've ever seen the movie, you know exactly what scene I'm talking about. The scene where a group of young children, or young boys, I should say, they are semi-seduced by a woman like this, as far as how it is. Not exactly the same case, and I know that movie was supposed to be semi-autobiographical to the growth of Fellini as a person, as far as how it was. Whenever I see, like, a large, kind of 40, 50-year-old woman like that, I always think of that movie. Really interesting film as far as it, although, I'll say, talking about Fellini's films, I saw that in a film class, that and 8.5, and also, actually, my favorite movie of his, La Strada from the 1950s. And I also remember my film professor was saying, like, hey, get out there and get something going on as far as, you know, taking that knowledge of yours out of the class as far as it went, because he's like, yeah, you love film, clearly. Why'd you do something with it? I don't know what he'd think as far as me doing stuff for show with this, but I also remember the idea of the main male character, that Zampano. It's like, I pronounced it the way the movie did. It's like, I love how you pronounce it, Zampano. Well, that's how the movie pronounces it. So, that's the idea of that one. Yeah, so I guess this is also an inadvertent Federico Fellini recommendation time going on. But Bow Wow's there. And on Game Boy Color, there's something else we can do with him. But now that I have the bombs, I'm going to do a couple things. We're going to go back to the Tail Cave because I do want to get what's in that chest. So in this case, I'm basically just kind of, as I mentioned, pretty leisurely with this game, but also something where, even though I am being leisurely with it, it's something where I'm still making a lot of progress. But I also know that's a case where we're not doing this in one show, although I don't think there's really any Zelda game we can do in one show. That is unless, or until we get to, what is it? I guess the first one? I guess Gemini 96 can do that in one show? I don't know, I mean, he did Pikmin and Super Mario 64 in one show. We'll have to see when it gets to that. Okay, there's bomb. Press the button and drop it. And you can also hit A button to pick it up, in that case we just need to bust the wall. And I'm coming in here because secret seashell. Yeah, we'll find out what we do with those in a little bit. Because actually where we're going, we're going to pass by where we need to go for that. Wait, no, I don't. Oh, I'm thinking the Game Boy games, because I'm saying, like, oh, wait a second. I have only 2 items on my person, and the sword's not one of them. No. The sword, the shield, also the fact that the piece of power holds across screens in this one, which I love that. And, oh, fine, the shield, the sword, the power bracelet, and the thing we're gonna get in the next dungeon all have their own dedicated buttons. I love it so much. Alright, so bye-bye, Octorok. You know, I'll keep going with this. Okay, I also gotta think as far as other stuff. Right, we're gonna go back to, yeah, go back to the forest because there's some more heart pieces and get on the way. And then we'll go down to the prairie. Alright, this is one of the places I couldn't get as far as get out of the way. Yeah, there's another seashell in here. There are more of these in this version than there are in the Game Boy games. I think there's... You only need to get 20 in the Game Boy games. This one, it's more. And there are more to collect. I think it's also like the Game Boy games where you do not need to get them all in order to get the best reward. As I mentioned, as far as, are we going to get everything, we'll figure that when we get to this later. Okay, also, I should get out my shovel and show how digging works. Okay, so dig on any of the pieces of the ground, and sometimes something will come out of it, or sometimes you'll get a case of, like, Bow Wow said, like, hey, dig here. You get something nicer. Actually, we'll show that in a little bit. But I'm coming in here because there's a heart piece. Ow! Yeah, I do love the idea of, like, Link say, like, yeah, I'm falling that way, and, like, doing the yell on that. Alright, now that I have the power bracelet, I can get this. Having said that, I gotta be careful with how I do this. Basically do it this way, grab that, bump, bump, and we got it. Alright, there you go, so that's our max. As we're pointing out, there are more heart pieces in this version than there are on the Game Boy games as well. And your health bar is higher because of that. Actually, can I take this? Yeah, I can. I guess because I gave it to her already. So if I ever say, oh, I want to get more magic powder, I can do that. In that case, yeah, just knock him in. Yeah, the fall killed him. There you go. It's like the movie Collateral, since I guess I'm a movie kick, saying that you shot him, like, to death. No, I didn't. I shot him, he fell out the window, and then the fall killed him. Also, I guess I may as well be the one person to say I think Collateral's overrated. Only because of the third act. I hate the third act because it pretty much undoes all the realism of the rest of the movie. Although I don't think it's a bad movie, I just don't think it's as great as the people said it was, despite the good acting and the great atmosphere. If you're giving me a Michael Mann film to watch, I'd say give me Heat or Public Enemies. I think Public Enemies is deeply underrated. But alright, when you come into this area here, you see this, you see this pod. Drop some magic powder in there. Yeah, you get this bat dude, the little devil. I don't know if it's supposed to be a reference to Devil World, but given what I mentioned earlier about the fact that this game has, I mean, it probably is because it's the director of this, the first game he worked on was Devil World, so it may very well be a reference to that. But anyway, you owe me for a fine nap. Thanks a lot, but now I'm gonna get my revenge. Are you ready? Yeah, his revenge is basically extending my ability to carry more items. I can let you carry more magic powder. I can say no and say, no, I don't want that. Then, okay, I'll let you carry more bombs. I'm gonna say no on that as well. I want to see something. You can carry more arrows, so when we get the bow and arrow, I can be set to have more of them. Basically, just keep saying no and hit yes on whatever you want. I'm gonna take more bombs, honestly. Because the bombs are the case I find that are the most useful. And on the Game Boy Color, there's a massive flashlight warning on this, but on this one, it's toned down. Yeah, you deserve it. Look at all that junk you have to carry. So yeah, he's cursing us, but it also is good. So in that case, the thought of saying, like, yeah, we're coming to this area, he's gonna do something horrible to us. But yeah, he thinks it's horrible. It's like, yeah, it's gonna be annoying if you're carrying all that stuff around. It's like, okay, sure, we'll take your curse. Why not? See you later. And there are 2 other ones, so you can get the other upgrades as well. So it's not gonna be a case where you can't have it. It does maximize either your magic powder bombs or arrows to max of 60. Which mainly if this game is more than you really ever need, but it also is good to have more anyway. Also, you go in here. I just missed hitting him, but that's fine. Okay, I can sort of get this. Whoop. Okay, you do need another item to maybe get over this, but given how the way this game handles you slipping off a platform, if you jump right at the end, you can basically stick there and be set. So we get the rupee. That, though, we're gonna have to come back for that later. And it's probably not gonna be a tonight thing, at least I don't think it will. There we go. Yeah, because you saw right there, I was basically running on the edge of nothing, and the Game Boy games work like that as well. But if you hit it just right, you can get on that. Usually your jump distance is not more than 1 square or 1 hall like that. But if you keep running, you can kind of get stuck on the lip and make a jump over of 2. Alright, so actually one thing I'm going to do is, since we are in the vicinity of this, actually first of all, let me grab this. Let's see. I think what I want to do next. Actually, I am going to go, you know, I'll show later as far as Dompe's thing, but since we're here, I'll just give him a visit to show what he's all about. And then what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to go to one of the optional dungeons. Alright, well, no, I'll do it and I'll show later how I know how to get there. Okay, so here's Dompe. This is exclusive to the Switch version, by the way. I want to show you something. You got poking the ruins, right, huh? I made some chambers based on them. Okay. I want you to test the limits of how you can do this. Well, here are the dungeons you've seen and inspire and make new chambers for you. So basically, every time you complete a dungeon, you come to him, you tell him about your adventures, and you get pieces of rooms. Basically, you're able to take the screens that we saw in those dungeons, and you can put them together to pretty much anything you want, as long as you're able to get a sense of being able to have everything set for a complete dungeon. Or you can follow the maps that he gives you and go through and complete them for challenges and get rewards off of them. Why I think, honestly, this is something where I don't know how I want to handle this for showing on the show. Honestly, I'll say this. I think we're only going to need 3 parts of this game, but honestly, I'm wondering if maybe I should just do this as an off-screen show for going through this. I'm no designer, though. That's you. I'll do this later as far as how it goes, but I do want to give you a sense of it. So yeah, come here. We have an invisible conversation song. Yeah, first I went through the Tail Cave, and then I went through the Bottle Grotto. And by doing that, he gives you some new chambers. You basically put them in the slots. I'll show that briefly. I'm not going to actually do this yet. And also, if you have any amiibos of Zelda, you can attach them and then add more stuff for this, but I don't have any of the Zelda amiibos. Yeah, basically gives you a sense saying, okay, he gives you some rooms here, and you basically have to connect it. So it's almost like a Zelda Dungeon Maker, although you are using parts of all the dungeons you've seen in this. So it's not quite the equivalent to Zelda of what Super Mario Maker was. Yeah, he says, I started this one. He says, you have an entrance, you have a nightmare key over there, you know, the nightmare's lair. You basically have to do an arrangement. I'll briefly show this. You take the chambers that you have based on these adventures you've went, and basically connect them in pieces. Not to something like, I don't know, like Pipe Dream almost, but like that one where you're basically running quickly to make sure you get the pipe going on. This one you're basically connecting the dungeon. You have to make sure that the dungeon's actually winnable. There's a flip through the list using L and R as far as how it is. So in this case you have dungeon rooms that have different entrance points. You have ones going up, down, left, or right. You also have other cases here of saying, hey, you have stuff as far as nightmares you run into. You can basically put any of the nightmares you've seen in the game into here. At least when you're running freestyle as far as this. But other ones where there's entries going on with 2 exits, or 2 entries to them, or 3. So just to give a brief idea of this, you do have to put this together specifically. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that room we had going towards where the Rock's Feather was in Tail Cave there. I'm going to put... Let's see. I'm going to put... this room over here. And then I'm going to take... Actually, no, I'm going to move this. An exit chamber might turn a locked door shutter depending on which chamber you hook it up to. So basically you kind of have to play around with it. And in this case, that I actually might have to figure something else out. But the idea is you have to connect everything together as far as how it is. And if you run through the challenges it gives you, you'll be able to get stuff. I'm going to quit arranging. We'll do this later. As far as I said, I might do this in an off-screen show, honestly. Because I mentioned I'm going to have at least 2, or 1, definitely 1 weekend, or maybe 2 off in September. So honestly, I might use this as the second off one. I might. I'll figure that. I'm just going to gauge that. Or chat, if you have any suggestion, if you want to see that as far as off screen, if you want me to do it live, you can figure it. There's also another hard piece exclusive to this version. Just jump over here and grab it. And we will ultimately get all of these as far as when I do. I think I probably do a cleanup near the end of the game. Alright, so we're going to the cemetery. One thing we're doing, we're going to an exclusive dungeon that was added to the Game Boy Color game. Now, you have to know the specific pattern to push to get through. I know it already, and you have to at least beat the Tail Grotto when we're getting here. And you also can't have Bow Wow with you as far as doing it. You have to push the graves here, these 5 in specific order. Push the first one here down. Push this one to the left. Push this one up. Push this one right. And then you push that last one up and be careful with the ghosts. Oh, there you go. Drop bombs. There you go. And if you do it right and you're under those conditions, you're able to go in here. If you're not, the game will give you an indication saying you're a coward. As we're pointing out, the Game Boy Color game added this. And if you're running it on a Super Game Boy or Game Boy Regular or Game Boy Pocket, you'd get that. You'd get that coward message no matter what you do. That is unless you play it on Game Boy Color and you go in here and you save there, and then you load it onto a Game Boy or Super Game Boy or Game Boy Pocket. And the reason for that is because this is the Color Dungeon. Which is this lovely remix of actually the dungeon music from Zelda 1. And on Game Boy Color, they actually had these 2 skeletons here. They actually did a check for this, so they randomize which one is in red and which one's in blue. So if you do go the backdoor method as far as it's on the Game Boy systems that aren't the Game Boy Color, or Game Boy Advance, of course, then you're gonna be screwed, because like, yeah, you're not right, you can't get in here. This is the Color Dungeon where the color guards. This is Gar. Yeah, Gar and Dion. You need magic power to get anywhere in here, that's true. Say the word and I'll sell you some. This is new here. You did not get to purchase it in here, but you basically had to do that quiz saying, which am I blue or am I red? And if you, as soon as you get it right, it says don't tell anyone. But in this case, they go out the way. Yeah, if you don't have magic powder, go get some. Yeah, except he sells it for 100 rupees, so that's really expensive. I have tons of it already, or enough to make do. I also have the mushroom, so I can go back to the witch and make it. Okay, so yeah, it is all in color. So that was the idea, because remember, Link's Awakening was not on Game Boy Color to start, as far as because it was on original Game Boy. But then when Game Boy Color came around, they made the DX version. And also in here, they give you magic powders as a drop. Which I think there might be one area where they do give it to you as a drop in here, but not in the pot. In this case, you have to solve some puzzles. In this case, you see the blue and the red. You basically have to slice it. And basically, when you slice this one, all the ones that are surrounding will change color. In that case, make them all blue. And you still have a compass and a map in here. As far as your reward, as far as the item, it's a bit different. It's also optional. You don't have to come here, but we're going to come here. Also, yeah, these little pads here, they're green and then turn from that to yellow and then to red, and then they'll eventually crack, so you gotta be careful. I also love the second verse they add to this, which is also in the Game Boy Color game, as far as it's terrific. And actually, it was the first time I'd ever heard the Zelda 1 dungeon theme, because I had not played the original Legend of Zelda until 2001. Because that's around the time of what a used copy, I think, from Kmart near me. And there's Stone Beach. You still have those going on as well. And as you saw there, I basically just hit the enemies and put them into the holes where the colors matched. So yeah, it was all about that, because remember the idea of Game Boy Color saying that was a big deal of Nintendo saying, you know what, after years of looking at the Atari Lynx and the Game Gear running in color, we said we're not going to because we want to, you know, save on battery power as far as it, which they were right as far as it. And try if you dare to make every tile square. We will. And also in this case we're running bombs because there's a cracked wall. Bash that. But then they said, yeah, that's a big deal as far as that is. But also in this case we got tons of rupees. Yeah, I'll take all that money, no question. Also, I don't think I have the map. Also, by the way, if you don't have the map, it only shows the rooms that... It only shows on the map the rooms you've already seen. Which actually is different than how the original games did it, because in those, all they did was show you nothing. Also, if you're holding the pot there, you can just walk over those things without breaking the floor. There you go. Now, there's no difference to these ghost thingies when it comes to the color they are, but it does look really nice. And it was a nice little extra they gave as far as running that Game Boy Color game, because they said, well, it could have just been the original game again. Which for the most part it was, although it does have some bug fixes, which I'll get into as we go. And particularly, I think when we look at that one as it is. But for that, they said, hey, here's a nice incentive saying, like, you played this game, or if you played this game on Game Boy already, here's another reason to play it again. That and the camera shop. Which honestly might be a more seminal reward than even this is. But I still really like the color dungeon. No question. Whoa. I do have a key here, so let's go in. Alright, we got this rock monster. What a greedy fool. You want more power? They're sort of hinting what you're getting in here. Feeling like you might as well give up and go home. Sorry, sir. Can't do that. Whoa. In this case, you gotta jump when he does the stun. Actually, you know what? Let me see something here. Right, because otherwise you get knocked in the back. Whoa. With that jump, you should be fine. Just be careful also above the spikes in the floor. They'll come up and down. Oh. Ouch. I do want to be careful, because as I mentioned, I gotta go no death in this game. But also, if I do die, I do have Crazy Trace's medicine, so I can be set on that. Ooh. Ah! I got him. And there's another fairy you can grab. But yeah, toss him out, because otherwise, yeah, I'm gonna be in trouble. Also, he's dropping bombs, so be careful of that. Yo, no, what are you doing? You're gonna make it so I can't get back. Oh yeah, that. Before I do that, let's go this way. Actually, wait, I gotta go this way, because I think that's near the end. Alright, this is a bit of a case, because you do have to make these all, blue again. But, yeah, it's pretty tough. Oh, in that case, no, not really. As I said, that's way better than it went on the practice. On the practice, I spent way longer on that room than I should have. There's another fairy. Alright, I need a key to get in that, so I can't do much. Let me take a look at my map. Alright, there is something in that room over there, so let's go grab it. In this case, I believe this is to kill everything in the room, and we'll get that case. But also, because of the way the cheers are hidden down, you sometimes have to walk around the entire room in order to make sure everything appears. There you go, there's the map. Fantastic. Okay, so for this, we can go this way. You're right, the nightmare's over there, actually. Ow. Also, if you knock the wrong enemy into the wrong hole, they'll say like, yeah, beep beep, and you have to do it again. Oh no! Like that, actually. Okay, so there's the key. We do need that probably to get to where the nightmare is. So I'm just gonna go around the other way, because at that point, then I'll be able to get what's left. Yeah, it's not too long, but it's still pretty decently sized. And it also is not a case where it feels like, oh yeah, this is obviously inferior to everything that was in the original game. It does feel like a nice extension of the original game. It feels like it could have been made by the same people. But also in this case, they also had another wrinkle there saying you have to change the colors between red and blue and yellow. Alright, basically, I think in this case, though, they only give you the same hint. Alright, so right in here we go. Right, this is what they say you need the powder for. If you don't have the powder, you're not winning this, so... Yeah, because it's that thing. Basically, you hit it with the powder and you start slicing. Uh-oh. I'm gonna die. He also got that beeping, but also is not as frequent as is in the original game. I'm gonna take the fairy. I mean, I'll save Crazy Tracy's stuff a little bit. Also, use that for the jump. Right, because he takes a lot of damage. He takes one hit off, or one heart off you each hit. Whoa. Ow. Even on contact, he does that much. Whoa. I got him. I guess... Yeah, you know what? I do want to just take the fairy now. I mean, I have Crazy Tracy's medicine. I'm fine with that. Alright, I think this is the nightmare key. Indeed it is. Okay, so let's go and we'll be finished here. Okay, so that is the only thing we got left. Okay, so we just have to go through that door with the key and all that. Is that I do love this part of the song, especially in this version, the fact it almost sounds like this kind of, in a way, lullaby, but fitting for this game, nightmare, the sense of saying the ding 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 ding. Especially the way the real instruments are used here, it really accentuates the mood really well. But even on Game Boy Color, my god, it's a good listen. Okay. So here's the boss. I'm trying to remember if I actually need the powder for this part of it. I think a little... No, let's see. This is safe. I'm safe. This is hard hit beetle. Right, in this case, no, it's not. It's to slice him. Yeah, right, you have to hit him fast enough, otherwise he'll go back. Step back, take your time. No, you're dying. He also get tons of enemies, but you just keep hitting him until he goes from blue to red. Boom. And since we're at the end of this, and I have a decent amount of health, I'm gonna put the fairy in the bottle too. Also, you get a warp point. On Game Boy Color, you did not get this. But there's a reason they give this to you. Yeah, here's our award. Hi. We got the Fairy Queen. Yeah, welcome, Zelda. It's like, yeah, okay. This is interesting because this is before Echoes of Wisdom, which runs in the same engine as this. But anyway, if I've come this far, I'll give you the Power of Color. Right. This is what you get, the Power of Color. It's a new case of a new tunic for yourself. If you could pick the red one, you have double power. Basically, it's like you have the piece of power the entire time you're running. But if you run blue, it's like you're having the power acorn the entire time, so you take less damage. Which do you want to take? So you pick the red mail or the sturdy blue mail. I'm taking the blue mail. Are you sure you want to have it? Yes. It's worth pointing out, if you do want to change it, you can come back in here in any of the versions that have this dungeon in it, and you can have her change it. As you wish. Alright. I'm gonna take this because it said if I'm doing no death on this, I want to make sure that that's not going to be screwed up in any way. So you take half damage when you're running with this one. It's also a case where it's not that you do less damage when you have this, it's just you don't do the double that you do with the other one. And conversely, it's also the case if you take the double damage or the double attack case, you don't take double damage. Thank God. That's all in the hero mode. So I'll now take you outside. So yeah, she locked the door behind us, but then she said, okay, you can leave if you come with me. So there we go. So this will make things way easier for this, so in that case, I'll take it. Yeah, and you have your choice as far as how it goes, which one you want to take. And I said, if I'm feeling later like, no, I don't want to have this, or this case where I feel like the extra power would be beneficial, I'd probably come in here and do that. Okay, so now we're set. Actually, before I go, I am going to go over there. Because Bow Wow said when we were here, he said, hey, dig around. So, I'm going to do that. Let's put the, okay, I didn't mean to put that on X. I usually put the jump on Y, but you have your choice which one to put it on. Those two buttons. Because you do the dig right here with X. Whoa, get rid of him. And him. There you go, there's a secret seashell. Yeah, we'll see what we do with these things in a little bit. Also, as far as up here, I think, although I'm not sure, I think you... Okay, no, it's not. I'm thinking something else. I'm trying to remember if you dig there, you find a secret seashell. We'll find a bunch of these digging, and we do need to have this. Particularly for where we're going next. Okay, so here's Ukuku Prairie, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab. I'm gonna go to the corner. I mean, I can also just dig the entire way if I so desire. Okay, there you go. So I basically want to activate that. So in that case, that's the warp case. That one is in the original. Anything where the pedestal was something that was in the original game. All right, we're gonna go. We'll go down that way because we have to go there, but first we'll go this way. Also, you gotta be careful because like these worms that come out of the halls. Also, because of how these are, let's get our bomb set. And we'll go. Get the bomb, and we'll get the bomb, and we'll get the shovel. Okay, we can't do anything with that. There's a it's a crystal as far as in the Game Boy games, but also in this one. It's kind of more bouncy. Alright, in this case, there you go. We got that. So, alright, I have the power of double attack and then double defense at the same time. And also, it's worth pointing out when you have the piece of power, you also move a little faster. I was like, yeah, I need some health recovery. He's like, yeah, thank you, I got the hookup. Alright, here's this skull, you need to bomb it. It grades this shortcut, but it also is a good case of having that set. Also, you have the flying Octoroks now to do the jumping. And you have these mushroom enemies. These are some of the worst enemies in the game because they drop bombs on you and they can burn. We haven't talked to Orira in a while. Let's see what he's got to say. Hi, what's up? Hey, met everyone on the island yet? There's a man named Richard who lives in Pothole Field, southeast of the village. Might not pay him a visit. Yeah, we will see him in a sec. Actually, I'm also sort of running ahead of the thing, so we'll have to do that. Well, I am and I'm not. Yeah, a lot of moblins here. I gotta get rid of these dudes. Ow. Right, this is where I gotta come to Seashell House. That was a surprise until you see you use a sword to poke at walls, and in that case, if it clanks, you can bust it up with a bomb. See a weird bulb by itself in the middle of the cave, sprinkle some magic powder into it. Oh, right, basically telling you about, yeah, the devil dude. Alright, there's another seashell. Actually, let's take a look at how many I've got. The one thing I didn't mention is the status screen. I got 6. Look, as far as the map, in that case, also doing the wipe off as far as it. Also, you can save as far as how it is. I'm going to save here. Also, if I dig here. Oh, no. Dig there. Blow it up. That's not going to factor. You also have a warp coming back to the Seashell Mansion. That's where we are. Yeah, this is what you use the seashells on. You come in here, you step on this. I'm the spirit of the mansion. I'm waiting for someone like you, someone to overcome the darkness. Find secret shells and send the platform where you see the ultimate sword. So as you come back with lots of shells and try standing on it. And if you fill up one of those areas, you get a reward. On the Game Boy Color, I think you had to... Or the Game Boy and Game Boy Color, I think there was a bug in it where you had to sometimes be dead on as far as being on right on the number. But this one, they fixed it. In that case, we got a heart piece. And usually the reward you'd get before getting the ultimate sword was extra seashells. I mean, it did go towards what you need to do. Alright. Alright, we're gonna go see Richard. Because Orira was mentioning go talk to him. Also, yeah. Okay, that's weird. I didn't notice that before. I guess there's a weird scene over there. Well, okay, I don't know if that's supposed to be like a graphical glitch or if that's the side of the water. Okay, I think it is. I think it is a glitch as far as how it is. I don't know if that's in the Switch original. And there's a heart piece. We can get that later. But yeah, as you mentioned, Richard lives over here, so I have to go see him. Oh, you gotta be careful, yeah, because when you cut the grass here, sometimes there's holes, so you gotta be careful not to fall down. Alright, here is Richard. We're pointing out this is a reference to a game that is on Switch Online, but only for the Japanese app. And a game that only came out in Japan, and it's by the same people who made this. It's called The Frog for Whom the Bell Tolls. It is kind of a Zelda-like, actually, as far as it. That stars Richard, this character here, as it is. He's like the Frog Prince. And it actually is not completely like this in the sense that, I mean, it has, like, the scrolling stuff that Zelda Link's Awakening has, but also it has an interesting battle system. It's kind of like an RPG, but it's also something when you run into an enemy, it's almost like a cartoon where you are fighting in an invisible cloud of dust, but then you have certain actions you have going along with it. It's an interesting game, but unfortunately Nintendo never translated it. I don't know why. I'm not sure if it's a case where it's like Mother 3 where they thought there's something weird with how that goes, or what. Let's talk to Richard. He does have a nod to this game. Yeah. And this is his theme from that game, by the way. Salutation. You wouldn't know when I look at me, but I'm royalty and used to live in the castle. But my servants went berserk and I was forced to flee from the villa here. So you're looking for them, are you? Yeah, I'm looking for a key. Actually, I gotta show what we're actually looking for, and I'll show it on the way out. But, what's too big a deal, huh? Go get the golden leaves I left in the castle when I fled. Smashing. There are 5 of them, and I'd like them all. Also, you may have to do some digging to make sure you bring a shovel, okay? Alright, we'll be back. And you will need that for also getting the reward. Right, because we need to get in here. This is the slime keyhole, and we need the slime key to go in there. That is our next dungeon. And this is the way we went down here, but as far as the other way we went, that's where the castle is. So actually, we could feasibly use the warp point. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make the walk, because it means I get to make more money. Ouch. Also, there's a beehive, but yeah, I'll just leave that there. Yeah, I don't want to get in the way of that thing. I mean, we could kill the bees if it comes down to that. I mean, we got a sword. We can run them right through. Oh yeah, you have those little spires. Yeah, Candlelit Castle. That is where he mentioned he came from. 50 cases over there. Alright, so this is the place. Thing is, the gate's locked, so we can't get in. Or can we? Okay, that's something for way later. Yeah. I turned around and said, like, yeah, block that thing. Okay, if you didn't go see Sale and get the bananas, you have to talk to Kiki here. And give him the, bananas. Yeah, come repay him. Because they're the monkeys. Yeah, and you do need to do this in order to get the bridge made so you can get into the castle. Yeah, so we gotta sneak in. Alright, thank you, monkeys. Yeah, the monkey business is done. We'll see you later. I think I mentioned we played Super Mario 64. I think it was nodded that Kiki was kind of like Kiki from that game, or vice versa. Yeah, but also Kiki left a stick behind. So that's the next item of the trading quest. But if we're going into the castle, we got to go around this way. Also, worth pointing out one thing I didn't mention was slice that to go in. I haven't shown what happens when you go in the water. Let's go in the water. Yeah, Link drowns and he loses health. So don't go in the water. So in that case, at least we do have the, I would say, yeah, the Goombas. Ouch. That's the other reason I did that, because I knew I could recover health. Although I believe the Game Boy games, you do not lose health when you're in the water. At least, not for now. Okay, so we're going to the castle and we gotta look for those leaves. You said there's 5 of them. And one thing is actually quite cryptic and it took me forever to actually figure out how to do this. Not this one. You see that bird up there? You have to pick up the rock and toss it at the tree. And when you do, pick up the other one, throw it back at him. Boom, there's the leaf. And you get a unique xylophone tune for picking up the leaves in this one. They're the guards, they went berserk, but yeah, in that case I think they need to die. The next leaf is out here in the field. You're kind of playing whack-a-mole when he's throwing bombs out. You have to be careful because the bombs will explode pretty quick. You want to stay out of the way of him. Okay, there we go. Got him. Yeah, he wants some action too, so yeah, we're gonna take the shield out and get him. There you go. Kind of the same way the moblins do. Okay, so yeah, he doesn't have a leaf, but we do have two of them, so we have to go in the castle for the rest. I do love the music in the castle. It's deeply underrated, I'll say that. Now, for a couple of these rooms, you have to kill everything in the way in order to get the leaf. In that case, basically kill everything in here to get it. Also, on the shovel, you will need bombs in here. So, yeah, they're coming from both angles. Actually, I think I like this track even more on Game Boy Color and Game Boy, though. And the music, by the way, generally speaking, on those versions is the same. Except the color dungeon. But yeah, basically hit that switch also, that's your easy way out. We'll do that later. Okay, now this is what you need bombs for. You need to blow up these cracks and then kill the enemies from inside. Kill that one inside, I should say. We're not going to leave any witnesses on this one. Okay, now for the last one. It actually took me some time to figure out how to get that one. Now, just to show something, you pick up and throw bombs in there. I thought you had to kill him from there, but you have to go in that door. It seems like it's pretty simple. Like, yeah, how would you not figure out how to go in that door? Well, let me tell you, it's something a bit different. Yeah, it closes. Now, in the Game Boy games, it's just a nondescript door. As it turns out, you have to throw a pot against it. This game makes it way easier to determine that because it puts the pot insignia on the door. So it means that at first I said, oh, I gotta kill an enemy. There's no enemies in here. What do I do? And I thought, oh, throw the bomb over there. You can kill him that way, but then it's a case where you can't get in here in order to get the leaf that he has. So in that case, you have to pick up one of these things and toss it at the door. So kudos to the remake, they definitely made that better, so that was really cryptic in the original, but yeah, for this one's way better. But as far as killing the Mace Man, you want to try and run the bombs if you can get that going. Ouch. Yeah, actually, they're like the Mace enemies in Link's Awakening. You know, in the Link Past, say. The one that killed Gem in 96 when he previewed it a few months ago. Ouch. I mean, I can still slice them. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. I'm just doing it this way because then it means they'll die quicker. Alright, that's the last one. Let's talk to Richard about the reward. Also, leaving the castle in this version is a lot easier than even on the Game Boy games because you have jump points off the castle there, which you do not in those versions. Okay, so now that we got the leaves, I think we're set as far as we need to get. We're also taking our leisurely walk. One thing also to show. In fact, I gotta go back this way anyway, so we may as well do this. You have to leap over this in order to get to the dungeon. The thing is that the gate's out there, and you have to come around in order to go in. We'll deal with that in a second. Okay, first off, I want him gone. Yeah, I'll take that. I do want to get the shovel because there is a seashell in between the 4 grass patches there. And I believe over there is a seashell in that grass, but we can't get it for a little bit of time. So stuff to come back. Right, in this case, yeah, I'll just cut our way through. So yeah, it's like Indiana Jones a little bit, saying, yeah, just cutting through the brush with a machete. Yeah, which is fitting also because we're going to scoping session Indiana Jones The Great Circle in a few months, which I can't wait to do that. I told to buy the Switch 2 version because I want to show that support of a game that is on a fully physical, the only fully physical version of that game, by the way. Although we're going to show it on that Series X, though I will give credit to it on Switch 2. Yeah, très bien. I've discovered, or recovered all the leaves. Okay, so now you can go through, you can move this frog statue, and you can go get your reward. We do have to do the heavy lifting to go get this thing, by the way. But before you do, push that rock over here and get us another seashell. Yeah, now they update the saying you collect a lot of these, there could be something in it for you. Yeah, so they do have a dynamic text for that in this one, which they did not in the Game Boy games. Because in that one it says you collect a lot of these, something good is bound to happen. Oh, right, now we get these enemies. Admittedly, this is a way easier case to deal with in this game because you have a dedicated grab button. It's really finicky as far as pulling off the skull from those bugs underneath them in the original game. And now it's a bit of a maze because every time you go through the grass, it's a case where there'll be holes. And you have to be careful about that, otherwise you're falling. Whoa! And you saw earlier, there's also the heart piece we gotta get here, which is not in the Game Boy games. I think I'm saying the Game Boy games a lot, because instead we're talking about a remake here, so it makes sense to bring that up. It is definitely a worthy remake, no question. Whoa! Debatably, I guess as far as the Zelda remakes, actually before we do that, this is what we have to do. We need the shovel for this. You need to dig right there and then get the slime key. And unlike the original game, there's a shortcut out of here by picking that up and jumping over. We'll use that in a second. I mean, it might be the best remake as far as Zelda. I guess we'll talk about that. Remakes of the Zelda games, of which I'm not talking like HD versions necessarily, like Wind Waker or what is this? Wind Waker or Twilight Princess or Skyward Sword. I mean, those are kind of blurring the lines a little. In this case, it's either you get the item you need in the dungeon, or you get from the dungeon, or you make that jump very specifically, like I showed you to do. Looks like I'm right on the edge of that, but in that case, I got what I need, so we can wait. So you can sort of sequence break this game as far as it, which you do love doing that as well. But as far as the remakes, because there's Ocarina of Time 3D, there's Majora's Mask 3D, there's probably the remake of Ocarina of Time that they're doing, because it's been rumored so much, it's probably true, but we'll see. Although one thing we didn't see at the Summer Games Fest tonight is we didn't see actual confirmation of the rumored Sonic Frontiers Definitive Edition. Basically, it's supposed to come out on Switch 2 on the 35th anniversary of Sonic this month on June 23rd, but Sega didn't actually come out and say, oh yeah, we got it. Even when they talked about Sonic tonight, they didn't mention it. I'm kind of surprised they didn't, unless, I don't know, unless something's come out since then and they did confirm it. They said, oh, we meant to confirm it there, but we didn't. But I guess I'll get a sense of that when the show's over. Alright, but yeah, we just have to go this way and then jump our way through. We did open the door and then we'll go into the next dungeon. I mean, we'll get through at least half of the dungeons, maybe more of them tonight. Because we've got to do what we always do for multi-part games with the Key Cavern. We'll be playing for 5 hours at least, and then we'll come back to it next month. As far as when we come back to it next month, I'm thinking, preliminarily speaking, I'm thinking either the 3rd or 4th weekend. I'll get into that later. Okay, there we go. We also get those bouncy bombs. You gotta be careful with those things, because they go across the walls and they're too close, so you're getting blown up. Okay, so here's small key. And so same deal as far as the other dungeons, but also the particulars of what's this dungeon compared to the others. Also, I believe that the Guardian Acorn does stack with your case. Also, by the way, that's a fake box. There's an enemy in it. I think this stacks with your, no, it does. It does stack with your, tunic. So in that case, I have, I have a quad resistance going on from that. As far as the chest, I can't get that until later, because I gotta kill that thing over there. It also works that way for the piece of power, for the purpose of running the red tunic. Okay, now this case we have like 4 doors, so we gotta get stuff set as far as the key. You could pick any one of them and you don't have to worry. So I'll pick this one. He's dead. Oh, I just got another one. I just got one a few minutes ago. Yeah, I'll take a quad resistance to attacks. That's really nice. Let's go down here. Oh, you have these bird enemies. As soon as you get close to them, they will disappear. That is unless you pick up a pot and throw it at them from distance, like that, and they're dead. Also, you have the conveyor belts. You gotta be careful of those, because at that point, after you kill everything in here, the key will drop, but then, based on how it goes, eventually it'll... Actually, would it eventually fall in the pit? Yeah, it would. But I think in that case, when you kill everything, you just come back in here and the key will reappear. Also, they'll shoot off, like, star energy and things at you when you get close. So, you have to kind of do a quick jump to hit him, or if you have the arrows, you can use that. But I don't think I have much. The other thing you can also do is you can use bombs. I'm gonna do that. But also, you gotta time it just right, so you can basically throw the bombs to be close to them, so it'll blow up on them like that. But also, it takes more than one bomb. Also, when you're holding the bomb in your hand, it'll not blow up. There you go. Alright, next case is saying, yeah, no Ruby left behind, I meant it. This might be better just having them over there. Also, you want to throw down one bomb, so you have to wait till the one blows up before you toss the next. Now, make sure you're close here, because the key's right there and he's going to go in the hole otherwise. Okay. And in that case, I think I gotta get rid of him over there. So in that case, move there. But also, the shots are blocked by the wall as far as him, so you don't have to worry about that too much. Also, turn what I can do is I can do that. Oh, okay. I was right to think to do that, but a little early. Or just do that. That's way easier. Alright, I forgot. This room doesn't have a key in it. Although, if you do go in here instead of the other ones, you're not going to be screwed, because you will have enough keys to go through. In fact, I believe this... I think this dungeon has an extra key, correctly. But yeah, the key's right here. You have to go around and discover all the shoes in this room, and then when you do, you get the key right there. Also, it's not easy to see here, but because of that sound, I know that there's a bomb on the wall, so I'm gonna bust that down. Yeah, it takes us here. Also, there's one over there. Drop that. Yeah, you can come into this room either way you want. As far as that, I can't cheese that with my jumps. There's something else we need to get. It's the item here. Also, there's a hint. It gives you a little bit of an arrow on the ground, so you follow that. It'll tell you, hey, go there. And blow it up. Oh god, we get these smiley bombs. You have to hit these things and they have a counter, so keep them out of the way. Yeah, these things look sadistic as hell. Which is also how they look on the Game Boy Color game. And the Game Boy game. There's compass. Alright, there you go. That's into the bomb wall. I do remember the idea that a lot of these walls are able to be blown up. So yeah, this is what I meant. It's like unlike when we played Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. Okay, Ocarina of Time, the only thing I really needed a guide for was going through the Skulltulas. Outside of that, I had a good amount of what I was doing as far as it. And when Shader 64 and I did Majora's Mask, it was a case where I'm trying to remember. I don't. Actually, no, I don't think I had 100% of that game. No, I hadn't 100% of that game when we did that, or before we did that, I should say. So in that case, that was kind of a new one for me. All right, up there is the key. We can't get it yet. Yeah, but this one is pretty much, as I said, the only thing I'm really going to guide for, I think, later is going to be just going through some of the cleanup. And most of that's going to be exclusive to this version, because I know where most of the stuff is. Also, the other reason you want tons of bombs is actually because of what's in that room up there. And I do want to try and see if I can't get more bombs off that. The fact that I got that upgrade was intended. Because this room is pretty hard to handle, because you have these are like the dongo-like things. They'll walk along and they'll want to eat the bomb. You basically drop the bomb in their mouth and they'll eat it. Although in this one, they're a little more finicky than even the original. Basically, you could kind of toss it in their mouth in the other one. Okay, in that case, you sort of can in this one, but if you drop it right in their mouth or right in their path, on the Game Boy games, they would run into them and then eat them, but in this case, they realized, they're like, yeah, what the fuck are you trying to do to me? I'm not gonna eat your bomb. So they just realized right there, saying, like, yeah, they just do the shake in your head, like, But if you hit them with 3 times with that, they blow up. Or I think of also, like, The Sims, as far as, if you haven't shown anything with The Sims yet, when they're not in good shape as far as that, it's like, oh, I want to play something, they're like, It's like, I'm too depressed to play. Okay, in that case, no, he did eat that one at least. You basically have to toss 3 bombs in their mouth. It's also pointing out this is a room that it had an exit so you could actually leave, and you don't want to leave before you get rid of all of them. Because otherwise, they'll come back and you have to start beating them from where they were. Okay, this is the item in the dungeon. This is the Pegasus Boots. This also is a dedicated button in this version. You hit either the L or the ZL button, and you have a dash. And you can do long jump, and unlike on the original game, where you had to have the Pegasus Boots on an item button and the jump in order to do the long jump, this game, you don't have to do that. You just have to have the jump on it. So in that case, I can show how to get this right now, after I kill these guys. So now you can make a jump of a gap of 3 like that. It's actually be really cool, but you do have to time the jump. Basically hold the L button or ZL button, does the jump, and at the end of it, hit the Y button, or wherever you have the rock's feathers set. The timing's a bit different to make that jump compared to the Game Boy games, but that being said, it's not too bad. There's the Nightmare Keys. We got it really early, but actually, for this one, we need a lot of regular keys to get through that. And also, I kind of downplay it. That crystal, or whatever it is, actually is kind of bouncy in this version, as opposed to being like a hard crystal on Game Boy games. That used the Pegasus Boots to dash in and bust it. You can also use the Pegasus Boots to crash into a tree and knock stuff off of it. I'll show it a little later. Also, the other thing is that if you have the Pegasus Boots, you can move fast enough and they will not be able to teleport out of the way quick enough for you to dash into them. I mean, I guess it's and then he ran into my knife case from Chicago. In this case, I'm making him run into it. Whoa. Okay, in that case, that's interesting, seeing the, tiny red shoe, stuck onto me as I got the piece of power. There you go. You bounce off the side and hope that it also goes the other way so you don't get yourself, blown up. In that case, benefit for saying don't bust the pots right away. Whoa, no. Alright, but the pot's also gonna be blown up as far as that. And I don't have the... Do I have the beacon for here? No, I don't. And you know what else I don't have? The map. Alright, but there's some money. I'll take that. Actually, yeah, they give you the map late in this, dungeon. But also in this case, you also can do the quicker dashing, and unlike the Game Boy games, it holds... Okay, never mind. I was gonna say it holds across a screen transition. But it doesn't. The good news is that outside of dungeons, it's a case where it's no screen transitions whatsoever, so in that case, you just keep dashing to your heart's content. Alright. Now, I need 4 keys to get through those key blocks, but before we do that... Actually, I am gonna use the warp to get back to the beginning of the dungeon. Okay, yeah, because I completely ignored this room over here, but there is a reason. Because that's one of those things. The only way to get through is going to push you out of the way, so you have to have the Pegasus boots to dash across. In that case, you then run into him and then die. Okay, so sorry. It was worth the sacrifice, but in that case, come back here, and there we go, get another key. So I think I have all the keys I need to get to the end, but what I definitely need to do is I need to get some other stuff here. Also, I do need to... Actually, one thing I also didn't do is I didn't get the button to switch these floor panels. So actually, I had to do that. I ran through to grab that and kill the tiny chew over there. So in that case, get that, and we'll go in here and get the items. Actually, I do want this. Yeah, it's gold rupees, 200 or 300 rupees. You're ecstatic. That's what it says in the Game Boy games, but it's overjoyed now. Actually, yeah, this game is also the reason I know what the word ecstatic is. Also, yeah, right, I gotta remember. Oh, right, I gotta go back down. Is it downstairs I'm going? Let's take a look. Yeah, it's downstairs. I have to go back downstairs here. I have to hit that and then come back here to get that chest over there, and then also to get... Yeah, I'm getting the beak late. Like, real late. And get the map. So there's the beak, and then the map is down here. So actually, the map is the last thing I'm getting. But you're also noticing, as I mentioned, the fact that I'm not even looking at the map. I mean, I didn't mention I practiced this game a few weeks ago, so it's fresh in my mind that way, but also a case of saying, I mentioned I have this game mostly memorized. But sometimes that happens, and it's been interesting to see that, particularly when it's come to some stuff recently of some friends of mine. Particularly, I know, or guess the show on top of it, too. Because I know this week we finally got the release of Donkey Kong 64 on Switch Online, and Gemini 96, he's been doing that game 100% for the show. He knows at first he said I didn't agree to that, and then years later he said, you know what, I want to do it for the show. And actually recently he 100%ed it, I think. And it's something where he was doing the demo of Switch Online Day. I'm glad it was him, just because they said, well, it doesn't always have to be me. Not that I don't like to do it, but also a case of saying, I don't want to be a case of monopolizing this, as they're saying, far away, do not fear, dash and fly. Basically telling you about the dash jump. But in that case, it said, like, if I was demoing this, it said, like, we would barely have seen it. I mean, he got through, like, within an hour of our lunch break, saying he was able to get through the beginning of the game, beat Jungle Japes, hashtag free Diddy, which seemed wrong as anything, as we said nowadays. And then, of course, twisted the knife more because it said, well, the DK rap says He's back again in About Time 2, and this time he's in the mood. And also saying, he'll make you smile when he plays his tune, but Kremling's beware because he's after you. But Case is saying, like, he was able to get Diddy out of the cage, he was able to get Tiny out of the cage in Aztec, and in that case, it was a record as far as how that was going. Like, thank you for showing this. So in that case, we covered a lot of ground as far as that. But also I said, wait, you really know what you're doing. It's like, he was playing that as, you know, precisely and as methodically swift and great the way he did when we played Super Mario 64 when he played it. He was handling that game really well as far as I said. That's why I realized that, did you beat this game to 100%? Like, yeah, I did. It's like, it seems like you did this recently. It's like, yeah, I did it like a month or so ago. And in that case, if that's the case, I'm going to be very curious. I mean, we showed as far as how he was when it came to, what is it? Super Mario 64 and Pikmin, and also with Tetris Effect Connection a few weeks ago. I can't wait to see how he handles Bloodborne in particular. Also, this is the extra key. It's worth pointing out. They do give you an extra key, so in this case, if you take a different path, you'll not get stuck. So yeah, this key is going to go unused. But we do have a boss here. Neener, neener, you can't find me. Yes, I can. Just dash in the wall with the Pegasus boots, and we got the boss. Okay, this is the slime eye. And this is one, we've seen this so far tonight as well. Basically take the... Actually, not the first boss, but this one used the upgrade of the item you get in the dungeon to go along. What you need to do is you have to dash into him in the eye, and then you have to split each half of him. And you have to be dead on to do that. The hitbox of this is way more precise than in the Game Boy games. Okay, also, oh, hang on. Oh, wait, maybe I just slice him. Oh, no, I slice him and then... Really? Hang on. Oh, right, you have to dash between him in the other one, but this one you just have to hit him with the sword. Yeah, dude. Alright, maybe maybe not on this one. Oh, there you go. Right, you have to have it set so he splits across. But on the Game Boy versions, you can just dash into repeatedly. Also, you have to be careful when he launches like that, because otherwise you're going to be stuck to that. Just slice him as far as it, and then we'll get rid of each of the eyes you're done. Also, make sure you jump as far as how it is, otherwise I think you get stunned. I'm going to... Yes, you do. I just want to put that to test, but I also want to put that to the test when we're safe to do it. Whoa! There you go, so that's the first one. Let's get the other one down. Notice because of the dynamic shadow, you can also get a sense of like when they're going to land, which on Game Boy you could not do. We got it. Fantastic. Alright, so we're going pretty well on this one. Here's the heart container. Alright, we got a nice bell. Yeah, the sea lily bell. Alright, so I will ring your bell. Okay, fantastic. That's the third dungeon down. Yeah, we're gonna be done with half the dungeons tonight. So this is why I'm thinking we only need 2 parts. Or 2 parts for beating the game? Well, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. As I said, that's why I said 3 parts, at least. But as I said, I might be doing the Dompe stuff as an off-screen thing. But I'll do it after we beat the game. Or I might use my practice file and I might go through it there, set it up. I'll figure it. How many answers you've gotten so far? 3. When you play all 8 of them in front of the egg, the windfish awaken and leave this island. Cool. Hasten to Yarna Desert. Dark monster inhabitants the sand will show you the way. Okay, so we do need to go to the desert. Having said that, there's a couple things we gotta do first. Also, I can't do a dash across as far as that in order to make that, so I'm gonna have to come back with something else. Also, I think it was here. Alright, let me show this. When you bash into the trees with apples, this is new in this version, you're able to pick up the apples, then you can get health recovery. And he actually eats it dynamically. I do love that, the idea that he's eating that, he goes down to the core and then disappears. But I guess Link eats the core. Okay, so now that we have this, I can also use that and go through. Actually, it says here, what are weird objects? Must be some way to tackle it. Yeah, because almost like a balloon, but it looks like a green crystal, or it is a green crystal in the Game Boy games. Or in the Game Boy Color games green. Alright, so there's more money. I do want to get the, okay, actually, I'm way closer than I thought it was. Oh, right, there's a bottom wall. There's another heart piece. Fantastic. I forgot that was there on my test. Fantastic. Alright. And there we go. That was the last one I needed to get that set. Yeah, I already have tons of hearts. And I believe on the Game Boy games, I think you're limited to 12. This one you can have, I think it's 20 again. Like the old, well, I was 20 in all of them. But I think in this one's 20. I'll get a sense when we get a second row. Because, you do get a second row. So, yeah. Oh! Alright, there's Terran again, and okay, the fairy's in here. Let's heal your wound. Yeah, not much, but I'll still take it. And I did get the fairy there and put it in a bottle already, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay, so, we have to talk to Terran. Hey, what's up? So you have a nice stick. Yes, I do. Can I borrow it? Sure. Or I like it says can or can't. Okay, he's hitting the beehive. So before Animal Crossing, yeah, this is where we had that going. Yeah, the bees are coming. Yeah, we don't see him getting stung in the face like in Animal Crossing if you don't escape it, but we're gonna take the beehive. Or the honeycomb, I should say. Not sure how it happened. Well, I know what happened. The bees left. They said, yeah, we're gonna find another case as far as this. Okay, so now also we have the Pegasus boots. We can also bash into trees. Sometimes they'll have stuff inside. I mean, in that case, that's fair. Hello, kid. What's up? Or Lottie. Well, that dream shrine. Okay. Something good inside. Better not say anything else. I'm just a kid. I don't know. Do you know what's in there? Well, we do have to go in there. Before I do go in there, I'm going to take a talk to, Mama Shah and, oh, Apollo's gone. My husband's lost in the mountains. He must be starving. Well, he said he was going to get lost in the mountains. So it's the idea of saying, that's an interesting thing. He openly knew he was going to get lost. Or he's going to say, I guess, I don't know, that, hey, I'll, maybe he just made it as a figure of speech, but he's like, yeah, he's gone, but she knows he's there. So is he really lost? I guess we'll see, but yeah, we have to go take a nap. And you do need the Pegasus boots in order to get what's in here. And you have these creatures here. Because in that case, I'm going backwards and then hit him in the back. There we go. But you can also use the Pegasus boots to run right through them. Yeah, the Ocarina, we're going to go get that. And like everything in this game, you need to have it. In fact, I don't think there's anything in this game except for the seashells that's optional. Right, because you need it there in order to bust that as far as the Pegasus boots. Alright, there's 100 rupees. You're happy. Yeah, I am. That's going to disappear as far as it, so unfortunately that rupee got left behind. Sorry. We'll take the ocarina. Yeah, you should learn to play many songs. Yeah, we will. Actually, no, let's pull it out and play now. Oh yeah, we can't play it. Like, yeah, you don't know how to play it. Yeah, I'll show that off in just a second. Hi, Maren. Before we do this, let's play. Actually, wait. Did she comment on that? Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Let me put this away. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, okay, no, you can't skip this. Actually, there is something, I'll show this with the Game Boy Color game, where, if you have the Ocarina, you don't do this, before something we're gonna see in a little bit. She actual comments like, basically say you suck. I was like, yeah, you're really good at that. We're gonna jam with it. This is how we learn a song. That is also a beautiful shot. That probably could be the thumbnail, honestly. How do you like it? It's really touching, isn't it? Doesn't it stick in your mind? If I say it doesn't, she'll say like, you know, let's just say it doesn't. Please, I want you to learn it. This song is my favorites. Oh! So you can't, not learn it. Okay, on the Game Boy games, I think you cannot learn it. So, alright, she says, okay, you gotta learn it. I mean, we do need to learn it for the purpose of beating the game. But I think you can also delay it out. But no, it definitely sticks in my heart. Especially after all this time. Yeah, almost 30 years since, Link's Awakening DX, I'll say that. I also like how she's singing the harmony for the song. That's beautiful. It does stick in my mind now. I just needed one play. It's like, oh yeah, now I got it. It'll always remain in your heart. Please remember the song and play it every once in a while to keep it fresh in your mind. Alright, so you can select the song from the menu and then play it as far as that. Okay, that's cool. This also means that Rupee Collection is going to be way easier, because at that point you can just dash through everything. But also if you're not, okay, never mind. Oh no, yeah, you're right. I was right thinking that. Yeah, if you dash when you're off in the line that way, as far as the bushes, you'll just bounce off. Okay, yeah, we're going to be getting pretty close to where the rupees for the arrows are. In fact, I probably just get it as we go. Also, I guess we probably should take a look at how Terran's doing. Like, yeah, out of the way, chicken. We got to see how he's doing with his bee stings. I went back to sleep. How are your bee stings? Not well, I guess. He lost his taste for honey. So, okay, it's like Winnie the Pooh, I guess the case of saying he wants a small smackerel of honey, but say this about Pooh, he never let his time with the bees get in his way. He never said, oh, by the way, I don't want honey because they are giving me trouble. He said, I'm just going to have to think harder to take care of that. Okay, yeah, you also need the Pegasus boost to knock this book off. Let's read it. This also tells you where the color dungeon is if you don't know. And this is how you get the sense of the pattern. It shows you what it is. The idea is that I just knew what it was from, again, all the years of playing this. So in that case, you can pull it out. But if you don't know, you come in here, you were able to dash into the bookshelf and get it. Try with all your might, you may open a new path. You really see the power of color. And what's the world of color? It is what we showed. It's good stuff. Also, since I have the Pegasus boots, I'm going to go down by the beach because I do have some things I can do over here. All the stuff I didn't do before. Actually, as far as Sale, I want to see. Does he have anything else to say? I think he's just going to keep saying, hey, thank you for the dog food. Yeah. Alright, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to blow a hole in that wall I did not bust earlier. Now, let's see what's behind this wall. A table with nobody there. Okay. Alright, so let's come back later. Yeah, because there is a chest over here I do want to get. So basically, I'm going to also take a shortcut to where we need to go next. The owl said go to the desert. There's more money, so we're almost at the bow and arrow case. Also, here's the seaside shack. We do have reason to go there later. I'll come by there. I'll wait. Ow. And I have to come back twice, actually, to there. But I can't do that until I do something else. Alright, so here's a warp point. Yeah, and there's Martha's Bay. That's around where we are. And another seashell. Now, this one you actually kind of have to either take a death or something, or have a way to slice the bushes out. Oh, right, I can't go that way yet. Yeah, because it's water. I can't swim in the water. Yeah, I mean, I have the blue outfit. You'd think that would do it. Actually, well, okay, you didn't swim with the blue outfit in Ocarina of Time. Just a case where you could be under the water without drowning. Also, there is another seashell coming up. Actually, I think there's two around this area. I do love how easy it is to pick that up off of the little spider guys. I guess I'll show that, since I am going to show the Game Boy Color version off of this in a few months. I may as well give a sense of that then. It's like, oh yeah, this is annoying. But not too annoying to make me say, oh yeah, I have a problem with the game. Alright, I do want to go around, so let's do that. Let's see, I'm trying to think of the best way through. Yeah, in this case, I do sometimes have to stop and think, saying, what's the way I should be pushing the rocks? Okay. I kill these things. I'll kill you. I don't want you around. Or unless he's saying, you know what? Actually, can I blow him up? Ouch. I mean, I can, but yeah, stay back, or you're gonna die. I guess just think it twice, but around here, secrets are nigh. Yeah, pull the shovel out. He's right. There's a secret seashell. The other way you might be able to tell that, along with hints like that, is you see like a like the sand patch, sort of. Although it's next to the sand patch, that can kind of help. In this case, yeah, just keep digging. I think that's about it around here, but I may as well just keep digging just to make sure. And some of them you can't dig on. When they're the rocks, you actually can't dig over those, and that's how the Game Boy games work well. Alright, I think that's it. Also, as far as this, yeah, this is your shortcut out. Take the jump over, and here we go. We'll also go the other way, because I came in another path, so actually you do have to go this way to make a little bit of curve around, because in order to get the desert, we have to go across the water, but we're going to do it a little differently. Also, there's a mermaid over there. We'll see her later. Okay, we have to go to, Martha's Bay's down there, but we have to go to the animal village. And the way to get there is through these stairs. Also, to point out, we have the water as far as the, turquoise water. That's water you can walk across. The deep blue water is water that you can't get through. And there's a heart piece down there, so we have to figure some way to get that later. Okay. That takes us over here, and over there is something we could do now, but I'm gonna wait because the damage output of the enemies over there, even with this thing, is really bad, and you can get yourself in trouble. Alright, welcome to the animal village. So with this, we got little bunnies and other animals around. As you know, Animal Village and Mavi Village are sister cities, even though they're not large enough to be called cities. But I heard a good source they have a dream shine over there in Mavi, and it has something good inside. Is it true? Yes, it is. I already have it. Such a nice day. We need a song from Marin. Okay. Alright, we're gonna visit some people around here. Starting with you. You're in a desert. Yeah, there's a way to get there south, but you might not be able to get through the lazy walruses in the way. Okay. So that might be a question. What about that place? Okay, I want to explain something with this. We talked to Shuldanovich. He is the brother of Sale, by the way. And he is a painter and an artist, and he has his mermaid statue down by the bay, which is my masterpiece. But to tell you the truth, that work is not complete. The art, it's difficult for you to grasp, is it not? Yeah, he's saying I don't know about art, as I guess I do. It's worth pointing out that hippo there. Let's talk to her. Go away. She's a model. We're pointing out the Japanese version of this game, and actually, technically with this one makes it a little clearer what's going on. The way we got this game, when you come in here, you have a hippo over there that he is painting, but she just sits down and you talk to her and she says, go away. I never understood what the concept of that was, but... And I will show this in a couple of months. In the Japanese version, she is being painted topless. So basically, it's like a boudoir photo, if you're familiar with that. And it's worth pointing out, on the Game Boy game, she's not exactly anatomically correct as far as how it is, but she is supposed to be topless. When they released it for us, they basically changed it so it's just she's like a hippo, she's all one color of blue and just sits down. And actually in the Japanese version, you talk to her as far as that, she'll call you a pervert. They changed that for us, but as I mentioned, since I have access to the Japanese Switch Online apps, part of what we're going to do in the finale is I'm going to show all the aspects of things that were censored from the Japanese version in that one. So, actually, we do see the topless hippo. It's not anatomically correct. I can stream it. It's like Parasite Eve, basically. The fact that Eve is topless in that game, but there's nothing seen. It's like that, so I will be able to show that. And there's also one other detail, actually, with the mermaid down in Martha's Bay. I'll see if we get down to her tonight, so I give a little bit of idea what's going on with that. But I will show those off in the Japanese version as well, as far as the Game Boy Color Edition. And as we're pointing out, in the Japanese version of this case, they have the towel on her. I don't think she has the towel in the Japanese version of this, as far as this remake. They didn't keep that. But in this case, they make it a little clearer maybe what's going on. They also call her the hippo model. So in that case, it's yeah, she is having a photo made of her as far as it's. Even though based on what he's, let's go back in there, because based on what Shuldanovich is doing, it doesn't look like he's even painting her. That looks totally different. And it's not, I guess, like the case of The Simpsons when Homer was gonna have a boudoir photo, because he won it in a contest of how low can you go for a radio station. Well, actually, there was a fracas as far as it, and he said like, I won third prize. No, he said, I got this as far as that. Wait, you won third prize? No, but I got it. Stealing is wrong. But basically what happened was he basically called him up and called up the woman and he said like, hey, it's like a nude photo perhaps. He's like, yeah, we are going to ask you to do that assuming you don't have problems with your body. Well, I don't, but the Block Association seems to. They wanted a traditional Santa Claus. So in that case, it's kind of like that. Well, in that case, let's hit that. Alright, this is Christine. She is a goat, but she's saying that I'm not in touch with women. So yeah, you should have some etiquette and bring flowers or something. Maybe I'll talk with you then. But also, I'm a big one of hibiscus. So that's her favorite flower. So we're going to have to come back with an hibiscus. But as far as our item, actually, let me look at the item I got on trade. Actually, where's the show that? I was also going to cut that down. Right. Oh, no, it's over there. The honeycomb. Right. It's here, actually. Yeah, there's a sound, but it seems like there's no one here. Maybe it was that chicken or something in the water, or the duck, whatever it is. All right, but there's nothing here right now. We can't do anything with it. Can't go to Mobby because there's monsters. And hopefully Marin's alright. She's fine. I just saw her a few minutes ago. Right, you have to come in here with the chef. Or Chef Bear. Hi-ho, is that a honeycomb? It sure is. Just ran out. We swapped for a pineapple. You got it. Not sweet, but it is delicious. I don't know. I like me some pineapple. Yeah, another tub of goose. Sleep right away. You're on a desert, too. Yeah, once you sleep, you won't budge for a long time. But maybe he'll wake up if you take Marin there and sing. He'd wake up with a jump if he heard that. Okay, you do have to do that because then he tells you, yeah, you can go bring Marin over here. And we do need to do that. We'll do it in a little bit. There's certain things I want to do around the area first. Well, I want to get this. This is your quick way of getting back to Mobby Village. As far as the next thing on the trading line, well, I'll figure that out as we go. Actually, I'm almost at my rupee case for the arrows. Or the bow and arrow, I should say. Oh, let's bust this. Also, well, okay, I'll bust that, but also when I bust that. Actually, does that blow up the wall? Yeah, because there's a heart piece over here. Again, exclusive to this version. Okay, there you go. So, yeah, it happened off screen. It exploded, I swear. That being said, you need to toss the bomb over. There, whoa! And then, yeah, then the bomb blows up on me. But alright, I was trying to toss it over. Well, over... there. Actually, no, yeah, I do want... Oh, let's put an X. Now, I think there's things in here that I can't get yet. But I'm gonna at least get a sense of that first. Also, because I'll at least get enough... Yeah, right. There's something specific I need to do in order to come back and get the heart piece. But that being said, can we blow it up for now? Though there is something else you could do with the bow and arrows, which I believe this version still lets you do. It was an exploit that the original game had. And yeah, we'll have to come back for that. We'll show that in a little bit, because I will be able to get enough rupees to get that thing. Okay, so just as Chef Bear mentioned, yeah, the walrus is sleeping and he's dreaming of Marin. Alright, so we do have to bring Marin over here. We'll do that as far as it's... Because in that case, I'm thinking as far as how on time is concerned. We'll either finish the 4th dungeon or we might get to the 5th one. I don't know. We'll play it by ear. Alright, there we go. What? There's a bunch of rupees. Let's take those. Also, since, Shildanovich mentioned that there's the mermaid statue, I'm going to show them here, or try to. Actually, I don't think I can actually get over there yet. There you go, 1,000, yeah, because unlike the Game Boy games, yeah, 999 is your limit. This one goes past it. Thank you. That was wonderful. But part of that, I guess we'll say this, is that I don't think at the time people would think, oh yeah, you know, do we really need this to be a larger limit? I mean, honestly, I don't even know if I knew that until later. Okay, first of all, just ouch. This way. Let me also get my shovel. Just because. Seekers lay water when it comes to bridges. Right, there you go. There's another one. Also, I'm gonna keep a count on how many it's got, because I believe it's like every 5 or so, maybe a little more, I can then get another reward at the mansion. Basically, as long as I pass by it, I'm gonna... Oh, shit. I'm gonna do that. Also, I don't know if I've ever tried the bombs, though. Let's try that. Wait, they walked out of the way. Yeah. See, I'm losing more bombs just trying to get... Okay, no, they'll die to it, thank God. I just wanted to at least get a sense of that. Do they die to the bombs? The answer is yes. Yeah, and since I do have my quicker way back to Molly's village, I'm gonna take the warp over there. Although, I'm also trying to think... you know what, I'll come the long way as far as when I'm able to get my way to, get through to get the walrus out of the way. Also, okay, so let's go back to... We'll need to go there. Actually, maybe I should go there to... You know what, well... Yeah, you know what, I'll tell you, we're probably going to end at the 4th dungeon, and I'll tell you why. I'll take a little bit of a scenic tour as far as that. Let's go to... Yeah, let's go back to Cuckoo Prairie. Okay, so now, take that. Let's get the bow and arrow. Yes, it didn't take as long as far as, getting that, I thought. Yeah, can I have this, please? 980 rupees. Thank you. Also, you can buy a new chamber stone. That's 1280. I think maybe I will do that thing off screen, so at least I'll have the rupees for that. Also, after I bought that, let's get a sense of... Yeah, you can just come and buy more arrows. Also, just for kicks, I'm going to take a look and see what's going on with the trendy game. I think it's probably figures I get here, right? Yeah, there is one. You know, let me try for it. Why not? I'm not gonna go too far for it. Also, there's another stone slab for the Dompe thing. Also, this one you have to be a little careful because in that case, since it's moving, it's something where you have to time that just right with the Goomba. Okay, I moved it. Well, the other thing is also I could move it onto the floor there, and then it would be still, but it would depend also on how I have it set. Yeah, I'll try once more. I can also get the rupee as far as that to get that set. Yeah, since I've had good luck doing that, let's do it. And then at that point, well, we're gonna do something else. Actually... Yeah, keep the rupee rolling, thank you. I'll try once more on this, and then actually I do want to make sure I have enough. Not yet. I do want to have enough money to do this after I get this. Alright, so let's get to it. I think that should be it. Got him. But hopefully it won't come out. Yeah, the Goomba's not thin enough to come out, I don't think. Okay, he's fine. I'll take it. I'm trying to remember whose house had Goomba. Actually, no, I think it was, yeah, try to just jump on it. I mean, we already did that. We've jumped on tons of Goombas tonight. It's like, yeah, that's Mario's jurisdiction. Also get a sense, what else we have in here? Another shield. Okay, no, we're on the Goomba. I think it's actually in Marin and Terran's house. I think. Let's see. That's Piranha Plant. That's Goomba. Fantastic. Let's put the Goomba there. And also show more on the fishing probably next time, I guess, because I won't show the other war. Actually, before I do what I'm doing next. Let's talk to you. Hi, kid. What's up? What happened to Marin? She's not with me? No, not yet. Yeah, Marin's usually in the square. Where'd she go? And, Terran's not around either. So let's take a look. down the beach. Actually, I don't see something. I don't think I've ever tried this. Oh, you knock him off. Okay, actually, I don't think I ever did that. Oh, he just goes away. Okay. I don't know if I've ever done that. I don't know if the Game Boy game did that. Okay, here's Marin. She's at the beach. Hi, Marin. What's up? I'm glad you found this place. Will you stay and talk to me? Sure. I love this scene. Also, what's coming up next is some ways one of the best parts of the game. And honestly, it's a case where it's better on the Game Boy Color. For reasons I'll get into. I do love this shot. This is another case where I could say this is something going into the thumbnail. I think I'll probably collage it like I tend to do nowadays a lot. Especially on the show from Midway Treasures 3 that we did last week, which I had a blast doing that. And also putting that thumbnail together, that was even more fun. I mean, I had so much fun doing the show, but also even putting that video together for the edit. Like, yeah, you know what? I had so much fun doing the edit on that. Yeah, where do the coconut trees come from? She's asking that question. And also you kind of see a little bit of apprehension, she's kind of turning away. Which is not as easy to see in the Game Boy games, but they really accentuate that here. But Terrence says there's nothing beyond the sea. But I don't believe him. I think there's something over there. Well, I mean, we know there is something over there because we came from Hyrule, as it was at the end of Link to the Past. And when I discovered you, my heart skipped a beat. That's true. And you see that more in the intro because she's kind of looking around. She looks like, huh? Who's this person on the beach? I gotta help him. I thought this person's come to give us a message. Really? If I was a seagull, I'd fly away as far as I could. Yeah, you're seeing there as far as the seagull's flying. Because you want to see what's out there. I fly to faraway places, I want to sing to many people. If I make my wish to the windfish, will it come true? Well, yeah, I was told that if I play the instruments I've got in front of the windfish, I'm going to be able to get my way home. So maybe that's the idea, that the windfish exists to grant wishes. Hey, you listening? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if I say no, I'm not gonna put her down like that, sorry. But I am listening. I want to know everything about you. Alright. But I love this, and this is also where actually the kind of romantic element of this game comes in. In fact, I think... see, it's funny, because... of all the Zelda games up to this point, basically looking at the Game Boy version of this, Zelda 1 was a case where Zelda was kidnapped, and then so Link didn't interact with Zelda till the end by saving her from Ganon. Zelda 2, she's under a sleeping spell, and then you go along, but of course you also go to the towns and you talk to the women in town, and they give you a potion or something when you go in their house, because like we all know what's going on for real in there. But, and then in Link to the Past, we rescued Zelda from the castle, and we sort of had that idea of her coming along with us. But this one is the case of saying, like, yeah, they're kind of leaning more into the romantic element as far as, which is something I've mentioned before when it's come to Zelda, that you kind of saw. You saw that a little bit with Malon, kind of in Ocarina of Time. We definitely saw that with Rudo in Ocarina of Time. Majora's Mask was a case where it's kind of subtle with, oh god, I'm forgetting her name. Romani. Right, from Romani Ranch, we get Romani. But also, of course, with Kafe and Anju, in particular, that being the most obvious. And as I mentioned also, when we looked at Skyward Sword, I think really emphasizes that, but also the friendship of Zelda and Link, and I love the way that does that. And we haven't done Minish Cap yet, but I love the intro of Minish Cap, which also does something similar when you're going to, like, the Pokori Festival at the beginning of that. The idea also that your father tells you, like, yeah, remember, Zelda's the Princess of Hyrule. Initially, I said, I first played that, I saw that line, I said, wait, is he telling me to keep it in my pants in the Zelda game? I was like, no, that's not what he's doing. He's saying, make sure she's safe. But she's kind of running off on her own saying, oh, wow, look at all these great things. And then they're kind of just following her. And then it's like, oh, yeah, you're a winner as far as this game that she played after she ran off. And I was like, I just a follower. And like, yeah, within just a few seconds, she won this game. It's like, hey, I want you to have this, which I love. And the reason I bring that up is because, well, I gotta tell her, yeah, the walrus says he's asleep, he won't wake up, he's dreaming of you. We're going with her. Yeah, and we're gonna date her, as it is today. So yeah, you got Marin. I love that, and they do have that in the original game. The fact that you pick up Marin as far as in your hands, like, is this your big chance? So even the game is openly stating, yeah, we're going on a date together. And she will follow us, by the way. And I want to show a couple things when it comes to this. Also, they play this entirely flute version of the theme here, which is a bit different than the Game Boy game, where they just play the main theme for this. I'm going to show a couple places. There's some interesting things you can see with Marin, and you can miss a lot. And the Game Boy Color version, because of that camera shop, there's actually more that is not in this. But some of them are kind of carried over. But also, I go in the house, you know, they say, hey, picking up pots and busting them. Yeah, she'll complain saying, you're a bad boy, Zelda. I was like, I'm not Zelda. But also, you check the cabin, just like you did at the beginning of the game. It says, do you always look in other people's drawers? And also, why are you walking into nothing? So yeah, she will openly comment on that. But also, one thing worth pointing out, and I can show this on the way. There's also why we're going to take the long way over there. Let's get the, let's get that set. Right, if you do digging, right, you show that as well. Great, dig it to the center of the earth. Yes, she loves the idea of you doing digging. There are actually a lot of these little Easter eggs in this part which you can miss. And when I first played this game, I missed a lot. As I mentioned, when it comes to our showcase of Link's Awakening DX, we are running that particular for that very reason, and we're going to run this part of it again to show up everything. Though some of them are still in this, and they were in the original as well, but because of the camera shop, there's actually this is one of them. You get something special for the Game Boy Color version by doing this, but by coming here, you get this great shot of them by the water. This is my first walk with you. I do love this. It's Cliffbear's secret place. I will not give away how the Game Boy Color version enhances on this or changes this further. Aren't you going to say anything? Although I think this is a little unique from even that one. In fact, that one of Are You Going to Say Anything, I don't think it's in any other versions. Yeah, he's kind of looking steadfast. But also you see the idea of her blushing, and I love that attention to detail. But also the way they draw Marin as a character in all the versions of this. And also the fact that she actually is running along with you when you do the dash in this. But I love the way that she's drawn. I love how every character really is drawn. In terms of how they look, yes, but also just because of how the character is realized and written. This game, that's why I emphasize the writing on this one, maybe more than sometimes you do. Sometimes it comes to the credits, sometimes we'll talk about the directing, and sometimes stuff with the art, and then voice acting and musical as far as it. But I'll focus on different things depending on what the game calls for or what really is something you want to emphasize on. And that's why I went with the writing so much. Yeah, you want me to go in there? No, I don't think so. I'll wait out here. Yeah, if you go into a dungeon, she'll say like, no, I'm not going in there. And if I leave as far as that, and everything's good, she says, hi, she's sitting there waiting. You're back, you hurt? Actually, I want to get myself hurt. I think if you're almost gonna die, she'll comment on that. So actually, I'm gonna almost die. I'll get rid of that. I do have the fairy in the bottle, so I'll pull it out. Oh, there you go. I got the beeping. I was waiting for the beeping to happen. I think she'll comment just like, hey, you gotta be more careful or something. Let's see that. Eat, you're hurt. Yeah, don't be so reckless. Yeah, she'll comment on that. Okay, you know what? We won't be reckless. Let's take a fairy. How about that? There we go. Now everything's better. Oh, right. Also, if you bash in this tree, there's another secret seashell. But as you saw also when we went by the cliff by the water, there are some areas you can go to that you have different events happen. And there's more, again, because of that camera shop on Game Boy Color. Although some of the ones from Game Boy Color are still here, like this one. We're gonna jump down the well again. Let's go! Yeah, she lands on my back and knocks me down. I'm sorry, you okay? Yeah, we're fine. Let's see. I don't think... I want to try this, because I know in the Game Boy games she doesn't do this. There's nothing happening with this. Alright, there's bomb. I think the fishing, and she didn't do anything as far as that. I'll do one thing. Yeah, I know how to do the reel. I explained it already, too. Let's try and get one of those big fish. There you go, got him. Got him. 30.86. Nice, with 23 rupees. Now we're good. Yeah, because she's not interested in fishing. But there is something else she's interested in. Well, I want to see one other thing, because... Okay, that doesn't budge, that's fine. Yeah, this is something exclusive to the Game Boy Color. If you come there with Marin, we'll show that later. But wait, what's going on? I worked too hard, now my broom is broken. Uh-oh. So yeah, she's like... Actually, also, yeah, don't hit the Kuko, otherwise she'll get mad about that. Or the puppy. Okay, the puppy she doesn't care about. She's like, yeah, just slice the doggy. Alright, we're gonna go to the trendy game. This is also why I don't have money for this. Yeah, can I play? Absolutely. Yeah, let's play as far as it. Yeah, she's playing the game. Also, there's another statue I could get. Right, she captured the owner of the place, the gamesters they call him. This is also in the Game Boy game as far as how it is, but in this case, yeah, she plays like, yeah, there you go. So we won the man, alright, so she wanted to win him. You're good, you're a pro, aren't you? Well, beat it, pros aren't allowed in here. Okay, so in that case, actually, question. Does he complain and say get out while she's here? Oh, okay, she just doesn't appear again, so basically I guess she's forced to wait outside. Or she becomes invisible. Okay. So, let me think about this, because I do want to show off a few things as far as her. And I think at that point we'll do the next dungeon and then I'll be in the show for the night. Because as I mentioned, it's basically going to be pretty much 12 hours between shows as far as how it's going to go. One thing I do, let me get the shovel out. Let's dig here. I think there might be a shell here. Okay, never mind, there isn't. Alright, gonna run through... Actually, let's think about this. Now I'll make sure I'm showing as many things Marin off as I can. Or as many things as I can show in this version. But as I mentioned, we got even more coming up in a couple months. Okay, so I want to go to the mountains, because we haven't gone there yet. Let's take a warp to Dompe's shack. Okay. So yeah, we haven't actually looked at Tall Heights. You don't necessarily have to go here until later, and we can't traverse the entire thing until later in the game anyway. But there's certain things I can do now, and actually one of them is for part of the training quest. Also, really show this. Come on up. And I guess Marin's saying, like, yeah, what's this owl following you around for? Yeah, we do have to come up here at the end of the game. The windfish sleeps long and dreamily in the egg above you. You play all 8 of the instruments in front of the egg, he awakens. This is the only way for you to leave the island. Well, yeah, because we did say to Marin, saying, you know what, you had your dream. May come along is right out of Mount Tamaranch. Alright, so there's the egg. If you're gonna make your wish, Marin. Actually, one thing I do, I'm gonna try and do this. Do a dash across and do a jump. Yeah, okay, I had that happen on my test. As far as how it is, based upon that you kind of get yourself stuck, and then you're kind of hanging in there until the game recognizes that you've fallen down. I was gonna edit in footage that I took as far as recording when I was doing my test, as far as like a clip. But I'm not gonna do that now. Also, dash this. That's the green apple. They recover more hearts than the red ones. But not all the trees have. Oh, let me grab that. Okay, we're gonna climb the mountains together. As mentioned, you don't have to do this until later, but you will come in the cave because you realize that, okay, we gotta do this. Think about how I handle this. Actually, I might have to come back as far as doing that, because I do want to get the heart piece. Yeah, step aside, Marin. I gotta take care of this. I can do that, and then slice that. Go. And she will jump over in this game. They did add animations for her to do that, whereas in the original, she would just, like, teleport over it. Basically, she pretty much was training. In this case, no, she's not. I do like that they added that. That's pretty cool. The idea that she actually will like do a hop, skip, and jump to get what she needs to when there's like a hole appearing. Okay, that we can't get yet. Okay, first things first, to go out here because I think there is another. I'm trying to remember if there's a seashell in this. Oh, it's money. Okay. Yeah, okay, sorry, I'm pushing Marin into the doors like we're going this way. Alright, we do need to go this way because, there's Papal. He did say, hey, I'm getting lost in the mountains. He wasn't lying. So you have to go find him. Remember, Masha said, like, wait, well, she knew he's lost in the mountains. He said, he told me earlier, like, hey, I'm gonna be lost in the mountains. That's, I think, maybe what they meant when they said, it was almost like a parody of a Zelda game, saying that they're kind of saying, like, oh, they're playing with conventions as far as, maybe not with just Zelda, even though Zelda was only 3 games deep at that point. But also saying the idea of saying, like, let's kind of have this kind of knowing style to itself, and it works really well. This tends to be seen as one of the funniest Zelda games, and I would not disagree with that. Oh, fine, funniest game intentionally, let's put it that way. Yeah, I got lost just like you said. But I'm so famished, can't move. Can you give me some vittles? Yeah, you have to have the pineapple. So delicious, I'm gonna eat it right now. Wasn't meant to be a reward, but here's hibiscus. Well, that's good, because we are going there, so that's also the reason we came by. Yeah, I'll keep eating that delicious pineapple. I feel with energy now. Yeah, I ate the whole thing. Also, there's not gonna be a whole lot of places we can go here because, right, the waterfall is blocking the way. Also, you're hearing the flute here. Yeah, there's a different take on this music when you don't have Marin here, but in this case, I figure it was worth coming in here with her to play that. Also, because it is on the way as far as Animal Village, because we need to give the hibiscus to Christine. Okay, so for this, I don't think there's really a whole lot left that I have to show going on here. Alright, so let's hit that. These are pointing out also that over here is where the next dungeon is. Well, actually, wait a second. I was going to go to... Yeah, I can use the warp here, but I'm not going to go right to the animal village yet. I'm going to go to somewhere in the middle. Yeah, we have to go there. That's our next destination. Alright, what's closest there? Oh, right. The Sea Soul Mansion has a warp now. It didn't in the Game Boy games. Fantastic. Okay. I don't think she's going to have a problem with me going in here. I mean, I don't think she necessarily cares too much on this. Let's see, where are we as far as the next level? Yeah, no response. Okay, we're almost there. 1 or 2 more and we'll have the next level. Whoa! Yeah, sorry. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go back to the animal village and we're gonna see Christine and then we're gonna see what's going on, because I think we're basically done as far as this. But as I mentioned, we'll have more going on as far as dating Marin when we come back to the game, when we show off, I should say, the Game Boy Color game. I said that's not gonna be a full play of that, it's just gonna be more showing off some of the things that are exclusive to that, because I think it's worth showing that. But remember, you said, hey, a hot day, let's see Marin. Yeah, here she is, little Marin. So yeah, the bunnies certainly are happy to see her. Alright, I forgot that's not the house, it's the one next door. He brought me hibiscus, how sweet. This is such a gentleman of requests. Yeah, tell me. I want to take this letter to Mr. Wright, who's on the board of the mysterious forests. Yeah, we got a goat's letter, we got Christine's letter. We'll show it off in a little bit. Because also we're going to get to a stopping point with this, which is probably going to be the last thing we're going to see. Also, I don't think, from what I remember, I don't think there's a case you come in here with Mary and she gets uncomfortable. Let's try it. Okay, not really too much. It'd be interesting if she came in and she's like, wait, what are you trying to show me as far as this? But that's not a factor in the Japanese game. Okay. Alright, since you recommended bring her here. Hi ho, little Marin, welcome. Oh shucks, you're here too. She's like, yeah. I was like, yeah, he's mad that we're here. He's like, I guess he wants to take the moves. Like, yeah, she's mine now, sorry. Also, she clearly has the eyes for me in terms of what we saw earlier. Alright, here we go. Hi. That's the laser wall. She gave him a surprise. Actually, no, not yet, because you're right, we mean to wake him up now. Let him sleep some more. Right, I want to play the ocarina. I don't think she's gonna comment on this, but if you don't have a song, she's like, hey, you don't play well. Oh, wait, she complains anyway. This is the song you taught me, Marin. What are you talking about? Yeah, did I say something? No, you're hearing things. Okay, so you play the ocarina of anything, she comments on it. Even the song that she taught you. Okay, I was shocked about that. Okay, wake him up. It's fine. That was the Battle of the Windfish that was not your version. She's like, yeah, I own rights to that song. It's going to cost you 20 bucks to play it. But you told me keep it in my heart and play it all the time, right? So there you go. He is waking up for that. There's a lot of Link's bead eyes going on in that. It's like, ugh. Yeah, he certainly woke up at the start. And the bunny saying, yeah, calling me, same as always. Yeah, they want to hear her song, so yeah, I'm going back to the animal village. Yeah, we'll see you a little later. We'll see her on the way back. Yeah, here we are in Yarny Desert. Alright, let me also get... yeah, that. Yeah, sort of the Pokies again from the Mario game, except in this case they are they're green instead of yellow. Ouch. Now, the owl said that our way through is in here. In this case, we still have all the enemies as far as that. You have to be careful when you knock those off, because they'll bounce around. Okay. Annoyance, you're only getting in the way. Yeah, you know me? I just came by. Alright, this sandworm, you gotta start hitting it. He takes a couple hits, we're pointing out, or more than a couple. And also, you don't want to get yourself stuck in the center, otherwise you're gonna fall down, and you're gonna go down below there. You'll live, but it's something where you have to then do this boss again. This is like Moldorm in the first dungeon. Yeah, and you can only hit him in the head. There you go. Also, unlike... Oh, crap. I was gonna say, yeah, okay, you can do it either way. Basically, you grab it before then, or you get it now, the angle key. That being said, it's probably better I came down here, because in this case, there's a bomb wall. Also, enemies here want a piece of me. Yeah, not leaving anything alive. Yeah, that's the other reason to come down here. Heart piece. There we go. Okay, so we got the angler key. We need that to get into the next dungeon. And I think that's where we're going to end tonight. So in that case, that's about halfway through the game. And I think what we'll do is, for next part, I'll decide what weekend we'll do it. Just to let you know, I'm not going to be doing that on the first and second weekends of July. As far as the date, it'll be determined. I know what shows we're doing in July, I haven't decided what order I want to do them in. As far as the last two. Like, there's another seashell. Also, we're gonna go out of the desert this way. Ouch. Yeah, there's a little bit of a tight fit, so you gotta be careful. Ah. Actually, can I even dig in here? In that case, let me at least mark some other areas off on the map. Okay, you can, although... Okay, no, it does leave a mark. Well, it doesn't seem like we're getting anything off doing this. Whoa. Let's go this way, though. This is sort of a shortcut to get out of here. Alright, but here's the owl again. So yeah, you said come here, right? Yep. The shape of the quiche is a fish swimming in a cascade of water. Go to the mountain waterfall. Live in the top and you reach your goal. Actually, we just saw that, where that waterfall, we have to put the key in that hole in order to get there, and we have to actually go back up the mountain as far as doing that. Okay, here's Marin here. And all the animals are sitting here on the relaxed day, just listening to her music. And totally absorbed. Hi. Don't ever forget the song or me. I don't know, you said us playing your song, you didn't like it. Although, I think if nothing else, it's also emphasizing the fact that she clearly is nervous around me. But I like that idea, and you kind of... It's subtle until you get to this point of the game, so it's interesting seeing, at about the halfway mark, you're realizing, wait a sec, Marin's starting to feel something for you. I do like that. Okay, so let's see. Let's go to the mansion again. And then I'm gonna go give the letter to Mr. Wright, and then we'll go to Dungeon. Yeah, I think I might have enough to get to the next level. Oh, one more. Yeah, I'm one away. Okay, so next, let's go. Yeah, I have to go over there, so it's gonna be actually a little bit of a trek. I don't actually have a quicker way to get back there. Aside from going to dump a shit. Although even then, even though it looked like it was a bigger distance as far as on the map, it's further than it looks, or it's shorter than it looks. Or it's further than it looks further than it actually is. Also over there, I think there's a seashell. I think. Let's give it a shot. Oh wait, no, I think there's one up there too. Oh no, there's not. Right, that's the way you jump down from getting that heartbeat up there. Music, the fish stirs in the egg. You were there. It sounds almost like something out of Echo the Dolphin as far as the hint you get. Fitting, because that was also around the same time. I want those leg lakes out of the way, although I've been good of not getting eaten by this one. If there's any game I don't want them to eat me, and it's this one. Actually, also, I want to look back in this cave. I'm trying to remember if there's something I needed in here, something I missed. No, there isn't. Oh, no, yes, there is. Okay, good thing I came back in here. $50 rupees, okay, that was worth the trip. Okay, so let's go back and see Mr. Wright. Yeah, because remember, Christine said send this letter to him. Or deliver it to him. Hi, we got this letter. Looks like a love letter. I'm so happy. And look, it came with a picture. Right, okay, it's worth pointing out also in the original game, it is a fake picture that she gives him. And it is also of Princess Peach in that one, although in this case, it's updated to her design from the more modern games. Oh. Okay, she's so beautiful. Alright, so yeah, he's getting catfished, clearly. Well, all I have is this broom. How'll that be? Yeah, it'll work. Grandma Yahoo said she wanted a broom, because, like, yeah, she worked her other one to the bone. But also, in this case, just go back to talk to him now that that's the case. Letter writing's such a great hobby. Basically, the idea that he's writing back to Christine. So they're gonna be pen pals as far as how it is, and the question of how is he gonna react when he realizes that she's a ghost. Although okay, spoiler warning, we never see that. Although I wish we did, just to get a sense of like what that would look like. As far as from saying like how is he gonna react. But the fact that it is really strange and kind of bizarre as far as it, but that it fits with it. It feels normal. In another game, it might feel weird. It might feel icky. I mean, I'll mention in about a half an hour the game we're playing tomorrow, and honestly, it's kind of a good yin to the yang of this in terms of that. It really is. Because it's something lesser, you'd look at something like that and say, like, oh, that seems like that might be distasteful, but as far as this, because it has the tone right, because it's something where you get to sense these characters are really well drawn, and they are well drawn. And also something where it's more about the absurdity of it as opposed to saying like, hey, you know, there's something that it wants you to take seriously, or something where it's not a case where it feels like, oh, this is out of keeping. You don't feel in a case of saying, like, oh, there's something wrong with this. I'm trying to remember also one way. Right, Grandma Yahoo. First thing, who are we going to see? Hi, you said you want a broom, right? Yahoo, a new broom. It is for you, yes. Alright, turning out this fishing hook. Alright, that is the stopping point for the trading quest for tonight, because we don't have a way yet to run that. Well, not yet. Well, depending on how quickly I go through the dungeon, we might be a stop on that. I just realized that maybe I can show it, but I said I don't know. I'm not gonna make a promise. Okay, so let's go to the dungeon, and then that's gonna be the end of the show. I think we're done. Let's go to over by Tall Heights, because this will let us open up the lock, and then we have to jump our way in from the cliff. I guess this will make my walk over now. Let's open this thing. Okay, by doing that, that's going to stop the waterfall, so that gets our way in. Yeah, so that's where we need to go, the Angler's Cavern. Well, yeah, right, that's the Angler's Cavern, I think that's what we call it. Or the Angler's Cave. I was gonna say, I think what I'll do also is we're gonna walk over there. I think I'm gonna briefly go into schedule as far as this, because since we're gonna be on a little bit of a time limit tomorrow, as far as how it's going, I don't know if I'm gonna have a whole lot of time to necessarily reiterate the whole schedule, but I'll reiterate certain parts of it. Usually, when it comes to us having 2 shows a week, I say, oh, we do it on the last show we got of the weekend, but for this one, I'm doing the reverse. Because I was like, I gotta mention we're playing tomorrow, because I have not mentioned it yet. Alright, so yeah, I may as well go into that as far as next part of this, it'll be late July, so either the 3rd or 4th weekend, I don't know which. The other weekend will be Age of Empires 2's scoping session. But as far as tomorrow, actually, we're going to have 2 scoping sessions this month, as it turned out. And actually, we're going to have a 13th. Of something that actually I wanted to try and find a space for. But then Ultra94T came in, he was saying, he was supposed to be actually on the show last year, him and his soon-to-be wife, actually. Were going to be on the show last April. Because he wanted to show off the kiosk den was actually of Zelda, particularly of Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. He said, I can't make it, or we can't make it. But I said, how do you want to handle this with Angler's Tunnel? He said, well, we couldn't make it, but do the show without us with this. Like, he gave me the discs, we ran it. We had a good time as far as it, and it was really fun as far as, but we were always talking about saying, I know you want to be on this, what do you want to do? It's only going to be him tomorrow. She'll be on at some point. But he did say to me a couple weeks ago, he said, hey, do you want to do streaming at some point? And I said, yeah, sure. I said, when's this looking good? I said, well, what about June 6th? And I said, okay, what's this going to look like? And I said, do you want to do it with the equipment you've got, or is it the case do you want it to be a show of ours? How do you want to handle this? And he said, well, I'll come to you. He's like, we're going to have a show of yours. So I said, okay, let's do it. So I said, what's it going to be? Because I mentioned tonight, he's a fan of 3 franchises in particular. Legend of Zelda, of which we have this one, which we got the compass here in the Angler Tunnel. Which we're pointing out, you have a unique piece of music in here, but it also has a second verse that actually is the Game Boy music in its original form, more or less. And the 6th dungeon also does that, and does it to terrific effect. But he was a fan of, as I mentioned, Zelda. Oh, no, 4. I forgot about that. Well, 1's a game thing, but it's also an anime thing, because he's a huge fan of Dragon Ball, notwithstanding Dragon Ball on the show yet. I'm probably going to ask him saying, hey, what do you think about that? What do you want to do with that franchise? But he's a fan of that, he's a fan of Zelda, he's a fan of Resident Evil, and he's a fan of Sonic the Hedgehog. And this month is the 35th anniversary of Sonic the Hedgehog, so he said, I want to look at a Sonic game. I said, sure, what are we going to look at? And it's going to be a scoping session for this, and I think the idea is that we're going to eventually come back and do this game fully. We're playing Sonic the Hedgehog from 2006, yes. The infamous Sonic 06. We're playing it to start on Xbox 360. He also has on PS3. We might at some point show off the PS3 version just as a compare and contrast. But we are going to start the game tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. We're going to go through the first couple hours of it. It'll be like a 3-hour show. It's not going to be that long. He said, hey, I can only be around for that long. Yeah, we are going to look at that game and take a perspective on it. And we're going to get to an understanding of what happened here. I did take some notes on this one to understand really what happened. Because there's a lot of dissection of this game saying, what was Sega thinking, what was Sonic Team thinking, what really happened here, I have answers. But also it's a case where, on top of that, especially since that's celebrating 20 years of itself this year, sort of, we're going to remember where Sonic the Hedgehog hit rock bottom, and between that and Shadow the Hedgehog, that was definitely the rock bottom case. And a game that when I first played, I was kind of in denial, saying it couldn't be that bad. Initially wasn't thinking it was, and I was like, no, it is. That being said, there are things about this game that both of us like. And it did result in a great fan remake as far as the levels, that being Sonic the Hedgehog Project 06, which we're going to figure out how to handle that when we're done with this. But when we start as far as looking at the game, I think we're going to start basically going through Sonic's story as far as how that's going to go. And then we'll come back to it another time. So it is going to be a scoping session, but it's going to be a shorter one. And then next week, as far as next Friday, that's going to be our one and only show for next week. That's going to be for Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. We're doing a scoping session on that. Edwack and Nicky are going to be in, so that's going to be June 12th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for that one. They love that franchise, but they also said we don't want to commit to a full play of this game. But in that case, I said, well, I know you love it. Do you at least want to have be in on this one show for it? And they said, yeah, sure, we'll do that. Although, I don't know. They might change their mind because they have since reneged on the perspective of them saying no multi-part games ever. They've since come around on that because they've committed to games that they know are going to have to be multiple parts, those being specifically Banjo-Kazooie and God Hand and Crash Bandicoot the Raptor Cortex. So, at that point, there's that. But I said, I'm open as far as that. Like, hey, if they can't do it or don't want to do it, I'm not going to necessarily force them, but I also am going to say, hey, I want them to have their voice to say how much they love this franchise. And honestly, the scoping session, I mean, there's not going to be too much, I guess, to scope. And same in Sonic 06's case, where we know, I think, how that game is going to be handled, honestly. We go through everything of the game. We'll show off the multiplayer. I'll also show off the DLC, because I have all the DLC for the game. I guess we'd probably take a look at it on PlayStation 3 as a reference, was actually even worse. Believe it or not. And then, let's see. It's going to be a while as far as that game, just in terms of length. We'll see what we get as far as tomorrow. I don't know if we finish Sonic's story, but we might. It's going to depend on how lucky we get or how good he is as far as understanding that game's bullshit. And there's definitely a lot of that. And I think Project 06 will handle as a separate play. But I'm also, I did posit this team sort of, kind of, but I'll ask him explicitly tomorrow. The idea of saying, for Sonic 06, you want to be in for the whole game. And eventually, saying we'll eventually come back to it. But I think that's going to be what we're looking like. As far as other stuff going on the show, as I mentioned, Phoenix Wright is turning next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that, back to Saturday with Cool Spot on June 20th. Yeah, that's the viewer request. Well, sort of, okay, it's technically, I feel like 3 viewer requests this month, really, when you think about it, because this wasn't exactly a viewer request. It's something Alec first mentioned once, of saying, hey, he knows, as far as Zelda, this is his experience mostly. But I know AJ42, he was curious about Cool Spot, because I mentioned this game, saying it's a 2D platforming game from Virgin Games around Spot, 7-Up mask. I said, how good could this game really be? Despite being a Genesis boy, I'm surprised he never played it. I would have thought he would have, but I said, this game's really cool, and said, would you like to see it? Like, yeah. I mean, because I can't get him, what is it? Tiny Toon Adventures for NES yet. I gotta figure that. I don't have it, and I haven't played it, so I want to be able to set on that. But I know, as he's sinking and drowning to his death, that I want to show him this one. And it's a really good game. It is a perfect game to kick off summer. It's going to be the day before summer as far as us. And that's also going to be our last live show of the month, because we're going to too many games at the end of the month, so that means no show for us live on that weekend. So on June 27th, I have recording with AG42 and Kazan22 and Crusader64 that we recorded a couple months ago of my first look at Final Fantasy XIV. Basically set my account up. I started doing the edit, I'm about halfway done with it, and I'll get that set going on in a little bit. But it'll go up on our YouTube site exclusively as far as that weekend. And then the next week we will be back as far as the show, but I think I'm gonna do it on a Thursday. Like, why? Because it's 4th of July weekend, I don't have to work on the Friday. So in that case, I basically am gonna say, hey, let's have a case of showing off something, and I'll basically have a long weekend as far as the holiday and all that stuff. And also, so will you as well. Yeah, we're going to take a look at Wave Race Blue Storm for GameCube. It is the next game in the Wave Race franchise. Wave Race 64 is celebrating 30 years this year. I'd love to show that game again. I can come up with a reason to do it, I think, as far as a second chance. But as far as this, let's look at Blue Storm. The third and, at this point, sadly, last Wave Race game. Not as good as 64. It's debatable on whether I like that more than the Game Boy game. I mean, I think I might, which is the first one, the Game Boy game. And I got that. That will be our last stop on Wave Race, unless Nintendo says they want to announce a new one. Or new Pilot Wings, maybe. Or if they want to make it easier to get Pilot Wings Resort playable on a television. But that being said, we're going to be playing that game. It is still a lot of fun, and it definitely did make a couple of improvements to Wave Race 64 as far as certain things. Gives you more variety in voices in terms of that. That being said, it was also a launch title, like directly a launch title for the GameCube. It does look pretty nice, although unlike Wave Race 64 where it didn't really have a whole lot of competition, Blue Storm did. It came out right when Splashdown did. And he's good at Splashdown, to be honest. But still, it's a fun time, a good one for summer, and I'm the one to play it. So we're going to show it off. And we're also going to get the item in here, the flippers, so that means we can go swimming now. So you can go in that deep water, we're not going to drown anymore. Ouch. Also, you have these enemies. We'll figure out how to get their masks off later. Or that, or you just hit them in the back. Right now, we do the hit in the back method, which mainly is easier to do in this game than it is in the Game Boy games. But there is also something we're going to get next time we play this that we set for. As far as the rest of July 11th is going to be a 3 p.m. show. Crescendo 64 is coming back. He's going to be starting Podelka from PlayStation. That is the prequel to Shadow Hearts. So before we do Shadow Hearts from the New World at some date that I don't know, and he doesn't know either, we're going to take a look at this to see what's the story of certain things we saw in the first game. And it will explain a lot that went in, including one of the biggest plot twists of the original, as far as how it is. And he's going to start that game. We are going to run longer parts for that, probably, because it's not nearly as long as any of the other Shadow Hearts games. It's only about, I think it might be like 20 hours, so we might only need 3 parts on that one. And also, since I did get that key drop as far as down the hole, I need to go down here, because you need the flippers in order to go in this water here, because this is deep water. But in that case, we can go get that, and we'll be set. And then later in the month, I don't know if I'm going to do this on the 3rd or the 4th weekend of July. We'll come back to this. I'll also let you know if there's going to be a Friday show. I don't know if I'll need to have a Friday show for either one of those. Either that or our scoping session for the month, which is going to be Age of Empires 2. We're using the Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition for Xbox One to play, running through the Series X, because that's the easiest way to stream it for now. Although I guess when we come back to it, I would love to also see if I can show the PC version, because that's the one I grew up with, but also case that how do I want to handle that just in general. And I do need to also go downwards. Yeah, because I have to remember where I'm going as far as this. And then in August, let's see. It's funny, I'm going more on the schedule in this dungeon, but you do get this nice underwater atmosphere going as far as the way the colors are. The green as far as like the moss on the sides is something that's unique to this release, or this version. Yeah. Get off me, guys. But also to give enough stuff going on the schedule. And August, dates on some of these things I don't know yet. I just have to figure what they are. Viewer request for August is going to be one Electrus one to see. That is On the Ball for Super Nintendo. It's the home port of Camel Tree from Taito. It has extra content that the arcade version didn't have. I practiced most of the game already. It's just the last set of levels I haven't. we'll only need one show on that, and we're gonna have a great time playing that game. Yeah, that was a find. And give credit to Alec for as far as our best channel on Twitch, and that's usually the idea of like while we're giving an indication saying like, let's play the games you want to see, because I find some great stuff because of that. But also people I know have said, oh my god, I would have never found this game if not for me, as far as mentioning it. So it kind of works reciprocally, I think, as far as how it goes. That's my review request that month. We're gonna finish this game probably that month. If this is how it's going, I think the way I'll handle it then is part 2's gonna be next month. We're probably gonna beat the game. It'd probably be the same way we handled Yoshi's Island, in the sense that we'll have 2 parts of the game, and then part 3 I'll probably do just clean up everything here, depending on how it is. Although, given that I had more of a spiel to start this game this time as opposed to when we come back to this next time, maybe it'll be shorter. I'll figure that though, either way. We'll also have next part of Kodelka. Don't know on day on that, but you'll know when we do part 2, or part 1, I should say, in July. Then we also are gonna have, as a scoping session, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. We're gonna run the Series X version, but I do want to get the Switch 2 version and show off how much of a miracle port that really is. And also, it's also a miracle that they said, okay, we're gonna release this as a physical release. Yeah, a game that, if there's any game on the Switch 2 that had a justification to be on a game key card, it's that one. But, yeah, Machine Games and Bethesda and Microsoft by extension said, no, we're gonna put this on a physical card. Like, thank you. Even though, to be fair, you do still need to go online in order to get some of the features of the game available through the day 1 patch. Specifically, the motion controls that are exclusive to that version. But that being said, it is the only version of the game that you do not need to go online to download in order to actually operate. All the other versions, you do have to do that. Also, let's take a look at the map, see where I'm going. Alright, it's over there, so I have to go to the left. Okay. I sort of forgot there's a little bit of my practice, but I had most of it set as far as how it's going. And as mentioned, September, we're going to have not many things going on as far as the show, because I think we're going to figure Kodelka. I'm going to have to tell Crusader 64 it's going to probably have to be the first weekend, maybe, as far as that. Because I'm going to be off on the 12th, and I might be off on the 19th. I don't know. 12th, I'm definitely going to be. I'm going to record or more content for Final Fantasy 14 to get myself set for getting to level 30, which I'm going to need to when we do our scoping session of that next year. Because I mentioned we're pushing that scoping session back for when Evercold comes around. So basically we'll hit peak play time as far as when I run it, or run the preview program, the live one. And then our scoping session that month is Mass Effect. I don't know if I'm going to have a third show as far as one live. If I don't, I think I'll do the Dante Shack thing as a off-screen thing. I was to figure also when I can get around to recording that, but I'll figure something to make that happen. So I'll give you some content on. If I need 2 weekends off, I'll get that set. Also, this room you did see earlier that you had to walk around. It gave you little lights on the places. You have to kind of swim around and remember what the order is. And if you hit them in the right order, then you get the area open and you solve the puzzle. The earlier one, they showed you what the pattern is. This one is the same pattern, but you have to remember what it is. And also, in this case, dash into the not womps. And also be quick on this one, because you're going to come back up, so jump up there, and you're all set. Okay. And we'll also talk more in October as far as how we get closer there, because my thought is... Okay, one thing I do know. Do we have everything we need? Yeah, we do. Okay. So you just have to go through the center door and we'll be ready to go. October 3rd, Gemini 96 is starting Bloodborne for us for the PlayStation 4. In terms of how he's going to deliver that, he's going to run it on PS4, run it through the PlayStation 5, I don't know. It's up to him, we'll figure that as far as how it's going to go. Then as far as other stuff, let's see. I was initially thinking that Edwack could do his next game at that point, that being Donkey Kong Country 2, or second chance on that. But I don't think he's going to be around that month. Him and Nikki are not going to be around the month, and it's going to be, like, it's definitely been a bit of a crunch. So we're going to have to do something. I'm going to have to squeeze in, like, multiple shows if that's going to happen. So I think what I'll probably do is I'm going to show off, what was it? I'm going to show off Haunted House for Atari 2600, which I have the Atari 50 collection of, and we have not shown Atari 2600 or anything Atari, really. And I know that's a hole we need to fill. And then after that, we have 5 shows as far as that month. I'm still figuring if I am going to do Castlevania Bloodlines as far as one of those. I'm going to try. And then Halloween Night, Crusader64 said, I want to be with you for Halloween Night to do a show. As far as what we're going to play, I think it'll have been done by Kodelka by then. I think we'll only need 3 parts for that one. But if he doesn't, as we're going to fight the boss here, this is Anglerfish. Yeah, we're gonna have something else. We might be doing another live on-camera show for a horror game of some sorts, because actually one thing we saw at Sony I did not mention, as far as a couple days ago, the State of Play, Until Dawn 2. They didn't announce it. It was rumored as far as the idea of, was it gonna happen, especially because of how the remake of Until Dawn 1 went. I mean, it killed the studio who made it, number 1. It sold like utter crap, number 2. And it was buggy, number 3. The question is, will we actually get this? They said, oh yeah, we are going to get it, as far as... It won't be out by the time as far as that, but as far as what we can have. We might do another one of the Dark Pictures games. We might do Directive 8020, which came out a few weeks ago. Or we might go to Little Hope, which is next in the line. Or we might do the Quarry. I don't know what. We're going to figure that. It'll probably be another 3 p.m. show. As just slice him where the bulb is and we win. It's not too bad. Actually, he adds more attacks, and he's actually stronger in this version than he is on the Game Boy games. But in that case, we're all set. And it's mostly going to be all of it, as I said. I just also figure some stuff, including, as far as November, we have the Game Show Showcase. I'm looking forward to that for Thanksgiving weekend. Bloodborne's going to still be going on. Kaizen22 is going to join me for a scoping session. I think he wants to do Legend of Heroes Trials of the Skies remake, as we got the Cirque Harp. And then Disney game, I got to figure what I'm going to do as far as that. As we're pointing out, I did promise last year that we're going to do Toy Story 2 at some point. Actually, it's getting re-released. There's that Toy Story collection that they're releasing, which has a bunch of old Toy Story games. The ones from Game Boy... Well, no, it has one from Game Boy. It has... Yeah, it does. It has Toy Story 1 from Super Nintendo, Game Boy, and Sega Genesis. 2 from PlayStation and Game Boy Color. It has 3 in the box as far as that release, because they're remaking 3 entirely from scratch. And it also has Toy Story Racer from PlayStation and Game Boy Color. And it has A Bug's Life from PlayStation and Game Boy Color as well. So, I don't know if I'll be set to be able to do Toy Story 2, because I know it's going to take some time. And we're going to use the Dreamcast, because I promised Electros that version. But, that being said, I still got to figure if I'm going to do that, or maybe I say I'll do Toy Story 1, and then I promise Toy Story 2 for next year. And we do Toy Story 1, A, we're going to use that collection, which will be out by then, and B, we're going to play it on the Genesis. Alright, we're going in here, though, because this is Manbo, Child of the Sunfish. You have an ocarina? Yes, we do, and we're going to jam out with him. Yeah, we need to learn his song as far as this is actually very useful, more useful than this in the Game Boy game. But he's going to sing us a little bitty. And that's basically scheduled mostly. But also, there's also stuff in December because we have a few things going on for that, but I'll go on those another time. I'll probably mention that next week's show just to go fully. Alright, so there you go. We learned Manbo's Mambo. We get out of the water, play this song. If we play my Mambo, you can warp to a warp point around the island. This is not how it worked in the Game Boy game. The only thing it lets you do in the Game Boy game, when you played it, it gave you an instant warp back to Mambo's Pond, which is basically the water outside of Crazy Tracy's house. This one, they definitely improved it because it means that when you play it, you're able to use it to go to any warp point you've activated, which is amazing. And also in dungeons, this is one thing the Game Boy Color version did do, and the Game Boy game was like this as well. If you're in a dungeon, you want to go back to the beginning and play the song. That was probably the most useful thing about it in the original. Well, also, I guess going back to Crazy Tracy, so if you're going to die, you can go back there and go buy her potion. Get yourself set. Yeah, Mambo's Pond is mentioning. So we're going to go out there, we're going to play that. And I think at that point, I think that's basically going to be it. Although, I just got a sense of where it is. And yeah, when you select the ocarina, you can then select the song you got. Okay, so yeah, in that case, that's Mambo's Pond. So you can transport over there. You know, let's go to Martha's Bay. I'm gonna actually do the stuff since I have a few more minutes before 5 hours. Not that is to be dead on the dot. I mean, tomorrow's gonna have to be. Oh right, the thing with the ghost. Right. I'm gonna leave the thing with the ghost. Right, because the ghost appears as far as when you beat this place. So actually, what I'm gonna do is we are gonna go in the water. I'm gonna do the trading quest stuff briefly. It's here. That's the last place. That's the next dungeon we're gonna go next month. That's the mermaid statue. There's the mermaid there who's saying, "Hey, I lost my necklace." That is not what she lost in the Japanese version. We'll get into that next time. Oh no, either next time or the time after that. But one thing he said, yeah, go here. There's a secret under the bridge. And actually, in this case, we can get this set as far as what's going on here. We have the fisherman. He's over here. I have a fishing hook. Yeah, I'll give it to him and he'll get me take next thing he catches. You got a big one, huh? But thank you. Came the necklace. So actually, that is the necklace of the mermaid. You know what? I'll mention it now because you're wondering why there was the stuttering there as far as I'm saying a little lucky. Because in the Japanese version, she lost her top, and you have to get that back from her. I will show that happening as far as the Japanese release, and we're going to deliver her bra to her in that one. But in this one, it's her necklace. But see, that's the other thing. Knowing that now, it kind of makes it like, yeah, give it back. Why is she demanding it so much? I'll give you scale, as I said, but yeah, I'll take it. But also, in that case, yeah, it also looks semi-suggestive, saying how I'm says, like, please promise you'll take only one. Yeah, scale. How I'll use this. It's actually the last thing we're going to use. We have to beat the dungeon here in order to get that. Actually, you know what? I think I am going to... I'll tell you, I will end with the ghost thing. So I'm going to play this. And since I do have warps, I'm just going to run the warps to this. Basically what happens is when you beat the Angler's Tunnel, this ghost appears. And he tells you, like, hey, take me back to my house. And on the Game Boy version, he does this sound each time you do a screen transition. The like since you're doing screen transitions all the time, you also hear that all the time. So it's one thing worth pointing out. Ouch. Also, you don't have the warps out as far as going a bunch of places, so... Yeah, this is my house. He'll tell you eventually, like, hey, please take my house. It's by the bay. Alright, so here we are. This is his house. So yeah, this ghost is saying he used to live here. I do love this music here. And also the kind of slow perspective of how he's looking over the place. Nostalgia, unchanged. Yeah, I think this is the perfect way to end as far as our show. But this game is changed, but it's also interesting as far as it. He's like, yeah, he's remembering stuff going on. But he also looks really sad looking at it. Yeah, he is. He's crying. Which actually, there is a reality to that, honestly. The idea of saying, hey, when you haven't been somewhere you've lived, as far as in a while, you come back, the idea of what are those emotions that come back when you return. I've had that happen a couple of times when it's a case where I used to return to places I lived early in my life. I looked back and I said, kind of was overcome when I kind of went back to some place thinking like, man, this feels like it was maybe yesterday, but then thinking like, wow, that goes like 20, 30 years maybe. But he's sad as far as this. Even the idea in this one, they add the extra animation covering his eyes and crying. Especially this music really accentuates that really well. He's saying, I don't want to see this anymore, please. Take me to my grave. Okay, as far as where his grave is, it's also a case where we can do a quick warp. So let's pull out Monbo's song. Or Monbo's Mambo. Alright, so for this one, actually, we are going to go to Mambo's Pond. Remember, the Game Boy versions, you always transport here no matter what you do. Unless you're in a dungeon, in which case it takes you back to the beginning. But as far as his grave, it's over here. And there's more we're going to show with this when it comes to the Game Boy Color show-off later on. Okay, here we go. So here is his grave. This is it. Now he's happy. Look at that. Thank you. A jar for you. Put something inside. Alright. Alright, you get another fairy bottle. Also, I think... Okay, first off, the owl's gonna come and tell us one more thing. Yeah, it's been some time the paths crossed. Yeah, only about 30-40 minutes. So you have to go to Martha's bed and to the catfish's maw. That's what we saw earlier. We'll do that next time. The more, the closer you get to the windfish, the more restless he sleeps. Carry onward. Yeah, we'll carry onward next month. One thing to do before we end for tonight. I'm gonna go back to his house as far as the ghost, because I believe it's this way in this one as well, but if you go back after you deliver him here, on top of the fairy bottle that you get, which is exclusive to this, you also get, or you can get a seashell. And if that's the case, I'm going to do that, and then we're going to go to the Seashell Mansion, and then we're going to end. Yeah, this will not appear until, will not appear until after you've delivered him to his grave. So there you go, we got it. So then what I'm going to do is let's play this once more, and we go outside. I'm going to the Seashell Mansion. I'm going to put my shells in there because I have 14. I think that's enough. Or maybe it's 15. I don't know. If it's 15, we'll get the next one next month. That's fine. Oh, no, we're here. We're here. I don't want to stay. I don't want to leave. Sorry. Okay, no response. Right, we don't have enough shells. Okay. In this case, I'm going to hit start. We're going to save as far as this. Okay. Okay. So here you go. That is our first part of Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, the remake. But as I mentioned, we're going to give credit to the Game Boy Color game as well. Also, don't take the drinking challenge of drinking every time I say Game Boy or Game Boy Color, because you'll be dead as far as this. But hey, fitting as far as that. I had a great time playing this game to start and coming back to Zelda, but yeah, we're not done with this, and we'll be back to it next month. As I mentioned, I'll let you know in the next couple weeks when the next part of this is going to be. I'm thinking the third week, as far as just to get an idea, give an idea. But I'll keep you up to date as far as that. I'll definitely give you an update of that either next week or the week after that as far as what that's looking like, and I'll figure that as we go. But with that, thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday for tonight. It is Super Bowl Game Saturday now, and we are going to have a show for Super Bowl Game Saturday in a little under 12 hours. Actually, a little over 12 hours. As far as I still need to update the schedule as far as for tomorrow on the Twitch site. But that being said, yeah, we'll see you tomorrow as far as it, or today as is, at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Ultra 94T for part 1 of Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 for Xbox 360 as a scoping session as far as it. Until not tomorrow, it's today, until later today as the case. It feels weird saying that. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you have a great rest of your night. And, yeah, I was going to say great rest of your night, because, yeah, I'll say the weekend thing tomorrow. Tonight, shit, or today. Okay, there you go. All right, I got to bed as far as that to get set for that. But thank you so much for watching the show. See you later as far as it in a couple hours. You're not going to miss it, and not going to miss next week's show next Friday as well. Take care, everybody.